Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Brought Back the Dead? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It was supposed to be a normal day. Katsuki woke up this morning along with the rest of his class, expecting a routine training exercise. The plan was to head off-site to a special facility where they would be running through disaster simulations and learning from rescue heroes on the best ways to assist. It seemed a little basic for second-year UA students, but Katsuki wasn't going to question it. He's been itching for a good fight for a while now. School training gets boring sometimes, and he can only take so much of it before he's dying to blow something up. He's already having a shitty couple of weeks. Glancing at the calendar seems inescapable, especially as it passes the 1-year anniversary of... Nope. He's not touching that. He can't. It can't have been a year already. It feels so fast. It feels like a lifetime has passed. The class was expecting a normal day of training, if a little more intense. They were not expecting a routine field trip to turn into a villain attack. Aizawa spots the intruders first, yelling at them to brace for a fight. Katsuki settles into a fighting stance immediately, his blood pumping and his mood substantially improving as he sees the attackers coming. Finally, some FANG action to distract him from the dull monotony. Kirishima and Kaminari appear on his other side, and he's so excited by the prospect of a good fight that he doesn't even bother to tell them to F off. He just rushes forward, aiming a well-placed right hook that catches a woman with claws for hands in the side of her head. She's down for the count a moment later, as Katsuki twists his hands so that the edge of his gauntlet smacks her a second time. It leaves Katsuki in the middle of the pack, and even though he's surrounded by villains, suddenly he doesn't care about much of anything beyond the adrenaline pumping through his veins. There's none of the tedium, none of the shitty moods he's been in lately, none of the tiny but subtle reminders of how much things have well and truly SCKD for the last year. There's only the sound of explosions ringing in his ears, and his classmates' and teachers' voices as they call out battle strategies. He can hear Glasses and Ponytail trying to coordinate their attack like the good, organized class reps they are, but he's nothing if not known for going off-script whenever shit gets crazy. Shitty hair backs him up, just like always, even though he rolls his eyes. One of these days going off on your own is gonna bite you in the butt, man, he says. Katsuki feels his stomach clench, and instinctively he casts his hand back, setting off another explosion behind him to mask the feeling. It catches two of the attacking villains in the crossfire, but it doesn't quite manage to stifle the reminder of another day. Another voice saying the same thing, back before UA and hero training and the day his whole world turned upside down. Most of the villains are down within 5 minutes, and Ida zooms from one end of the room to the other to apprehend the unconscious and restrain them. It's a group fighting system the class has perfected by now. The scouts get the lay of the land, the offensive types jump into the fight, and the support and speed heroes help with cleanup. But right now Katsuki's just itching for more. He's been itching for more for weeks now, stuck in a hole he can't quite seem to crawl out of. He's stuck in this shitty mood, angry at the world and unable to quiet the storm in his gut no matter how many things he blows up or punches or kicks. It sees him the F off, and he turns around, looking for something, anything, to quench that rage. Most of the attackers are down for the count by now. It wasn't a terribly well-coordinated attack, Katsuki can't help but think, and most of these guys don't seem like they're terribly strong opponents. They look like garden-variety thugs picked up off the street, and part of Katsuki feels a little insulted by that. Bakugo pride and all that. But after a moment he PPS his head, his brow furrowing as he spots Round-Face fighting a man that he swears he's seen somewhere before. He runs towards them, yelling at Uraraka to go help Ida round up the rest, and because the rest of the class has gotten good at following his lead, she nods, leaving Katsuki ample room to attack. But Katsuki hesitates, scrutinizing the man's face as the villain stares at him with a come-if-they-get-me-already look on his face. Where has Katsuki seen him before? He knows he has, and it could be important or it could be nothing, but he's learned enough about being a hero to know not to dismiss coincidences. He racks his brain, trying to think, trying to remember as he launches himself into the air, dodging a punch and then a kick aimed at his face. And then suddenly it clicks, awareness dawning like a bucket of ice water. The realization makes Katsuki tense all over as it does, and before he can process exactly what's happening inside his head, he's launching himself towards the man. He looks like nothing special. Katsuki doesn't even remember his name, only his face. He looks like any other low-level criminal, and he was probably hired to do this job by the guy who's actually calling the shots. But Katsuki hurtles towards him like he's the boss fight in a video game, because his heart is pounding for some reason and he can't figure out why. Thought you were supposed to be dead, a-hole? Katsuki yells, aiming an AP shot at the villain's head. Katsuki tries to hide his surprise as he keeps going, rushing the man before he has a chance to even blink. This guy's name showed up on a list of villains that were reported deceased a few months ago, so how? Katsuki doesn't get to finish that thought, as he lets out a small explosion from his right hand, course-correcting in midair to avoid the knife hurtling towards his stomach. Apparently this guy's old-fashioned, preferring to use ordinary weapons. Or he's just quirkless, and thought going up against UA's best was a good idea. Katsuki doesn't expect an answer, but his eyebrow shoots right up when he gets one anyway. Apparently this BSTRD is the vocal type. That's what I thought too. The man cackles, shaking his head as he smiles. I definitely should be. Oh man, I thought I was toast when we got tangled up with those League of Villains guys. Gunshot wound to the heart and everything. Katsuki blinks, as something long buried flickers to life in his gut. An old memory from a long-dead past, of the one thing he was trying to FNG avoid by blowing things up. Shut the f he tells himself. Don't FNG do that. Not now. If he goes down that particular hole in the middle of a fight, then the whole FING class will want an explanation he can't give them. He scowls, blasting towards the villain again. So what, you a DMN miracle worker or something? The man is unbothered, still laughing and seemingly lost in his own little world. Not me, he says, tossing another knife that Katsuki dodges easily. Boss brought me back to base and suddenly I was right as rain again. Turns out he had this kid locked up in the basement just for this kind of sheet. Brought me back good as new. Katsuki's whole body freezes in midair. He's only dimly aware of plummeting towards the ground, just barely getting his legs underneath him before he hits the pavement face first. He can hear yelling from the rest of the class, who have apparently finished dealing with the rest of the villains and showed up to help, wondering what happened. But he can't hear them over the ringing in his ears, and his whole body turns to ice as his mouth opens. His hands shake as every atom in his body seems to shatter apart. He takes a step back, before sprinting forward, ignoring everything in his path as his vision tunnels dangerously. It seems like only a second before he's got the villain's errand boy by the collar, one explosive palm hovering an inch from the man's head. Bakugo! Stop! Aizawa's cries fall on deaf ears as Katsuki lets out a threatening pop, trying desperately to hold back whatever is happening inside his chest. Look, Kacchan, isn't it amazing? This little guy was just gone, but I healed him up no problem. I brought him back. Say that again, Katsuki whispers, his face inches from the villain's and his voice shaky. The man looks equal parts nervous and amused, as he stares at Katsuki's deadly hand and broken eyes. Why the kid? Oh yeah, boss said he keeps him around in case the boys meet bad news on jobs. Little green runt is a blubbering mess, but he's useful, I'll give him that. There's pressure on Katsuki's arms, pulling him back, but he can't feel the touch. Voices in his ears get lost underneath the sudden burst of white noise. He has no control over his own body at this moment, not even when Aizawa's face appears in front of him, blocking his field of vision. He might be screaming, might be falling, might be collapsing into an endless void he wouldn't know. He can't process anything. There's images in his head, flashes of memories that flicker in and out of his thoughts. Two small boys bouncing a ball on the playground. The same boys, a little older, planning out their future hero agency. The first few months, when Katsuki couldn't process what was happening, his parents taking him to therapy, the police, the funeral, the grave. Katsuki's thoughts run together as Aizawa screams his name, a steady stream of sounds inside his head that eventually form words. Izuku 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 Deku 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 Izuku Deku Deku. Bakugo! Can you hear me? Deku's alive, Izuku's alive, he's alive, 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 how is he alive? His face is wet. There are voices all around him, hands all over him, but he doesn't react. Vaguely, he can feel his chest heaving. But all of it fades into the background as he crumples to the floor, his awareness fading to black a few moments later. For as long as Katsuki Bakugo can remember, Izuku Midoriya has been his friend. Their moms have known each other since their high school days, so of course Katsuki and Izuku met at a young age. Katsuki remembers the first day they saw each other. He was a small, feisty 4-year-old, suddenly face to face with this tiny, shy boy clutching a small All Might action figure. The same one that Katsuki had back home in his bedroom. Izuku gave him a tiny smile and a wave. Katsuki blinked, before stepping forward confidently and pointing at Izuku's All Might. He's cool, he said, bluntly and without a filter. Izuku's smile got bigger and brighter, and things took off from there. They played together constantly. Their mothers were thrilled about it. Katsuki learned later that Mitsuki wasn't sure that the two of them would get along. Katsuki isn't sure how that's possible, considering that even back then, they were so similar in so many ways. Different in some, too, but not so different that it was overwhelming. Mainly, they both bonded over wanting to be heroes. They both loved All Might above all else, but really, they loved anything having to do with being a hero. They played pretend heroes all the time, and as they got older and started school, they would talk about being heroes together someday. They made so many plans back then. They were vague and abstract and made by 5-year-olds, of course, but they were plans nonetheless. It made Katsuki happy. He was going to be the best, the number one, but Izuku was going to be his number two. That was an indisputable fact. Then they got their quirks. Katsuki still remembers the way Izuku's eyes shined when he saw the tiny explosions emanating from Katsuki's hands, the way he jumped up and down excitedly. Kacchan, that's so amazing. You're gonna be so strong. Dimon right he was. He was going to be the strongest. Izuku's quirk came later, much later. So much later that for weeks prior, Katsuki cried, thinking their dream was dead and he was going to have to be number one alone. But then, one day in the park, Izuku came running up to him, holding a tiny animal in his hands. Kacchan, Kacchan, Kacchan. He was crying but smiling at the same time. Look. Katsuki glanced down at the dead bird in his hands. Huh. Izuku shook his head. No, look. There were these two birds over by the trees. They fell out of their nest, and they were all bloody and bent, but I held one of them and… Izuku was talking so fast that it was difficult to keep up. Just watch, Kacchan. Katsuki stared at the bird, dead one moment and alive and chirping the next, as Izuku's brow furrowed in concentration. His jaw dropped. After that, their plans changed. They were still going to be the best heroes. But now they had both sides of the coin. Katsuki would be the fighter, the strong one. Izuku would be the one who saves everyone, the rescue hero that supports Katsuki in his kick-ass fights. Of course, Izuku would know how to fight too. He was stubborn like Katsuki, and just as ambitious. Both of them were more excited than ever. And as they got older, as they both started learning even more about their powers and dreams, Katsuki treasured their friendship more than ever. Izuku became Deku when Katsuki was learning too. He saw the kanji of Izuku's name, mistook the lettering, and it stuck. Izuku never seemed to mind. He always smiled a little brighter when Katsuki called him that, like Deku was their own little secret code word that no one else knew about. Some of their friends were confused. Doesn't Deku mean useless? They asked. But Katsuki shook his head. Deku wasn't useless. He was Deku, and he was Katsuki's best friend, and Katsuki was the strongest, so that meant Deku was the strongest too. Izuku never stopped calling Katsuki Kacchan either. Katsuki grumbled about it, especially as elementary school turned into middle school and they got older. He knew that Deku would stop if Katsuki seriously asked. But underneath the groaning and complaining, Katsuki never really seemed to mind. Izuku was Deku, and Katsuki was Kacchan, and somehow, that just seemed right. They both applied to UA. They wanted to be the best heroes, so of course they had to go to the best hero school. It was only natural. Izuku worried about whether he would be able to get into the hero course, with a quirk like his, but Katsuki smacked him upside the head whenever he caught Izuku spiraling. His quirk was perfect for a rescue hero. UA would have to be idiots not to see that. Katsuki and Deku spent months preparing for the entrance exam. They went to the gym nearly every day, focusing on training their bodies and getting stronger. When they weren't working out or learning how to fight, they were studying for the written test. They spent hours sitting on Katsuki or Izuku's bed, sifting through any and all material that might be on the test. On the day of the exam, they got there 2 hours early, and Deku was practically vibrating with the nerves. Katsuki was too, even as he tried to hide it. They hugged it out before the test. Izuku mumbled that Kacchan is the strongest. There's no way you're going to fail. Katsuki whispered back, stupid nerd, you worked your butt off for this. Just 'cause you don't have a fighting quirk doesn't mean you're not gonna get in. Shut the F up and ace this. They both took the exam with matching ferocious smiles on their faces. They got in, of course. They were one step closer to their lifelong dream, their goals of becoming the #1 heroes. It made Katsuki so happy at the time, especially when he reached for Izuku's hand like he had been thinking about doing for ages and Deku didn't pull away. A few days later, Izuku asked him to go to their favorite smoothie place to celebrate. Katsuki remembers the nerves lighting his whole body on fire, because even though they had done that a million times before, this definitely felt like more than just two friends hanging out from the way Deku stumbled over the words and flushed bright red. It felt like something new. And Katsuki said yes, his own face heating up, because it had always been the two of them, for as long as he could remember. There was only one other person who had ever made him feel like this, made him want something other than being the strongest. They were still just kids, neither one of them knew much about anything when it came to this kind of stuff. But Katsuki wanted to learn. With Deku. So he spent hours thinking about it. He read stupid middle school romance manga because he thought that would help. It didn't. He went so far as to ask his dad for advice, leading to a very embarrassing conversation that he does not ever want to repeat. When he got to the smoothie shop, he felt like he was ready for whatever the hell was going to come next. He felt excited for whatever was next. But Deku never showed up. He didn't call, he didn't text, he didn't anything. He just vanished. Katsuki called Inko first. Then his mom, then his dad, then their friends in school and anyone who might know where Izuku was. He knew Deku. Deku wouldn't ditch him like this. Something had to be wrong. It was a little while before he realized exactly how wrong it all was. Things blur together after that. Katsuki remembers talking to the police. He remembers telling the same story over and over again, and listening to his mom and Auntie Inko do the same. He remembers a lot of crying, a lot of yelling, and a lot of things he still can't bring himself to face. He remembers staring at the sky and begging Deku to come back. He remembers shouting at police officers and heroes, trying to convince them to let him help. He knew Izuku best. Of course they were going to need his help. He was the best. The strongest. He got into UA. Only the best hero was going to find him. Only Katsuki was going to find him. But they told him no, every time. Katsuki remembers the day they finally stopped looking for Izuku, after they found enough of his blood in a dark alley to conclude that the worst had happened. It comes back to him in bits and pieces, but Katsuki remembers the way his entire being seemed to crack, the way the fire that powered his explosions had suddenly gone out like a gust of wind ripped through his insides. Someone told him afterwards that he stared blankly at nothing for hours after he got the news, not saying a DMN thing. Not eating either. He remembers feeling like he was falling, like someone had picked him up and dropped him out of the sky. Face first into a nightmare. Katsuki barely remembers the funeral. It's all static inside his head, even now. He knows it happened, but he can't recall much of the details. He didn't speak a single word the whole day. He still doesn't even know if he cried. He didn't hear whatever FING platitudes that the adults kept saying to him. He didn't hear his parents talking to him, practically begging him to just say a single word. His body, his brain, his heart just shut down. He probably should have paid attention to the eulogy. Judging from the amount of crying that went on around him, it was most likely a good one. But none of it mattered. None of the "it's a celebration of his life, focus on the good things" bullshit could snap him out of the void inside his head for long enough to drift back to reality. Deku was gone, and no amount of pretty words or hugs or crying fits at 3 a.m. was going to bring him back or chase away the static in his brain. His parents dragged him to therapy. Sometimes he thought it helped. Sometimes he thought it was making everything worse. But he went to UA, and somehow he kept going and got through his first year despite feeling like everything around him had suddenly lost its shine. Maybe it's because he knew it was what Deku would have wanted, but he couldn't bring himself to stop. Chasing number one. Sometimes it made him feel so selfish. Sometimes it was the only thing that distracted him from setting off explosion after explosion until his whole body crumbled to ash. Katsuki was heartbroken. He was devastated, depressed, disheveled, all that crap at first. And then he was just angry. There are 5 stages of grief. Isn't that what they always say? If there are, then Katsuki has never known the last 3. He's been stuck in stage 2 for as long as he can remember, channeling all that pain into white-hot rage that never seems to ebb. He was always a little rough around the edges, of course, but suddenly he was overwhelmingly angry, yelling and screaming and snapping at anyone who dared to try and approach him. He still isn't quite sure when the shift from crying to yelling happened, but his shitty moods just kept boiling over as high school started. And he only got angrier as first year went on, as he stubbornly resisted anyone's attempts to get close to him and threw himself headlong into fights without much care for holding back. He walked through the hallways, thinking about nothing except all the things that Deku would have said, how excited he would have been. All the tiny reminders that Deku wasn't here anymore made his blood boil, set him off so badly that most days, he didn't care who he was snapping at. He couldn't feel anything except his anger, at himself for not being strong enough to stop this and at everyone else for being too dim and pleasant when he felt like the world had suddenly dropped out from underneath his feet. Sure, he respected his classmates, but that didn't mean he had to like them, or that he had to pretend to be happy when he felt anything but. No matter how many villains he took down, how many fights he won, how much he got ahead of the rest, or how many therapists he saw, nothing seemed to water down that fury. He never let it interfere with his hero work or grades, but more often than not, most of the class walked on eggshells around him. Somehow, Katsuki made friends, even though he didn't want to. Making friends felt wrong, like he was making Deku upset, somehow. It felt like forgetting him. Some days, he wondered why he was even still chasing his dream when the person he wanted to share it with was gone, and that made him madder. That anger kept him going, kept fueling his fire until he suddenly found himself in the middle of his second year of high school, and at the end of his first year since Deku died. Maybe it's easier to be angry than to be in pain. At least when he's angry, he can hear Izuku's voice inside his head telling him to calm down. When he's angry, he doesn't have to miss him as much. He doesn't have to think about the dark cloud hanging over his head. Some days, he thinks he might be getting better, and those days hurt worst of all. Those days make him feel like he's moving on, like Deku's memory is fading away entirely. On those days, the anger keeps him from drowning in despair. Of course we got in. I don't know, Kacchan, what if? Shut up. They'd be idiots not to accept us. He's trying to reassure Izuku to stop his own heart from pounding, but he doesn't think it's working. But I definitely screwed up on the last part of the written test, and I did my best on the practical, but it wasn't really a scenario where I could use my quirk, and even my combat skills were lackluster compared to some of the other applicants. That kid with the engines. Katsuki smacks Deku upside the head. Stop it, idiot. We got in. He stares down at the envelopes in their hands. His own eyes are as wide as Izuku's, and maybe that undercuts what he was saying, but he's not about to let Deku spiral out of control before they've even opened the letters. Katsuki takes a deep breath. Then 2. On 3. Deku nods, chewing on his bottom lip. His hair is so messy, because he's been doing nothing but pulling at it for the last 10 minutes. Yeah, he says. On 3. 1. 2. 3. Katsuki tears open the envelope in a hurry, opening the letter and stubbornly refusing to acknowledge how badly his hands are shaking. But then, Katsuki stares at the words written on that page and feels the relief coursing through his veins. He did it. Ifing did it. He's one step closer to becoming the best hero. Not that he ever really had doubts, but he couldn't help but worry. When he looks up with a giant smirk on his face, he sees Izuku staring at the letter with wide, watery eyes. His mouth is hanging open, his hands shaking where he grips the page. Oh shit. Deku. Izuku's eyes snap to Katsuki's, and only then does he realize that what he initially took for sorrow was actually awe. Katsuki feels something warm and powerful sucker punch him right in the pit of his stomach. I got in, Deku says, the tears beginning to fall. I really got in. Katsuki smiles brightly. Me too, nerd. Deku beams, surging forward to wrap his arms around Katsuki's waist. He's laughing, squeezing Katsuki so tightly that he's surprised he can still breathe, but all Katsuki can do is laugh along with him. They made it. They really made it. This is really happening, Izuku whispers as he pulls back, staring at Katsuki with that giant dopey smile on his face. We're going to UA. We're gonna be heroes. Katsuki grins back at him. Demon right we are, third. We're gonna be the best DMN hero duo in Japan. Izuku beams even brighter, if that's possible, and Katsuki feels his heart throbbing with some emotion he can't quite place. It's overwhelming, suddenly, the swell of something that he feels for this idiot at this moment. He can't quite decipher what it means, only that he's happy. Really happy. Almost deliriously happy, especially when he catches something flickering in Deku's eyes that might mirror whatever Katsuki is feeling in the pit of his stomach. He's been staring at Deku like this more and more, he realizes. Lingering looks, thoughts that make his face turn red, and fluttering inside his chest at the most inconvenient of times. He knows, vaguely, what it all means, and he knows that Deku might not actually feel the same, but suddenly, he doesn't care. He doesn't care that it might ruin everything, doesn't bother to consider the consequences of what he's about to say. He doesn't think about anything except Izuku's stupid, pretty freckles as he reaches for his hand. Katsuki's stomach flips when Izuku doesn't pull away. He opens his mouth to say something, and he has no idea what's about to come out, but he needs to do something to voice these thoughts inside his head. He takes a deep breath, looking up to meet Izuku's eyes. Hey! Izuku, Katsuki gasps as his eyes fly open. But instead of the face he expects to see, the face that was just hovering at the edge of his awareness as he relived that memory, he turns his head to see Aizawa-sensei sitting beside the bed he's apparently been sleeping in. Kirishima and Kaminari are standing slightly behind him, looking worried. Katsuki blinks, his mouth turning downwards into a scowl and his brow furrowing. What the F dash, he mutters, his heart pounding and his chest aching. His brain is still a little hazy. He's not quite sure what he's doing here, or where here even is, exactly, but he can feel his heart pounding and his head aching. What the f happened? For a moment Katsuki has no idea where he is, but as soon as he feels something soft underneath him and sheets covering his chest, it all comes rushing back. He must have passed out. But what? How did he get here? Where is he? He needs to go. There's something important he needs to do, something that can't wait. He can't remember what, exactly, but something. He sits up so quickly that he gets vertigo, oblivious to the cries of Aizawa and Kirishima and Kaminari telling him to take it slow. He can't slow down. Something is nagging at the edge of his awareness, the haze of sleep eclipsing some important truth that seems to be escaping him at the moment. Bakugo, are you okay? You just dropped out of the sky all of a sudden and then you passed out. Kaminari looks worried, and Katsuki's brow furrows as he tries to blink the sleep from his eyes. Did I do that? Aizawa looks at him for a moment, watching him with that piercing stare. It's a little unnerving, especially as Katsuki struggles to kick his brain back into gear for long enough to remember what got him in the infirmary in the first place. He wouldn't have actually lost a fight, something else must have happened. Did he get hit by a quirk or something? Bakugo, Aizawa says, bringing his focus back to the present. You blacked out. Can you tell us what happened? Katsuki frowns, trying to remember. He was fighting, flying, exploding a villain. He had this kid locked in the basement, brought me back. Little green runt is a blubbering mess. Izuku. Deku is alive. It wasn't a dream. Katsuki feels the whole world tilt again, his breathing picking up as everything comes flooding back. His whole body shakes, and he can't help but glance down at his lap as his eyes burn. He knows Kirishima and Kaminari are watching him with worried eyes, but Katsuki can only focus on trying to get air into his lungs as his hands clench and unclench into fists. Bakugo! Aizawa's voice cuts through the haze as he squeezes his shoulder. It's all right. You're safe. He almost laughs because really he has no idea what his brain is doing right now. His emotions are in free fall, spiraling out of control faster than he can stop them. He should be embarrassed. He should be trying to save face, to keep whatever's left of his pride in front of his teacher and his classmates. Heroes don't pass out in the middle of a villain fight like that. But he can't bring himself to worry about any of that, because all he can think about, all he can focus on at this moment is Deku, Katsuki whispers, his voice cracking on the word. Aizawa frowns. You kept mumbling that word while you were out. Over and over. Explain, Bakugo. His voice is soft, not unkind, but Katsuki doesn't care, instead leaping from the bed, ignoring the dizziness and racing for the exit before anyone can stop him. He can't stay here, not when Izuku is out there alone, not when he's somehow still effing alive after all this time. Let me go, Katsuki cries, struggling when Aizawa's capture weapon wraps around his waist. He made it halfway to the door, but now he's pinned. I need to find Deku, make the villain any talk, make him tell me where he is. Cat, man, just take a breath, Kirishima says, looking worried. What's wrong? Bakugo, Aizawa says in a stern voice. Tell us what's going on. Ivy, Katsuki yells, the anger flowing through him suddenly. None of this shit FNG matters. He knows what he heard, and he needs to get to that FNG asswipe villain before they put him in some hole in the ground where Katsuki will never find him again. He needs to talk to him before he gets away. Aizawa stands up, moving to stand in front of Katsuki and cinching the capture weapon tighter around his waist. He flashes his erasure when Katsuki's hands crackle dangerously, and Katsuki finds it hard to breathe again as he starts to feel trapped from all sides. He still doesn't know what his emotions are doing. He wants to cry and scream and punch something and run away all at the same time, and his heart is pounding so loudly that it's throbbing in his ears. He feels like he's spinning out of control, but the villain's words are playing on a loop inside his head, and even though he knows Aizawa needs to know what's going on, he can't bring himself to calm down. Aizawa just stares at him for a moment, and Katsuki doesn't know what he sees on his face, but he turns towards Kirishima and Kaminari. Go back to the dorms, he tells them quietly. Let the class know that everything is fine, and get yourselves cleaned up. Kirishima frowns, still staring at Katsuki with wide eyes. But, Sensei, go. Bakugo will be right behind you. They look like they want to say something else, to protest, but one more look at Aizawa sends them packing. Katsuki sees Sparkplug flash him one more look, and he knows he's going to have some explaining to do later, but he can't bring himself to worry about that right now. The door shuts behind them a moment later, leaving Katsuki and Aizawa alone. Aizawa stares down at him with a pensive look, his tired eyes meeting Katsuki's frantic ones, and after a long, long pause he sighs. If I let you go, are you going to sprint for the door again? Aizawa's voice is unexpectedly soft, and for some inexplicable effing reason it acts as a balm to Katsuki's frantic, frazzled, heartbroken brain, and suddenly all the fight goes out of Katsuki's body in one breath, his arms hanging limp and his back arching forwards with a low, pitiful whine. The tears shining his eyes grow even closer to falling, and suddenly every inch of him aches like he's carrying a 10-ton weight on his back. Apparently he's lost all ability to regulate his fed-up emotions. He hasn't been this off-balance since the day that Deku disappeared. He's so tired and scared, and a million other things. But most of all he's hopeful for the first time in a year, and it's absolutely destroying him. He barely feels Aizawa's hands on his shoulders, walking him slowly back towards the infirmary bed and gently pushing him onto it. Katsuki's breathing is ragged again, his arms coming up across his chest as his nails dig into his biceps. Deku, he says again, in that same broken voice. Apparently that's the extent of what his mind can process right now. Aizawa seems to sense that he needs a minute or two, and he simply sits back down in the chair he was occupying before. He doesn't say anything for a long time, simply observing as Katsuki struggles to get his breathing and his body under control. Katsuki digs his nails further into his biceps, as if that's the thing that will stop him from crumbling to the floor. All the pain and misery that he's kept locked away for this entire goddamn year is flooding his brain, but it's mixing with happier thoughts, questions that he can't answer yet, and possibilities that he finds himself thinking about before he can convince himself to stop. How the f is he alive? How are we going to get him back? What the f is he going to be like after a year as a prisoner? Could we maybe? Finally, Aizawa leans forward, resting his forearms on his knees and snapping Katsuki out of his racing thoughts. Contrary to popular belief, I know you don't go off the rails like that unless it's for something really important to you. Katsuki wants to laugh and cry at the same time. They have a really, really good teacher. I was close enough to hear what the villain said, Aizawa continues. But I need you to tell me why it made you react like this. Katsuki's bottom lip trembles. He wants to talk about it and he really doesn't at the same time, but he knows he won't be able to help Deku if he doesn't say something. Almost unconsciously, his eyes flit down towards his wrist, towards a small bracelet that he hasn't taken off at any point in the past year, even when he was broken and bleeding. It's like a constant tether back to the past, and Katsuki traces it with one finger as he swallows down the lump in his throat. Finally, Katsuki sighs. Izuku Midoriya, he breathes, the name tasting like bitter cyanide and sweet ambrosia at the same time. Aizawa frowns. Your parents spoke with the faculty before you enrolled here, he says, seeming to choose his words carefully. He was supposed to enroll with you. I remember his file. He died just before you were supposed to start UA. And that was hard for you to deal with. Katsuki knows what he must be thinking, and he shakes his head, his panicked anger rising again. This isn't about my FING shitty feelings, he says, venom lacing the words. But when he looks up, his eyes are begging, pleading with Aizawa to understand. I'm not crazy, or breaking down or FING whatever. You heard what that BSTRD said. He was supposed to die, but they had a kid locked up who saved him. A green kid. Brought him back from a gunshot wound to the heart. Izuku's quirk, he. Aizawa's brow furrows for a moment, before it clicks, and he leans back. You think it's him. You think he's alive, and they're keeping him somewhere so they can use his power. Katsuki feels his eyes burning as the tears threaten to fall. He doesn't particularly want to cry in front of his teacher, but he's overwhelmed and overstimulated and he's hoping like he hasn't dared to hope in ages. Deku, he has green hair. And his quirk. It's exactly like what the villain described. His head droops, and he looks away from Aizawa's face as the emotions threaten to overwhelm him again. He has to fingy make Aizawa understand. Izuku is alive. He has to be alive. It's too perfect to be a coincidence. Aizawa sighs. It could be anything, he says not unkindly. It might not be him. The villain could have lied, or exaggerated the truth just to rile you up. Katsuki knows that he's right. Hell, if he were more rational right now he would probably agree. But it makes a frustrated, sad groan fall from his lips, because he's so FING fragile at this moment that he can't control himself. He said the kid was a blubbering mess. Katsuki whispers. Deku cried all the time. He was sensitive like that. Suddenly, it's all he can think about, as images of Deku's crying face all throughout childhood flit through his mind. Except he's not crying because he saw a cute cat, or he couldn't get that piece of limited edition All Might merch he wanted, or he was worried about the UA exam, this time. He's crying because he's scared, because he's trapped somewhere alone and terrified and sad and probably in pain and he's been there for this entire FNG year and a half while Katsuki just left him there. He's crying because someone's been hurting him this whole DM time, because they wanted his power for their own, and Katsuki doesn't know what's happening to his body right now but his breaths start coming in tiny gasps again. Aizawa looks thoughtful. We don't know anything about this villain. It's likely that he was talking about someone else. He speaks with that same brusque tone he always does, and usually Katsuki doesn't mind when Aizawa is blunt and brash with his words, but right now it's killing him. Katsuki's hand reaches out of its own accord, latching on tightly to Aizawa's wrist. Please, he gasps, his voice coming out small and his eyes shining with unshed tears. Please. He doesn't know if he's ever said the word please to Aizawa before now, and part of him effing hates that he's been reduced to a begging, shaky mess in front of his teacher, but he's scared and sad and hopeful and desperate and he has to find Deku. He swallows. If it's really him, if there's a chance that Deku is really alive, he breaks off with a choked up noise, swiping at his eyes with the back of his other hand. I have to know. I have to do something. I couldn't. The first time. Those memories burn through him like wildfire suddenly, all that time spent yelling in vain, trying to get someone, anyone, to listen. All the heroes that just pat his head, ruffling his hair as they smiled at him. Don't worry kid, they said. We're gonna bring him back and he's gonna be just fine. But they didn't, and now Deku might have been a villain's prisoner for a year and a half because of it. Please, sensei, Katsuki whispers again. It has to be him. I know it's him. But if it's not, then, at least I'll know for sure. Aizawa is silent again, for a moment. He stares at Katsuki's hand where it's latched onto his wrist, before hesitantly reaching to pry his fingers away. Aizawa mulls over his words for a moment. Then he sighs, and in that tone Katsuki knows all too well by now, he says, sometimes when we lose someone, we start seeing echoes of them everywhere, even after they've been gone a long time. False hope can be paralyzing for heroes. For anyone. Katsuki knows what he's doing. He's doing the logical thing, the good teacher thing. He's trying to protect Katsuki from hurting even more. But even knowing that, Katsuki explodes. This isn't FNG about me, he yells, his voice rising so suddenly that Aizawa draws back in surprise. This isn't about my FING grieving process or seeing things that aren't there, or whatever FING else all you people have been telling me about for months. All these effing people treat me like I'm made of glass and it makes me so mad. I've had people telling me this kind of crap and treating me like I'm about to lose my mind for a whole goddamn year. Don't you think I know this sheet by now? Of course I see echoes of him everywhere, and I hear his voice all the demon time, and I can't go 2 seconds without wondering what would have happened if he never disappeared, or if I had done something to help him, and… Katsuki chokes on an ugly sob, wiping at the few stray tears that have started to fall. All the emotions that have been coiling inside him since that villain opened his mouth spill freely from him now, the rage mixing with pain until he can't tell where one ends and the other begins. I miss him so bad I can barely stand up some days, but that's not what this is effing about, sensei. I know what I effing heard, and I know it could be nothing, but I can't just pretend I didn't hear it. You don't know what this is like. And I don't give a f if you don't believe me, but I'm not just going to sit here doing nothing if there's even the slightest FNG chance that Deku could be alive and trapped in some basement somewhere. We're heroes, right? We FING save people. I'll do anything. Aizawa sighs, scooting closer and leaning forward so that his face is close to Katsuki's. If he's bothered by Katsuki's rant, he doesn't say anything, but his mouth turns downward as he watches Katsuki spew his feelings in a violent crescendo. Aizawa simply waits patiently until Katsuki tires himself out and slumps backwards, his back hitting the wall. All his anger leaves him in one shaky breath, as he looks back at his teacher with sad, hopeful eyes. After a moment, Aizawa leans forward again. Katsuki, listen to me. And something in the way he looks at him, something in his eyes that hits Katsuki like a punch to the stomach, tells him that maybe he does know what this is like. Painfully. Intimately. Katsuki shuts up. I know what he meant to you, and I know you're stubborn. You're one of the strongest students I've ever had. I don't doubt your judgment, Aizawa says gently, and even though his voice is quiet it seems to echo in the silent room. If you go down this road, you have to be prepared for what you might find. You might not get the ending you want. This might turn out to be nothing, and if you don't find what you're looking for it's going to hurt. Katsuki knows that. He knows that it might not be Deku, or that if it is, they might get there just in time to find Izuku dead after all. And he knows that getting his hopes up only to lose Deku all over again will break him even worse than he's already broken. But he doesn't care. He's already screwed up in 1,000 different ways, and he doesn't FANG care if this is the thing that splinters him apart completely. Not if it means there's the slightest chance that he can see Izuku again. I know, he says, and even with everything he's feeling his voice doesn't waver. He'll do anything if it means finally finding the truth. And even if it's not Deku, maybe someone else's best friend won't have to go through this too. Aizawa hums. Katsuki. He shakes his head, looking Aizawa dead in the eye. I gotta know for sure, sensei, he says, his voice hard. Even if it's nothing, even if it's someone else and he's really dead, I owe it to him to try. I don't care if it rips me apart. That's what I'm afraid of, Aizawa says, and the honest admission hits home. But Katsuki's too wrapped up in his thoughts, in making plans and chasing desperate hopes that are consuming him from the inside, to really register the concern. There's that look in Aizawa's eyes again, like somehow, he knows exactly the sheet that Katsuki is feeling. I'll make some calls. In the meantime, go home. What the F dash? We can't just sit here. Bakugo. Trust me. I won't stop you from pursuing this, but you need to do it the right way. If it is him, going off half-ped on your own isn't going to help him, and you know it. Katsuki opens his mouth to protest again, but Aizawa stops him with a hard look. Besides, he continues, even if it's not Midoriya, the fact is that there's potentially a child in danger here. We have to do this by the book. You know that. I know you know that. Katsuki bites down hard on his bottom lip. He does know that. He's been trained for this kind of sheet, but right now all of that knowledge and logic is being drained away by frustration. He's still overstimulated and overly emotional, and right now he doesn't give a f about training or procedure or anything else. He feels determined enough to tear apart all of Japan if it means finding Deku. Aizawa grabs both of his shoulders, forcing Katsuki to look him in the eye. I don't think I need to tell you what could happen if we jump the gun on this. We don't even know if Midoriya or any other child really exists, but if they do, if whoever is keeping them there finds out we're onto them. Katsuki esses in a breath, feeling the fight and the color drain from his whole body. He hadn't thought about that. They might kill him, he says in a low voice, to cover their tracks. Aizawa nods. I know you're frustrated, and all you want to do is go in fire blazing, but we can't yet. Trust me on that. But if we can, you'll be the first to know. Katsuki swallows, feeling his stomach churn at the thought of leaving Deku there for even one more minute. But even with the frustration burning through him, he feels himself deflating again. So what the f do we do then? He asks, his head drooping. He needs to do something other than waiting here. Deku's life might depend on it. Aizawa opens his mouth to say something, but before he can, the door to the infirmary opens. Aizawa! It's All Might, rushing in with wide, frantic eyes. I heard what happened. Is everyone all right? Katsuki swallows, his eyes shifting from Aizawa to their other teacher. He's in his small form today. That particular secret came out last year, much to Katsuki's surprise. Deku would have had 1,000 questions about it. All Might's eyes shift over to where Katsuki is sitting, and the way Katsuki is hunched over and sullen seems to give him pause. Young Bakugo? Are you okay? Katsuki's relationship with All Might is complicated. Having your idol suddenly become your teacher is exciting as F-, but he can never seem to actually get close to the man without feeling his chest ache. For the most part, he's stubbornly resisted any attempts to be near the man beyond what happens in the classroom. But every so often he catches himself seeking him out, for extra training or advice or just to pick his brain. His childish excitement is always at war with his grief whenever All Might is around. He's never been able to hold a decently long conversation with the man without thinking about Deku, about how excited he would have been to meet his idol and learn from him. But when Katsuki tries to keep his distance, he thinks about how Deku would kill him if he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to get close to All Might himself. It's a never-ending cycle of confusion and pain. He's never been able to tell All Might any of this, of course, but maybe now that the whole FING school is going to have to know his whole painful history, he'll finally get his chance. It's not as if he's the first person that Katsuki's been an insufferable D2 over the past year and a half. Fine, old man, he says, his voice coming out more subdued than it otherwise would have. Aizawa gives him a look like he's FNG concerned again, which makes Katsuki bristle. But a moment later it's gone, and Aizawa turns back to All Might. Toshinori, get Tsukachi on the phone. Tell him I need to speak with him immediately. I need to talk with one of the villains that we brought in today as soon as possible. Find Shinso too, we're going to need him. All Might frowns. I can do that. But Aizawa, what? I'll explain everything later. Just do it fast. All Might looks like he wants to argue, but as Aizawa turns around, his face changes. Aizawa's back is to Katsuki, so he can't see what his expression looks like, but it must be bad, because All Might simply nods, pulling out his phone and exiting the room. Katsuki stands up before Aizawa can turn around again. We're going there, right? Aizawa stares at him a moment, before shaking his head. You're staying here. Go back to the dorms. Get some rest. Katsuki scowls. Effing what? I know you want to do something, but there's nothing for you to do right now. If that villain sees you, he's not going to talk, and we might never find out the truth. Shinso and I will handle it for now. Katsuki makes a noise that's almost a growl. If you think I'm just going to sit here while you FS do all the work, I'm not asking you to. You're too much of a stubborn, brilliant hothead to do that, Aizawa says, in that quiet, gentle tone that Katsuki hates. It makes him feel angry and comforted at the same time, and he doesn't quite know what to do with that. Especially since Aizawa almost never compliments him the way he just did. Once we know the truth about all this, then you can help. But you're unstable right now, don't look at me like that, you know I'm right. You just found out that someone you care for deeply and thought dead might be alive and in danger. Your emotions are clouding your judgment right now. You can't interrogate a villain in this state. Katsuki scowls as the words sink in. He's effing right, Katsuki knows he is, but how the F is he just supposed to sit here while Deku's out who effing knows where? Aizawa looks at him like he knows exactly what he's thinking. I know this is hard. Believe me, he starts, and Katsuki bristles again at that gentle voice. Aizawa never coddles his students, always treats them like heroes and not like kids, and Katsuki can't help the way his face twists into a scowl when he hears that tone. He's so used to adults talking to him like that, looking at him with that DMN sympathetic look in their eyes and telling him I know this is hard, but it's going to get better, someday. But now, that mournful, empathetic look is back in Aizawa's eyes, the one that makes Katsuki wonder who it is that he lost. I would be feeling the same in your position. But if Midoriya is really alive, he needs you at your best. You know that. Katsuki sighs, his shoulders slumping. He does know that, but that doesn't make it hurt any less. Go home, Bakugo, he says softly. If you want to tell the rest of the class about this, then do it. We might need all hands on deck for this one. That one makes Katsuki look back up again. Sensei? Aizawa smiles a real, genuine smile. You might have a second chance here. That's not something that comes around every day. I'm sure the rest of the class would want to help, if they knew how important this is to you. Katsuki swallows. Of course they would. They're heroes, they all care way too damn much. But, is he really going to FING tell them everything? Is he at all ready for that conversation? At the very least, try to clear your head. I promise, I'll come find you as soon as we get some information from the villain. All right. Katsuki swallows. All right, he says quietly. Part of him still can't believe this is really happening. He's feeling more than he's felt in a long, long time, both good and bad. Hope and pain are crisscrossing inside his chest, mixing with anger and fear and creating a toxic cocktail that threatens to knock him off his feet. But somehow, someway, Deku might be alive. Katsuki might be able to see his smile and hear him laugh for real, instead of just in dreams. And that one thought, that tiny sliver of a chance, somehow keeps him standing as he makes his way out the door and tries to take deep breaths. Katsuki doesn't go back to the dorms. He tries to, meandering slowly back towards the dorm buildings with his hands shoved in his pockets and his bottom lip trembling. He's nearly there when he finds himself turning suddenly, walking away from the building and back towards the main campus and still not quite sure where he's really going. He's just restless. He's utterly exhausted, and yet his body is thrumming with energy like a live wire at the same time. Everything that he kept locked away for so long is rushing back, and it takes all his willpower not to sprint from the campus and find Deku by any means necessary. He still can't quite believe this is real. The villain's words ring in his ears, and he knows that it can't possibly be a coincidence. But now the doubts are creeping in, and he can't help but wonder if it's not going to be him after all, if the villains were lying. He's so effing happy, so much so that he's having a little trouble processing it. He hasn't been this happy since before Deku vanished. He forgot what it felt like. He's happy and he's anxious and he's wandering around the campus just because his body wants to move and do something with all this nervous energy. He has no idea how he's just supposed to wait here for Aizawa to come find him with news, and he feels as if he's a second away from going stir-crazy already. He doesn't know what to do with himself, and he doesn't know how the hell he's supposed to tell the rest of the class what the F is going on, and he needs to hit something. Katsuki always goes to the gym when he feels himself getting overwhelmed, and he starts making his way towards the training gyms by Ground Alpha as he feels the energy coursing through him intensify. Fighting or working out is always the quickest way for him to wind down. He can take out his anger on a punching bag or a training dummy or a set of weights rather than everyone around him. His emotions fluctuate all over the place as he makes his way towards the gym, and maybe if he numbs his brain for a little while he'll stop staring at his phone every 2 minutes waiting for Aizawa to call. Maybe he can get rid of the anxiety coursing through him and avoid blowing the entire FANG dorm sky high. Katsuki's fists pound against the punching bag in a quick rhythm, echoing in the silent room. He feels the ache coursing through his arms, pain radiating from his bruised and bloody knuckles, but he can't bring himself to stop even as he feels the sweat dripping down his back. Fighting is meditative. Fighting is something he's good at. Fighting is something he knows how to FING deal with. Training dummies are scattered around the room, still smoking from where Katsuki blasted them. He ran through most every training drill he knows, until the physical aches began to distract from the mental ones. He has no idea how long he's been here. He's trying not to think about it, because if he does, nothing will stop him from sprinting out the door and going to find Aizawa himself. So he keeps at it, pistoning his arms one after the other as he works the bag. Working out alone when he's like this is usually the best. It keeps him from beating up Shitty Hair or Spark Plug or anyone else too badly. It makes him remember that he's the strongest, that he can at least be the best at this even when he feels like he's the worst at everything else. But today, his usual pattern isn't enough, and his thoughts stubbornly bleed through the mid-workout haze. He screws his eyes shut, punching the bag harder in an effort to block out the noise. Deku and Katsuki, at age 7, starting a food fight in the middle of the kitchen when Inko tries to teach them how to make cookies. Katsuki, 3 months after Deku vanished, blowing up an empty classroom and spending the rest of the afternoon crying on the roof of his house. Deku, at age 12, muttering to himself about random design ideas for both of their hero costumes while Katsuki pretends not to listen but hangs on his every word. Katsuki, 2 weeks after the funeral, spending an entire day wandering the city in the pouring rain and stumbling back into the house at midnight, completely drenched. Deku, at age 16, locked in a DMN basement somewhere while a faceless villain sneers at him and laughs. Katsuki lets out a strangled yell, hitting the bag so hard his wrist buckles when that last thought flashes through his brain. He stumbles back a bit, feeling his face twist into a deep frown. "Damn it," he yells, letting off a powerful explosion that knocks the bag clear off the hook. He takes deep, heaving breaths as he stares at it, tiny fires radiating from it where it rests on the floor. He can't block the sheet out this time. He can't stay here waiting for news. He needs to... Katsuki? He freezes, slowly turning towards the front of the gym and deflating slightly when he realizes it's not the voice he's been waiting for. His idiot friends are all crowding the door to the gym, watching him with concerned frowns on their faces. Kirishima takes a step closer, while Mina, Kaminari, Siro, and Jiro hang back a bit. "You didn't come back to the dorms. Thought we might find you here," Shitty Hair continues, as if Katsuki isn't standing there dripping with sweat and feeling like he's a second away from dissolving into nitroglycerin. "Are you okay?" Kaminari holds up his hands in a placating gesture. "We're worried, man. What happened this morning? What's going on?" He thought he was ready for this, but he's never told anyone in the class about Deku. He's never known how to broach the subject, and he didn't want them thinking badly of him, if they knew. But now they're all standing here looking so FNG worried and concerned that it makes Katsuki's stomach clench painfully. These idiots. He never asked for them to care so effing much. Like Deku would have. Pinky takes a tentative step forward, before coming closer than the rest to stand directly in front of Katsuki. He's still breathing hard, his hair matted and stuck to his forehead. He must look like a wild FING mess, surrounded by smoking training dummies and a broken punching bag and various ashy patches on the gym walls. But apparently his idiot friends don't care about that, as one by one they all step closer until they're all standing right in front of him. They've all known him long enough now that they know he works out when he's upset, and judging by the scene around them they must know it's pretty bad. Katsuki can't bring himself to care. They approach him like he's something fragile, but he supposes that's what he is now, shaky and rocky and trying to balance on unstable footing until he gets that FANG call. Mina rests a tentative hand on his shoulder. She's always been braver than most of his other friends, uncaring that he's liable to explode her in the face and willing to get close to him anyway. Really FNG grateful to her for that. "Hey Blasty," she says, smiling at him. "Wanna tell us what's going on? You seem really rattled and we all saw you black out this morning." Demend them. The fuckers know what they're doing, of course. They know he's weaker when the exhaustion kicks in, when his brain is numb and the words spill from his lips more freely than they usually do. And they know he's FNG weak for that soft tone of voice, too, the little sheets. They know that poking at the right spot is sometimes enough to make him unravel completely. He stares at them with wide eyes, and for a moment he has no idea what to say. He opens his mouth and he doesn't know if he's going to tell them to F off and leave him alone or if he's going to spill the whole story right there in the gym. But Jiro saves him from doing either one. "We can stay here and give you some target practice if you still need to hit something," she says quietly. "Or, we can listen? If you want to talk." Katsuki just stares at her for a moment, feeling the blood dripping from his ruined knuckles. He didn't bother to wrap his hands before hitting the bag, and he knows it's going to sting later, but right now he doesn't care. He just stares at Jiro and the others with wide eyes, feeling his heart pounding and his chest heaving. He hates that they all care so much. Deku would be so effing happy for him. Katsuki swallows, his shoulders slumping forward. Finally time to FNG get this over with. He's put it off for so damn long, but if Aizawa comes back with news? Katsuki walks away from them, scooping up his gauntlets from the corner of the room. The rest of his costume is still back at the infirmary, and he's dressed in a simple black tank top and sweats. "Not here," he says, his voice quiet. He's not yelling, not even bothering to resist, and he sees the five of them exchange a look that he doesn't care enough to unpack right now. He's done trying to hide the sheet from them, especially because things might be about to get a lot worse. His idiot friends follow behind him without a word. They walk back to the dorms in silence. Katsuki can tell the idiot squad has questions, but they all hesitate, as if one wrong word will break the fragile peace between them and set Katsuki off. It's happened before, Katsuki can't fault them for thinking that. They make it back to the dorms. Katsuki takes a shower, and the warm water makes him feel mildly more relaxed. He cleans and bandages the cuts on his knuckles, ignoring Todoroki's offer to help when he catches sight of them. He manages to eat something, even though he feels like he might throw it all back up the minute he opens his mouth. And then finally he's standing in front of his door, sliding key into lock as his friends crowd the hallway behind him. Katsuki can feel their eyes glued to his back, the silent questions hanging on the tips of their tongues as he pushes the door open slowly. He's never let anyone in his room. Not once. It's always been off-limits to the rest of the class. No one ever bothered to question why. They just assumed Katsuki would blow them up if they invaded his space. He flicks the lights on as he steps inside, and judging from the quiet gasps that sound from behind him a few moments later, it doesn't take his friends long to figure out why he kept his room a secret. For the most part, his space is pretty ordinary. The bedsheets are a simple forest green, and it's not super cluttered other than a couple of small bookshelves and his desk, shoved into a corner. But the wall above Katsuki's bed and the small cabinet in the corner of the room make Kirishima's eyes widen, make Mina slap a hand over her mouth when she puts two and two together, and make Kaminari look like he's going to cry. Jiro and Shiro simply stare with sad smiles on their faces, as if something they long suspected has finally been confirmed. The wall is covered in pictures, more of them than they ever expected Katsuki to have. They're from various points in his life, from early childhood to right before UA. He can see Kaminari and Shiro exchange a look as they step closer to see. Katsuki actually looks happy in those photos, and he knows they're dying to ask about it. Every picture features Deku in some way. In some he's there alone, doing something dorky that Katsuki wanted to capture, and in others Katsuki is right there next to him, grinning or laughing or ruffling his hair. Katsuki hears the sharp intake of breath from Shiro and the tiny "oh, blasty" that slips from Mina's lips when he makes his way over to the small shrine in the corner of the room. He lights the candle, just like he always does, as he feels his friend's gazes burning a hole into his back. Deku's picture is here too, a recent one, where he's smiling brightly and holding up his UA acceptance letter with watery eyes. His parents have a bigger shrine at home, of course, but somehow they managed to convince Aizawa to let him have one here, too. He needed one that was just his. Something he could keep close by. Katsuki sighs, running a hand through his hair and stubbornly avoiding meeting his friend's eyes as he turns back around. He says nothing until he's seated on his bed, his back against the wall and his hands folded in his lap. His name was Izuku, he mutters after a long moment. Izuku Midoriya. Deku. He swallows down the lump in his throat that has risen remarkably quickly. He was my best friend. He died a year ago. Silence blankets the room. The words echo through the air, something heavy and tangible in the small space. He's sure the idiot squad wasn't expecting this when they came in here, but the little sheets wanted to know, didn't they? They're gonna finally have the whole fed-up package. Katsuki glares at them when they don't say anything after a few minutes. They all look varying degrees of shocked, and Mina and Kirishima both look horribly sad. Katsuki hates it. Don't you look at me like that, he says, his voice coming out more harsh than he meant it to. You idiots wanted to know what's going on, didn't you? Mina recovers first, taking a seat next to Katsuki on the bed. Of course we do, she says, subtly glaring at the others when they're slow to nod in agreement. You know we're here for you. We're just, surprised. Sparkplug says, dropping into Katsuki's desk chair. We weren't expecting that. I'm sorry, Bakugo, Jiro says quietly. The others echo the sentiment, and even though Katsuki has heard it a million times before, it feels easier to hear this. Kirishima takes a seat on his other side, as Shiro leans against the wall. You always seemed like you were keeping something hidden, Shitty Hair says, resting a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. But I didn't think. I just assumed you had something private going on, and his hand squeezes. I'm so sorry, Katsuki. Katsuki hums, jerking his head in some sort of quiet acknowledgement. It's so weird to finally say this out loud to all of them, but somehow it doesn't feel quite as soul-crushing as he always thought it would be. Maybe it's because he finally has some hope, for the first time in ages, but he doesn't feel quite so close to shattering. After a moment, he hears a quiet hum coming from Shiro. Midoriya. I know that name. Why do I know that name? Katsuki grimaces. This is the harder part. The part where he starts remembering all the what-ifs. Probably from when we started UA. The entrance exam. At their raised eyebrows, Katsuki shrugs. He was supposed to start with us. Both of us got in. His voice is practically monotone by now. He doesn't have the energy to pretend to be angry, or strong, or whatever. This sheet is already hard enough. Kaminari gasps. I remember hearing on the news, there was this kid who went missing right before we started school. Don't tell me. Katsuki swallows. Feels his lip tremble. Yeah, he says. That was him. And he tells them the whole story, from the day Deku disappeared until the heroes came to their house and told them that Izuku had been presumed dead. He tells them about why he's so and angry all the time, and by the looks on their faces, they seem to understand. By the end of it, the entire squad looks upset. Mina and Kaminari have tears trailing down their faces. Kirishima wraps an arm around Katsuki's shoulders, and Katsuki doesn't bother trying to pull away. He's been pushing people away for a whole year. It feels nice to finally let them in. After a few moments of silence, Kaminari is the first one to speak. I remember hearing about it. I really thought the heroes were going to find him. Katsuki lets out a bitter laugh. Yeah. Me too. No one comments on how much pain laces those simple words. So, what happened today then? Shiro asks. Is it something to do with him? Katsuki esigues in a breath. He got so wrapped up in the past that he almost forgot about the present. His back straightens slightly, his voice growing more animated. Deku's quirk was resurrection. He could bring people or animals back from the dead as long as he got to them within 7 minutes. The bigger the wound or deeper the illness, the more energy it took. Katsuki runs a hand through his hair. The villain I was fighting. He mentioned something about a gunshot wound to the heart. About how his boss has been keeping a kid with green hair locked in the basement, and the kid brought him back. Jiro gasps. You think he's alive? Being held somewhere, this whole time? Katsuki nods, swallowing thickly. It's too perfect to be a coincidence. Sensei and Mindfuck went to talk to the a-hole, but they made me wait here. Aizawa was worried about me doing something reckless. Kaminari is smiling now. But he's alive. That's so great, man. What can we do to help? The rest of them are all smiling now, but Katsuki shakes his head. The workout definitely helped. He's got a little more perspective now. He might be. Might not. Don't know for sure yet. I really effing hope he is. A moment later, he laughs again. How effed is that? He says bitterly. I want him to be alive so bad, but if he is alive then it means he's been held by a villain this whole time. Means he's been suffering this whole time. Feels shitty to wish that on him. Jiro shakes her head. It's not shitty, she says. If he's alive, then there's a chance to save him. Get him back. It's not a bad thing to wish for that. You spent this whole time thinking you wouldn't get that chance. Kirishima nods next to him, squeezing him lightly. We're here for you, man. If Aizawa gets some info out of the villain, we'll help with whatever comes next, okay? If it turns out he's alive, we'll get him back. Katsuki feels his stomach clench. Thanks, idiots, he says. It's so simple a statement, to cover everything he's feeling. Silence descends over the room again. Katsuki's restlessness is coming back, and he finds himself staring at his phone as if just by looking at it he can make Aizawa call. After a few minutes, Mina reaches for his hand, squeezing lightly. Do you want to tell us about him? Katsuki frowns. Does he? Should he? Would these idiots even care about that sheet? Some of it's embarrassing as hell, and they'll never look at him the same. But maybe they're past that point already. Pressure on his hand again. You can if you want, Mina says. Shitty hair and the others nod their heads in agreement. Raccoon Eyes threads her fingers through his. The touch is reassuring, and it reminds him of Back Before You, when it was Deku's hand he was holding instead. He doesn't say anything for a moment, but his head tilts downwards, his eyes drifting towards the bracelet on his wrist. Idly, almost without thinking, his other hand reaches towards it, his fingers running over the small band. Look, Kacchan. Isn't it pretty? Now we can match. He gave this to me when we were 6, he says, his voice quiet. It's a simple bracelet, a string made of interlocking colors woven into a crisscross pattern. His mom was teaching him how to be all crafty, and he made it for me, 'cause he thought bracelets were cute. Made himself one to match. I always thought it was so dorky, but I haven't taken it off since I always wondered why you wore that everywhere, Kaminari says when his voice falters, a small smile on his face. It never seemed like your style. I figured you'd blow me up if I ever asked about it, though. It makes Katsuki smile too, in spite of everything. He's quiet again for a moment, before taking a deep breath. He loved heroes. It was all he ever talked about. He worshipped All Might, and his dream was to be just like him. Was a super fanboy for anything even vaguely hero-related. He had the biggest merch collection on the planet. Most of the hero stuff I have in here was stuff that his mom let me keep after. His voice still gets stuck on the D word. Kaminari, Siro and Jiro have moved closer, so that the 5 of them now form a small semicircle around Katsuki as he talks. There they go being too effing nice again, willing to listen to his stupid grief like they really do care. It makes his insides churn. He was an idiot, he continues. He was this nerdy dumbass that used to follow me around all the time. Our moms have been friends for years, so I've known him since I can remember. He was so stupid and he would get into trouble constantly, but he was also the smartest person I've ever met, and he could do anything he put his mind to. Katsuki's face is wet, he knows. The words don't stop coming, though, and he keeps going despite the fact that he's crying in front of his idiot friends. He was beautiful and funny and so DMN stubborn it would make me want to explode a building sometimes. He had this big dumb smile on his face all the DMN time, and half the shit I know about being a hero came from him. He hated scary movies and he was terrified of letting people down, and he loved Katsudon more than anything. Once I figured out I liked cooking, he would ask me to make it for him all the time. He said he liked mine the best. Siro is in a breath, his eyes shining. Is that why you make Katsudon for people on special occasions? Katsuki grimaces but doesn't respond. He doesn't have to though. They can see the answer written all over his face. Katsuki pauses, taking a deep breath and wiping at his eyes. It's always bittersweet to talk about this sheet, talk about the good times instead of the bad. It makes him feel warm all over, until the ice stabs him in the chest again. Finally, after a moment, he sighs. He made me smile. More than anyone else ever has. Katsuki misses him so damn much. He really FNG hopes he's right about this. Kirishima sniffles, and when Katsuki looks over he can see that he's crying too. He's always been an easy crier, like Deku. Tears are manly, he always says. He sounds really special, Shitty Hair says. I really wish I could have met him. Katsuki laughs. He would have loved you idiots, he says, sniffling. Would have spent hours rambling on about your quirks and given you notebooks full of tips on how to use M better when you fight. After another pause, he smiles. He was special, he whispers. It's corny as hell, but the Demon's sun came out whenever he was around. And there was a little while before he disappeared, when we thought we were almost more. They were going to be more, and Katsuki can't forget it. Katsuki feels Mina squeeze his hand again, and he knows she understands what he was trying to say. You liked him, she says sadly. He laughs. He liked him. He was terrified of him. He wanted to hit him, sometimes. He wanted to grab him and hold him and never let him go. He wanted him. Yeah, Katsuki mutters. Maybe. Never got a chance to really figure it all out. They all fall silent again. There's nothing more to say, really, but Katsuki can't help but appreciate them all for listening to him ramble about his shitty feelings for a while. He can't help but feel a little lighter now that he's gotten it all off his chest. Maybe all those therapists were onto something when they kept telling him to talk about his issues. After a long while of comfortable silence, of the idiot squad seemingly being content to just sit here with Katsuki until he's ready to move, there is a knock at his door. Katsuki doesn't miss a beat, getting up and sprinting towards it despite the fact that his face is still tear-stained. He was expecting a phone call, but Aizawa stands on the other side of the door, Shinso hanging back behind him on his left side. Katsuki can feel his hands trembling. Well, he says, trying very hard to keep his voice steady. He feels shitty hair and the others move towards the door, trying to offer whatever support they can, but all he can focus on is their teacher. What's the situation? Please be him, please be him, please say that Deku's alive, please. Aizawa stares at him for a long moment, and Katsuki feels something shatter in his core. No please. But a moment later, Aizawa's lip quirks upwards. The villain you were fighting is a low-level member of a Yakuza group known as the Shy Hasaikai. We questioned him for a long time. Katsuki swallows. And? He feels Kirishima's hand come to rest on his shoulder. He was surprisingly talkative once Shinso got the go-ahead to use his quirk. From behind Aizawa, Mindfuck is smiling too, and he nods his head once at Katsuki. Fucking, say it already, come on. The villain recognized the photograph we showed him. He positively identified Izuku Midoriya as the boy being held captive who saved his life 1 month ago. Katsuki freezes. Everything is white noise for a moment, as those words sink in. He can feel his eyes watering again. Aizawa's smile gets bigger until he's full-on grinning. You were right, Bakugo. Your friend is alive. We can save him. Katsuki sobs, stumbling forward and wrapping his arms around Aizawa's waist. Aizawa tenses for a moment, as if he wasn't prepared for that. Hell, Katsuki wasn't prepared for that. On a different day, he would be swearing everyone present to secrecy and vehemently denying that this ever happened. But Deku is alive. He's really alive. Some part of him was still hesitant to believe it, before now. Aizawa's hand comes up to rest on the top of his head, hesitant but reassuring as his other arm rests on Katsuki's back. Katsuki struggles to contain himself, but he can't quite keep the sobs in from joy and not despair, for the first time he can remember. After a few moments, he pulls back from Aizawa, wiping at his eyes and fighting the flush creeping up his neck. His reputation is never going to recover from this, but it's almost an afterthought next to everything else he's feeling. He can feel Kirishima's hand on his shoulder, hear his friend's muted excitement coming from behind him. But after a moment he takes a deep breath, fighting the tears for a little longer to stare at Aizawa seriously. What's the plan? He asks, his voice hard. Behind him, the others shut up, staring at Aizawa with the same intense expression. Katsuki resolves to make them all dinner sometime this week. But Aizawa shakes his head. It's late. There's nothing more we can do today. Katsuki jolts. He didn't realize what time it actually was. Between everything that happened today, he was too preoccupied to really care. But he opens his mouth to protest. They need to. Aizawa holds up a hand. Tsukachi is calling in a few favors. Apparently this isn't the first time that the Shy Hasaikai has gotten onto the hero's radar. There's a meeting tomorrow between a few different agencies. Katsuki's brow furrows. I'm going, he says. Aizawa would have to chain him to the DMN building to make him stay away. But then Katsuki frowns. Auntie Inko Midoriya. His mom. She needs to know. She should hear it from me. Aizawa thinks for a moment, before he nods. The meeting is in the morning. We should compare notes. Get a sense of what the situation is. Then we'll tell her if it seems like we have some more concrete information. Their teacher glances at the rest of them. I expect you'll be there as well, Kirishima. Fat Gum was on Tsukachi's list. Kirishima looks surprised, but he nods a moment later. And the rest of us? Kaminari pipes up. How can we help? Aizawa sighs, suddenly looking more tired than they've seen him in a long time. Katsuki can't blame him, even with how happy he is, he feels the same. Some of your supervisors are already being briefed, their teacher says. As for the rest of you, we'll discuss it when we know more. For a moment Katsuki thinks he has nothing more to say, but after a brief pause, he squeezes Katsuki's shoulder. We're not out of the woods yet, he says quietly. But I'm happy for you, Bakugo. Try and get some rest. Katsuki stumbles back into his room in a daze, after he vacates the hallway. His friends are talking, but whatever they're saying doesn't register. Katsuki has a giant, genuine smile on his face for the first time in years, and he can't stop replaying Aizawa's words over and over in his head. Holy shit, he whispers, staring at the idiot squad in disbelief. He has a chance. His friends stick around for a while, talking about plans and possibilities and letting Katsuki ramble on about Deku in a significantly happier tone, this time. And when they leave, he cries again, sobbing into a pillow from a mixture of relief and guilt as all of his warring emotions burst forth again. It's a long, long time before he manages to get any sleep. There are a lot of pros here. Surprisingly, Aizawa didn't fight Katsuki nearly as much as the latter expected him to when he insisted on coming. Maybe it was because he knew that Katsuki would have simply gone anyway, but Aizawa just sighed, making him promise not to yell too loudly. Katsuki rolled his eyes, muttering a small no promises. At least he's allowed to actually do something this time. That's more than he could really ask for. Katsuki scans the room, noticing some familiar faces. He nods at Kirishima when the latter waves from across the room. He recognizes most of the pros here, and as he takes note of each one, he can hear Deku's voice inside his head, shouting their names in that fanboy voice of his. Now that he knows Deku is alive, it doesn't feel quite as painful. Gang Orca, Ryukyu, Fatgum, Sir Nightai, all of the big three, UA students that had graduated the year prior. Lemillion, Sun Eater, and Nijire-chan, seated next to each other and talking amongst themselves. Rocklock, All Might, standing in the back next to Aizawa. A few more that Katsuki doesn't recognize. Tsukachi must have called in a lot of favors. Either that, or Deku's mixed up in something bigger than Katsuki thought. He would be the idiot, Katsuki muses, smiling in spite of himself. Deku always had a knack for finding trouble wherever he went. Cause he doesn't have to think in past tense anymore, and that thought sends a pleasant jolt through Katsuki's insides. He's mostly silent for the first bit of the meeting. He's not really paying much attention beyond picking up what he needs to know. The pros have been tracking the Shai Hasaikai for a while now. They're implicated in a number of crimes, of all different types. He listens as Night Eye drones on about some recon they've been doing, and he starts growing increasingly frustrated as the meeting seems to drag on without much progress. And then, finally, there's more. We have recently discovered that Kai Chisaki, alias Overhaul and leader of this group, has been holding a teenager hostage for over a year. Katsuki straightens his back, his brow furrowing. Midoriya, he says, glaring daggers at the room. His name is Izuku Midoriya. He can't say why it makes him angry that Glasses didn't use Deku's name, but suddenly every eye in the room is on him. Katsuki can see Aizawa press a hand to his temple, but he doesn't bother to rein him in. And it's been a year and a half. Some of the gathered pros raise an eyebrow. And, who might you be? Ryukyu asks, her voice curious but not angry. Lemillion is actually smiling at him. Rocklock, seated 2 seats to his left, scoffs, and Katsuki turns his glare towards him. Yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Why is this kid here? He hardly looks like a pro. Katsuki stands up, leaning over the table. Can it a hole? He growls. That kid is my best fucking friend, and I'm a hero the same as the rest of you. His hands smoke dangerously, his temper rising along with the heat in his palms. Silence falls over the room for a moment, until Aizawa breaks it with a loud sigh. He and All Might both step forward, so they can address everyone present. Bakugo is here because he's familiar with the case. He is one of UA's best, and he'll be an asset on the search. Not to mention that if you try to stop him, he'll probably explode you. Katsuki can't help the dangerous smile that spreads across his face, and he sits back down with a satisfied heh. All Might nods in agreement. Dynamite is UA's top student, and he's a natural leader. He's unmatched on the battlefield, and we're going to need his quick thinking and tactical mind here. Katsuki feels his stomach clench. That is high praise, coming from the old man. Katsuki hasn't even really done anything to earn that. All he's done is be to him, over the past few years. Night Eye clears his throat. If we're all done, he deadpans. Bakugo's encounter with a low-level Hasaikai member gave us the break about Midoriya's kidnapping, making this an even higher priority mission. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have the push we needed to accelerate our timeline for capturing their leader. Night Eye's gaze falls on him, and Katsuki can't help the way he shifts in his seat. A child in danger does complicate things, Gang Orca muses. Do we know where they're holding him? That's the tricky part, Night Eye says. What? The F? Do you mean that's the tricky part? Katsuki yells. We're gonna fucking find him, right? His voice is growing frantic, but he doesn't care. If they don't actually know where Deku is? Problem child, take a breath, Aizawa says, suddenly standing. Behind him. Let him finish. Lemillion gives him a knowing look. I'm sorry, Bakugo, he says, his usual smile gone. If you two are close, this must be hard. But I'm sure Sir has a plan. A moment later, he turns towards the front of the room. We do have a plan, right? Glasses smirks, still looking at Katsuki as he taps a button on the computer in front of him. We do indeed have a plan. He presses down on a key, and immediately a map pops up on the screen behind him. We don't know much about how this group operates, he starts. But what we do know is that they're organized, established, and with considerable resources. We've compiled a list of known property owned by Chisaki and the Hasaikai, from existing recon and from intel provided by captured Hasaikai members. Altogether, there are 28 possible locations. 20? That number rings through Katsuki's brain, and he slumps back in his seat. How the F are they supposed to find him? Katsuki doesn't know if Night Eye senses that he's building towards another outburst, because he quickly starts talking again as his sidekicks start passing out files. We're in touch with pros in other cities as we speak. We'll be splitting into teams, casing the various locations and searching for any data that might help indicate where Midoriya is being held. Once we know where he is, then we kick their butts, Katsuki finishes. Surprisingly, Night Eye smiles. Not the most elegant way to put it, but yes. Then we kick their butts. He stands up, surveying the room with his piercing gaze. It's eerily similar to the way Aizawa stares at their class, sometimes. You all have your assignments. This is a top priority, people. Not only does this connect to trigger distribution, but a child's life is on the line here. Report any news to my agency, and when we have enough to launch a coordinated strike, be ready. Katsuki doesn't give a DMN about trigger. He doesn't even know what it means, or what the hell else the heroes are so interested in the Hasaikai for. He just cares about finding Deku. And he finally feels useful again. Deku was always trying to be too nice for his own good. Helping Katsuki train, helping him learn, helping him think about things that weren't hero work and picking him up when he spiraled out of control. He was always so good, and maybe this time, Katsuki can finally return the favor. The meeting ended without much fanfare after that. Each of the hero teams leaves with their respective assignments and a promise to contact Night Eye with any news. Kirishima squeezed his shoulder before Katsuki climbed into a police car with Aizawa and Tsukachi, and it helped calm his nerves a little bit. They're driving towards his parents' house. Katsuki had already called ahead, asking his mom to call Inko to the house. He had something important to tell them both, he said. Aizawa glances down at him. I'm still not sure we should say anything at this stage. This could still go badly, and if we get Mrs. Midoriya's hopes up. I agree, Tsukachi says. It might be worth waiting. Katsuki thinks for a moment, before shaking his head. No, he says. If the press gets wind of this and Annie finds out from seeing it on the news, she should hear it from us. And it's not going to FNG go badly. We're gonna bring Deku back. He refuses to believe anything else. And besides, even if it does go south, at least she'll finally get some closure. She'll know what happened to him. Aizawa and Tsukachi seem satisfied with that. It would help to get some information from her about the original investigation. Tsukachi muses. You know her best, Aizawa says. Katsuki will never admit how much it means to him that Aizawa trusts his judgments so implicitly. They make it to his house with blessedly little traffic. Katsuki is antsy as shit as they walk up to the door, and it only gets worse as they knock loudly, waiting for someone to open it. Mitsuki Bakugo stands at the door a moment later, looking at Katsuki for a moment before glancing at Aizawa and Tsukachi. She pauses for a second, before sighing loudly. What did the brat do this time? She asks. Her voice isn't overly angry. They've been here before, in the months after Deku disappeared. Katsuki has shown up with a teacher or a police officer in tow a couple of times, when the pain got overwhelming and he started acting out instead of keeping it all inside. Mitsuki doesn't wait for them to answer, instead letting them into the house without another word. Katsuki's family life is complicated. He loves his parents, but he and his mother are exact carbon copies of each other, and it hasn't made for the easiest time living in the same house. He would butt heads with his mother all the time, with his father doing his best to act as the middleman. His mom always wanted him to be the strongest above all else, and she didn't always have the best methods of drilling that drive to be the best into his head. Still, he's grateful for it. Without it, he probably wouldn't have survived this long. After Deku disappeared, things started changing, slowly but surely. Katsuki was not handling things well. Between thinking about Izuku and worrying that all this shit was going to affect his schoolwork, he was terrified that his mother would react badly if she found out how badly he was struggling. He makes his way into the living room, where Masaru Bakugo and Inko Midoriya are already seated on the couch. Katsuki? His father asks, with a small smile on his face. Is everything okay? Katsuki's father, on the other hand, is the level-headed one. He keeps the peace when Katsuki and Mitsuki blow up in each other's faces, and somehow has managed to stay sane while doing it. It was Masaru who got Katsuki to admit how badly he was really doing after Deku died. He encouraged Katsuki to actually talk to his mother about it, and, well, when Mitsuki saw that Katsuki thought he needed to hide, to lie about being okay even when he really wasn't, it was a wake-up call for all of them. Mitsuki's rough edges softened considerably after that, and even though their relationship is still volatile and violent at times, it's improved immensely. Sometimes grief does that. Katsuki nods a greeting at his parents. Hey heck, Dad. But his eyes shift to Inko, smiling up at him from the couch after only a moment. He hasn't seen her in a while. He promised Deku that he would visit as often as he could, take care of his mom, but school and hero work has been getting in the way. Lately. Katsuki. It's great to see you, Inko says warmly, standing up to wrap him in a hug and kiss him on the cheek. Aizawa clears his throat. Mr. and Mrs. Bakugo. Mrs. Midoriya, I'm Eraserhead. Katsuki's teacher. Detective Tsukachi, the police officer says from behind them. Mitsuki raises an eyebrow at Katsuki as she takes a seat next to Inko. What's this about, brat? Tsukachi takes a seat on the couch opposite her when she gestures for him to do so. Got something to tell you guys, Katsuki says, suddenly feeling nervous. The words get caught in his throat. He's never been good at this part of the hero gig. The part that requires actually talking to people. The part that means comforting civilians and knowing how the F to tell a mother who thought her son was dead that he's actually been a prisoner this whole time instead. Deku would be a FING pro at this. Fortunately, Aizawa takes over, patting Katsuki's shoulder when his voice dies. He stares straight ahead, looking each of the three adults in the eye one by one, before he sighs. This might not be easy to hear, but Bakugo thought it was best that you heard it from us first. He takes a breath, before focusing on Inko's face. We have reason to believe that Izuku Midoriya is alive. Dead silence. Katsuki's eyes are locked onto Inko's face, which has gone deathly pale. Her hands shake, and her eyes are rapidly filling with tears. Easy crying is a trait the Midoriyas have in common. Mitsuki and Masaru are similarly dumbstruck, and while Mitsuki reaches for Inko, Masaru stares at Katsuki with an impossibly sad expression. Katsuki, he starts. I know how it sounds, Katsuki says, his voice sounding wrecked. But it's true. It's a villain I was fighting mentioned something. How? Inko says, her voice barely above a whisper. That's not possible. The police, the heroes. They said my baby was dead. He's dead. Tears are falling down her face, and Katsuki's face twists as he glances towards Tsukachi for some assistance. The detective takes over, explaining the situation as concisely and gently as possible. Katsuki's own eyes start to well up as he and Aizawa talk, relaying the events of the past 2 days as quickly as possible. Finally, Katsuki looks up, first at his parents and then at Inko. I heard him, Auntie, he says, his eyes locked with hers. He said his boss had Deku trapped somewhere, and he saved his life. He's alive. Tsukachi clears his throat. We detained a villain who positively identified Midoriya as being present at a villain's compound as recently as 1 month ago. He was under the influence of a quirk that compelled the truth at the time. Thank you, mindfuck, Katsuki can't help but think. I know this must be hard to hear, Tsukachi continues. But he's cut off by a gut-wrenching noise, somewhere between a sob and a scream, as Inko leaps off the couch and pulls Katsuki into a crushing hug. She's crying so loudly that Katsuki can't hear anything that's being said behind them, and after a brief moment of surprise, Katsuki hugs her back. He's alive. My baby is alive. I can't believe it. Inko is practically hysterical now, and Katsuki glances at his parents for help only to realize they're crying too. I can't either, Katsuki mutters. Figures Deku would be too stubborn to die though. Against all odds, it makes Inko laugh. She looks up, taking Katsuki's face in her hands. You found him, Inko whispers. After all this time? You always said you were going to find him, and now. Katsuki swallows down the lump building in his throat. Haven't done it yet, Auntie, he says, patting the top of her head. But we're looking. Inko smiles at him, before turning towards Tsukachi. Tell me everything, she says, her expression hard. That's the Inko Midoriya Katsuki knows, just as fiercely determined and hard-headed as her son. Tsukachi and Aizawa start talking, briefing Inko on the plan, the situation, everything. Katsuki, feeling impossibly overwhelmed again, makes his way into the kitchen while they fill Inko in. Katsuki braces his hands on the kitchen counter and just breathes. For a moment, he takes deep, heaving breaths, the lump in his throat growing bigger as the reality of the situation crashes down on him. Deku is alive, but there's still so many ways this could go wrong. They could get there too late, they could be holding him at some other location the heroes don't know about. So many shitty possibilities. And listening to Inko sob, giving her hope only to have it potentially be shattered again, feels. Hey kiddo. Katsuki esigues in a breath. He was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't see anyone enter the kitchen, but when he turns around his father is standing just behind him. Katsuki swallows. He doesn't know what his face looks like right now, but he feels the emotion building again. He feels like he's been ripped open and rubbed raw for 2 days straight, his emotional battery strained to well past its limits. He doesn't see his mother anywhere, but he figures she must still be with Inko. Katsuki stares at his father, who is giving him a small smile that Katsuki can't help but look away from. I figured she should know. She's been through hell, and even though he's still in danger, Katsuki doesn't get to finish. He feels a gentle touch on his arm before Masaru drags him forward, pulling him in for a hug. He's not usually a big hugger or big on touch at all really, but right now everything feels like too much, and it's been a long-ass chic couple of days, and Katsuki lets out a tiny noise, burying his face in his father's neck. His dad always gave good hugs when he really needed them. I'm really happy for you, Katsuki, he says softly, stroking Katsuki's hair. Damn it, he's going to cry again. His eyes are wet, and he can feel a couple of stubborn tears leak out at those soft words. They've been there for him through this whole shitty time, seen all the ways his fed-up brain tried to deal with this shit, and now. He's alive, Dad, Katsuki chokes out. He's really alive. Masaru tugs him closer, and after a few minutes Katsuki feels another set of soft hands on his shoulders that mean Mitsuki must be here too. Katsuki hasn't done this since the day after the funeral, when he collapsed into sobs on their living room couch and didn't bother to complain about his parents holding him like a small child. But now, Katsuki is wrapped up in another group hug, crying tears of joy. How is he not out of tears? After the events of the past couple days? And feeling like this stupid group hug is the only thing holding him upright. Maybe Inko even joins in at some point, he wouldn't know. It seems cathartic in a way. One big emotional outburst at the start of all this, and maybe he'll have the energy to bottle up his DMN feelings for long enough to go drag the idiot out of hell. He feels like a sponge, his emotions being wrung from him like water from a rag, until he's eventually bled dry and he can go pull Deku out of whatever basement he got himself trapped in. Maybe he's earned this, after so long spent keeping things bottled up and trying to pretend he's okay. Trying to pretend like he hasn't been living with a Deku-shaped hole in his chest. You're going to find him, brat, Mitsuki whispers, kissing the top of his head. You're a lot stronger and smarter now. The villains don't stand a chance. Katsuki really hopes she's right. There's still a hell of a lot they need to do before they get there, though. When Aizawa and Katsuki get back to you, Katsuki is startled to see the entire class assembled outside the dorm and waiting for them. All of them are wearing matching serious expressions, and Katsuki can't help but raise an eyebrow at them as they make their way towards the door. He's already wrung out from talking to Inko and his parents. He doesn't think he can take any more surprises. The F is going on, glasses? He asks as Ida steps forward. Katsuki glances over to see Aizawa raising an eyebrow as well. Ida clears his throat, squaring his shoulders and looking directly at them. How can we help? Katsuki tenses, immediately making eye contact with Kaminari, who shrugs apologetically. We told the rest of the class what was going on. I know you kept it private for ages, but you expected us to just sit around and let you do this on your own. He freezes, letting the words wash over him. He's not quite sure what's happening to his insides right now, but the knowledge that the entire class would come on board immediately, just for his sake, makes his stomach flip in all kinds of uncomfortable ways. He doesn't even care that they all know his secret. He's too busy figuring out how to restart his brain. Aizawa hums. There's already a plan underway, he says. And your schoolwork. All due respect, sir, says Uraraka, cutting in. But we're heroes. There's a kid in danger, and Bakugo is our friend. We want to help. Katsuki swallows down the sudden lump in his throat. He's been such an but over the past year or so that he wasn't even sure some of the class considered him a friend. Honestly, this whole time, he thought the jury was out on anyone who wasn't in his core friend group. Kirishima already briefed us on the hero's plan, Yayarosa says. With all of us assisting, we should be able to cover more ground. Ida and I have already drafted up a plan that should work well with Sir Nitai's strategy. Katsuki falters for a moment, not quite knowing what to say. But after a brief pause, he shakes his head. You extras don't have to, he clears his throat. This isn't your fight. Todoroki shakes his head. Kaminari said that Midoriya was supposed to start UA with us. That makes him one of us. So yeah, it is. Ida nods, and Katsuki feels his respect for him increase drastically. Sir, he says, addressing Aizawa directly. We are students, but most of us are already experienced at search and rescue operations. And if anything goes wrong, I will personally take responsibility as the class representative. Would it be too much for Katsuki to make them all dinner for the next month? Aizawa sighs, but Katsuki can see him smiling underneath it. You kids are going to be the death of me. The class starts to get visibly excited, but before they can really celebrate, Aizawa holds up a hand. Each of you has to get approval from your respective supervisors. And I expect you to keep up with your coursework. I won't have you falling behind. All 19 of them nod. Yes, sir. The class says as a collective unit. Katsuki nearly weeps for the umpteenth time in 2 days. The next few weeks are hard. Some of the hardest of Katsuki's life. In the weeks after Deku died, Katsuki felt as if he was stuck in a hole he would never be able to crawl out of. Every move he made felt like it came at the end of running a marathon at full power, and some days it was hard even to just get out of bed. Those days were rough, but at least he knew what to expect for the most part. He got used to feeling like that after a while. He got to a point where he could manage just fine, even if he was snapping at people left and right. Eventually, the anger became familiar. This is a whole new kind of difficult. Katsuki likes knowing what to expect. But now he just feels vaguely volatile, like a different concoction is being made to order in the pit of his stomach every single day. Sometimes he wakes up and he's super optimistic, thinking today will be the day they'll finally catch a break and Deku's going to be fine. Sometimes he's filled with anguish, wondering how in the F they're ever going to find him if everything the heroes say about the shy Hasaikai is true. And sometimes he gets so frustrated and angry that he nearly explodes anything in his path. It's hard, but the thought of finally finding the nerd at the end of all this somehow keeps him standing. Night Eye's plan to split into teams and stake out the various Hasaikai hideouts proved to be a good one. Katsuki can't help but begrudgingly acknowledge the logic, even though it's frustrating as hell that they can't just start kicking down doors. Most everyone in the class is out in the field, gathering intel and relaying it back to the makeshift control room at Night Eye's agency. Some days, the field teams have nothing to report, while others are more productive. After the first week, they only manage to knock 2 hideouts off the list, and Katsuki feels the hopelessness start to creep in. The second proves more fruitful, another 5 places are eliminated. This would be so much easier if Katsuki was actually in the field with them. But instead he's stuck at the stupid command post, helping All Might and Night Eye and Aizawa, when he can be here, sift through recon reports and keep track of where everyone is. Katsuki chose to be there of course, but that doesn't make it any less hard to handle. He wanted to be in the field at first. He wanted to feel like he was doing something, helping to get boots on the ground and actually look for the idiot. But then, he remembered the first time this happened, how he blindly trusted the authorities to get shit done after they said he couldn't help. How they failed. After that, the choice to help run the command post was easy. They couldn't afford any mistakes this time. Night Eye and the other heroes grumbled about it at first. They wondered why the hell this obnoxious kid didn't trust them to do their jobs, and they worried that Katsuki was too close to the case to see things clearly. But then they saw how determined Katsuki was, how laser-focused on the job and, probably, how much he needed this, and they stopped questioning it. Katsuki even catches Night Eye giving him an approving glance, sometimes. The rest of the class comes to visit when they can. In between days spent in the field and in class, most of them manage to make it down to Night Eye's agency, trying their best to help out where they can and trying to distract Katsuki in the process. It helps, on days where he's especially frustrated or filled with despair. His squad comes by more often than anyone else. They keep him company on some of the long days, take him to the gym when he really needs to cool off, and help talk him down when he starts to get too wrapped up in his own head. Kaminari and Jiro bring him his favorite snacks, and Mina massages his shoulders as a way to at least try and make him relax. Shiro is the voice of reason, reminding Katsuki that Deku needs him at his best, and that they've got almost every hero in the vicinity working this case. Katsuki is so grateful for all of them. Kirishima stays with him most of all. He comes by Night Eye's agency almost every day, at least for a few minutes before heading out into the field. He walks Katsuki to class every morning, sometimes silently, and sometimes listening to Katsuki rant about the too slow progress they've been making. He lets Katsuki spar with him whenever he wants, under the guise of wanting to be ready for the eventual battle. But really, it's just to make Katsuki smile for a little bit, and Katsuki knows it. He holds Katsuki when he breaks down one night, after 18 days have gone by with only half of the possible locations crossed off the list. He's just a rock, both physically and metaphorically. He's a lot like Deku in so many ways. And every tiny reminder of the nerd makes Katsuki feel more and more like they may never find Izuku at all. Tonight, Katsuki stands hunched over the small table in the center of Night Eye's command post, sifting through security camera footage and listening to Rocklock and Ryukyu's reports. It's just more of the same. A whole lot of nothing without a single sign of where the idiot could be. Katsuki grits his teeth, clenching his fists on the table and trying to take deep breaths. Tea, young Bakugo? Katsuki jumps. All Might is standing behind him, offering him a mug of tea with a small smile on his face. He grits his teeth, but accepts the mug with a small nod. Thanks, he mutters. That's another thing that's been bugging him about all this. Katsuki insisted on staying at the command post, but that means that he's been spending more time with All Might than he ever has outside of school before. The old man may not be the symbol of peace anymore, but he definitely still has some serious clout in the hero scene, and he's been using it to their advantage. All Might has called in so many favors, willing to help out however he can despite his relationships with both Night Eye and Katsuki being strained at best. Maybe it's because he's got some sort of secret gig going on with Lemillion. The two of them are known to spend a lot of time together. All Might trained him separately from everyone else. But even so, Katsuki can't help but wonder why he stays, listening to Katsuki yell and snap at everyone when he could be coordinating with Tsukachi somewhere else. How are you holding up? All Might asks, all smiles when he really shouldn't be. He's always been nice like that, even if he isn't always the best teacher. Katsuki's shoulders hitch. How the f do you think? All Might's lips turn downwards, and he nods, as if he expected that. There's silence for a moment and then, we're doing the best we can. You're doing the best you can. We'll find him. Katsuki practically growls at him. It's late and he's tired and he didn't even ask for an inspirational FNG speech from All Might of all people. I know, he says. But somehow, despite his anger, his voice comes out low and monotone instead of as the angry retort he hoped for. Maybe he isn't really as put together as he thinks. Maybe it's all weighing on him more than he thought, the days without any leads growing longer and threatening to eclipse any hope he has left. Maybe the anger isn't enough to keep him going anymore. Katsuki snatches up the mug of tea to distract from his slip-up, taking a sip despite the way it burns too hot as it goes down. With a jolt, he realized that it's his favorite tea. It's the one he started drinking after Deku died, when his dad would make it for him on bad nights. All Might catches the way his eyes widen and he smiles. Kirishima said this one was your favorite. Katsuki scoffs to cover the way his stomach flips, going back to poring over the surveillance camera footage. There's silence for a few minutes, before All Might takes a seat across the table and pulls out a stack of files. The hell are you doing? He doesn't seem to care that Katsuki very obviously doesn't want him here. Night Eye's agency is backed up on their paperwork because of the search. Figured I'd help him pick up the slack, even if he keeps telling me to leave it alone. Katsuki bites his lip, but doesn't protest further. There he goes again, willing to help out despite being powerless and retired and well within his rights to tell Katsuki to F off because all he's done is treat him like shit and keep him at arm's length. And yet, here he is, still here and helping search for Katsuki's best friend like it's no trouble at all. They're all so willing to help, despite the fact that Katsuki's an emotionally stunted, heartbroken gremlin at best and an absolute monster at worst. Even if they find the nerd, he has no idea how he's going to manage to make it up to them all. Katsuki glances up at All Might, who is seemingly oblivious to the storm raging in Katsuki's head. He swallows, his mind replaying the messy history between himself and his teacher. Maybe it's too little, too late, but he may as well start trying now. Right? He sighs. Deku worships you, you know. All Might looks up, his expression one of curiosity. Katsuki's head tilts downwards, his eyes firmly fixed on the table in front of him as he talks. His whole life he looked up to you so much. The only reason he wanted to go to UA was because you did. Katsuki hears the chair squeak, like All Might has leaned back to focus on him, but he doesn't look up. He fucking knew every single stupid piece of trivia about you there ever was. We both admired you, but for him, you were everything he wanted to be. Bakugo. Katsuki continues before he can finish. He would have been so happy to meet you. You would have been sick of him on the first day of class. He can hear All Might's footsteps, like he's walking closer, but Katsuki still doesn't look at him. It's hard enough to tell him all this without having to look the man in the eye while he does. I could never look at you without thinking about him. I wanted to learn from you, but every time I tried to talk to you I would feel guilty as hell, 'cause he. A bony hand finds his shoulder. I know. Katsuki glances up in surprise, only to find All Might smiling fondly at him. Katsuki tenses all over. How the f could you know? I never said sheet. All Might squeezes his shoulder, still wearing that fond smile. Your parents met with the faculty, remember? Your mother cornered me, afterwards. She explained it all to me. Katsuki raises his eyebrows, and All Might nods in response to the question he hasn't asked. She told me that you might have a hard time being around me, because of Midoriya. Maybe he should have put that together when Aizawa mentioned meeting with his parents. But Katsuki never thought they would think to talk to All Might about this. He rubs at the back of his neck, averting his eyes. Sorry. For being such a d-dash. All Might shakes his head. Not necessary, my boy. It's all right. Damn it. Why is everyone being so nice about all this? Everybody's being real fucking casual about this, he grumbles, before he can stop himself. Just forgiving me right away for being in but for a year and a half, when I haven't earned that. All Might frowns at him. Bakugo, you don't have to earn anything. You lost your best friend at a young age. Heroes aren't really strangers to loss, and a loss like that at your age, that changes you. Your friends, family, teachers, we all know that. Everybody reacts to loss differently. No one's going to hold it against you. Katsuki grimaces. Yeah, well, he says, trying to hide how red his face is. Just figured I'd say sorry. Don't worry about it, All Might says, smiling again. When this is all over and we find young Midoriya, he can pick my brain himself. I'd really like to get to know him. Don't sign up for that until you meet him, Katsuki says, laughing despite himself as he bends back over the camera footage he was scrolling through. If you let Deku start asking you questions, he'll never stop. All Might takes his seat at the other end of the table, the two of them going back to work in silence. Katsuki's stomach churns, but he at least feels a little better knowing that the old man doesn't hate him too much for acting like a JRK. Maybe once this is all over he can finally start acting somewhat normal around him. The day drags on, long and grueling, and spent trying to find any hint of where Deku could be until Katsuki is ready to collapse. As the day turns to dusk and he makes his way back to UA with disappointment lodged inside his chest, he glances up at the sun setting over the horizon. "Where the f are you, Deku?" he mutters, as if somehow the wind will whisper the answer into his ear. 3 days later, they finally catch a break. Katsuki is slumped in a chair in the middle of Nightai's command post, reading through arrest reports of captured Hasaikai members and looking for links between them while Tsukachi does the same next to him. He never really liked the man much, but he's been working even harder than Katsuki has to track Deku down. It makes Katsuki appreciate him more, despite the fact that he has complicated feelings about law enforcement after they failed the first time around. Katsuki is halfway through reading about a man who can shoot a laser beam from his fingertip when Night-Eye comes into the room's central phone line. "Tsukachi, Bakugo, I think we found something." Katsuki tenses, before springing forward and rushing over to the phone. "What is it?" "We may have identified the location where they're holding Midoriya. I'm calling Ryukyu and Fat Gum's teams as we speak. We'll meet at the agency in 2 hours." Katsuki's heartbeat suddenly speeds up drastically, but somehow he manages to grumble out an affirmative. He can't entirely believe that he really heard what he just did. For a while, it really looked like they weren't going to find anything, and now. Katsuki swallows, running a shaky hand through his hair and texting Ida and Kirishima. Shitty Hair probably already knows, but Glasses is supervising a training session with the members of the class that aren't in the field, and they should probably be in the loop too. The next 2 hours drag on endlessly, as Katsuki tries and fails to get any meaningful information out of Night-Eye when they return. So he stubbornly waits, angry and hopeful and mildly terrified as the other heroes report back. But finally, Night-Eye convenes everyone in one of the spare conference rooms, and Katsuki is surrounded by Tsukachi, All Might, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, Lemillion and Sun Eater. Rock Lock, Nijire, and Gang Orca are responding to other incidents, and those present promise to brief them afterwards. After a few minutes, Katsuki starts getting impatient. "Well, you said you had a lead on Deku," he says, folding his arms across his chest and trying to hide how nervous he is. "This might be the only fucking shot we have." Night-Eye nods. Lemillion and I were stationed near one of the Hasaikai properties a few districts over from here, and happened upon one of their operatives entering a store not far from the premises. I used foresight to track his movements. Katsuki nods. He remembers All Might mentioning Night-Eye's quirk. It's useful and kind of freaky, but he doesn't really know much about how it works. "What did you see?" Fat Gum asks. Maybe it's Katsuki's imagination, but it seems as if Night-Eye is looking directly at him when he responds. "My quirk shows him entering the facility, then encountering another Hasaikai member who asks him to bring the green kid upstairs. The boss needs him for something." A few hours later, Katsuki stops moving. He stops thinking. Hell, he stops breathing. "He's there," he whispers. Night-Eye nods. His behavior at the store seems to confirm it. He was purchasing clothing of a size attributable to a teenage boy. It would seem that the Hasaikai sent him on a supply run. Katsuki can feel his hands trembling as his arms fall from across his chest. This whole time, a nagging voice in the back of his head kept wondering whether all this was really real, whether they were really going to pull this off, but now. "He's really there. We really found him," he says, still in a daze. Sure, at the end of the day, it wasn't Katsuki who found him, but he's much too happy to really care about that right now. Sun Eater gives him a bright smile, as does Ryukyu. "What's our plan to get him out?" Lemillion asks from the other side of the room. Tsukachi pulls out his phone. "I'll see about securing a search warrant. Shouldn't take long, given what we know. 2 days tops." Night-Eye nods. Ryukyu hums thoughtfully. "It'll take that long to get everyone assembled and prepped for a raid at any rate." Katsuki's breath hitches, and he can feel his heartbeat getting faster. "You mean?" Every eye in the room seems to turn towards him then, but it's Fat Gum who answers. He smiles, his hands curling into fists in front of him. "We're going in with everything we've got. We're getting your friend out of there, safe and sound." The words are echoed by firm nods from everyone in the room. Katsuki's knees are weak suddenly. He can't process much of anything besides the fact that they finally found him. He's finally going to get the nerd back. After over a year of thinking he was gone forever. He's gone through the same song and dance over and over, repeating those words so many times over the past few weeks, but he keeps getting stuck on that sense of surprise. He's silent for a long moment, fully aware that most of the room is still staring at him. They all know about his history with Deku by now, and it's a little weird to be the focus of all those stares. But the bigger part of him is suddenly overwhelmed with emotions again. "Thank you," he whispers after a long moment, his voice laced with awed disbelief. He doesn't know where it came from, why those words spilled from his lips suddenly, but he just feels like they need to be said. He lets out a shaky sigh, hanging his head. Just, thank you. All Might steps up, appearing behind him out of nowhere and resting a hand on his shoulder. You don't have to thank us, young Bakugo. Night Eye gives him an uncharacteristically fond smile. We're all heroes here, yourself included. Saving people is what we do. And you put just as much work into this operation as anyone else. More so, even. Katsuki swallows, swiping at his suddenly watery eyes. His mind is already racing, thinking about strategies and tactics and whatever the F else they're gonna need to do to get Deku out of there in one piece. He wants nothing more than to kick the diamond door in right now, but he knows they can't. Deku's life could be at stake if Katsuki acts like a reckless little sheet right now. So, he listens to Night Eye and the other heroes talk strategy, jumping in when necessary. But really, the larger part of him is consumed by memories, by thoughts of Deku and their friendship and the possibility of finally having that back. Hang on a little longer, idiot. We're coming for ya. Katsuki only hopes it's not too late. The front door of the building looms in front of them, silhouetted against the sunshine like a looming, imposing monster. But really, maybe that's what it is. Because instead of an average-looking residence like so many others in this immediate area, this place may as well be a DMN fortress. From the outside, it looks like any other building in this neighborhood, if a lot bigger. To the random passers-by, it probably seems like a wealthy family lives here. But the trained eye can see that the building is heavily fortified, from the larger, heavier metal door in the entranceway to the large steel fence that surrounds the complex. There are small cameras covering the exterior of the building that most people wouldn't spot, as well as control panels for what Katsuki suspects is a state-of-the-art defense system for the interior. The cameras are all pointed directly at the large crowd of police and heroes that are gathered outside of the building. They fucking know we're here. His hands crackle with a few sparks, his heart pounding against his chest as he waits for Tsukachi to give them the go-ahead to serve the warrant. He's been waiting for this moment for so effing long now, and it's finally here. He's so ready and so terrified, all at the same time. He shares a look with Shitty Hair as Tsukachi gives the order to storm the building, and out of the corner of his eye he sees Aizawa, Fat Gum, and Lemillion nod his way. Kirishima smiles that determined, optimistic grin of his, raising one fist in the air in a motion that's probably meant to soothe both of their nerves. Katsuki somehow manages to grin back, even with the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He's still not as keyed up for this as he is for most other fights. This is serious. This is personal. This needs to go well. He barely hears it as they get the go-ahead, barely feels his legs moving as he sprints forward alongside Night Eye and the other heroes. His thoughts are a mix of battle tactics and combat techniques and Deku as they make their way inside. When the class arrives at the appointed meeting spot, Aizawa pulls all of them aside. He gives the class a once-over for a moment, and Katsuki is suddenly terrified that he's going to change his mind and say that they have to sit this one out. He's already baring his teeth like an angry dog, ready to fight like hell if the pros even think about making him sit on the sidelines, when Aizawa gives them all a serious look. The majority of you will be assisting with perimeter control, keeping civilians away from the immediate area and containing any villains who attempt to escape. The rest of you will be on the offensive team, entering the building and helping the pros and police to capture the Hasaikai members. You've all been trained for this, and you've all had ample experience working alongside pros by now. Bring your best. Yes, sir, they say in unison. But before he lets them go, Aizawa gives them another meaningful look. Try and keep yourselves out of danger. I'll be going in with you, but stick close to your mentors and keep yourselves safe. When the class breaks off, each of them taking their respective positions and gearing up for a fight, Aizawa pulls Katsuki aside. I know you're not going to listen to a word I just said, he says, his voice pitched low and his eyes meeting Katsuki's with a meaningful look. But be careful, Bakugo. The missions that get personal are always the hardest. Katsuki glares at him. I can effing handle myself. Aizawa shakes his head. I know you can. Just don't lose your head, you hear me? He swallows, stealing his resolve and nodding. Very few people can get between Katsuki and his goals, when he's really serious about something, and Aizawa knows it. He seems satisfied with Katsuki's answer, bumping his fist against Katsuki's chest lightly before walking away to discuss the plan with Night Eye once again. Now or never, dynamite, he thinks. Predictably, all hell breaks loose the moment they storm the building. They really should have known better than to think this was all going to go smoothly, or that the Hasaikai would come quietly when the police and heroes showed up at their door. Instead, once Tsukachi serves the warrant and the heroes breach the door, they're accosted by a large, brawny man in a plague doctor mask that comes barreling into the courtyard and straight into Ryukyu. Katsuki thinks it might be one of the Hasaikai's so-called 8 bullets. But he barely has time to glance over his shoulder to catch what's going on, because the man's partner pulls a gun and aims it straight at Sunny Ader's head. Night Eye is faster, though, throwing a small object at the man's head and knocking him out in an instant. Katsuki raises an eyebrow. Whatever those things are, they really pack a punch. Aizawa wraps the unconscious man up in his capture weapon, launching him towards where a few of the police officers are waiting with restraints as Ryukyu wrestles with the larger villain. Night Eye JRKS his head. Leave these few to Ryukyu and the others guarding the perimeter, he says. The rest of you inside now. Remember what we came here for. Katsuki's fired up now, itching for a fight, but he sprints forward, keeping pace with Night Eye, Kirishima, Fat Gum Lemillion, Gang Orca, Sun Eater, and all the other pros pouring inside the building. It's chaos already, as the group of heroes rush past the initial foyer, down a hallway that's so narrow it can barely fit all of them. What's the fucking plan for eyes? Katsuki yells, skidding forwards on his knees to avoid a gunshot to the head and firing a blast at the approaching villain in the process. Your friend is somewhere in the lower levels of the building, Night Eye says, coming to a stop a few moments later in front of a seemingly innocuous wall decoration. The others will handle the villains in the courtyard, while he studies the desk in front of the wall for a moment, and Katsuki is just about to ask him whether he's lost his DMN mind when he presses on a hidden panel in the wall. Got it, Night Eye mutters, and Katsuki can't help but be impressed as a hidden door inside the wall slides open. All right. Kirishima, standing next to him, sticks his fist in the air before checking the surrounding hallways for pursuers. They knew we were coming, Katsuki thinks, as they enter the passageway and make their way down some surprisingly narrow stairs. They're too well coordinated for it to be anything else. The surprise attack at the front, keeping most of their supporting forces occupied while the leaders have the chance to escape, potentially with Deku in tow. Katsuki swallows, suddenly nervous all over again that this is only going to end in disaster. Aizawa materializes next to him as they emerge into a much larger hallway lined with concrete walls. Katsuki didn't even see him until now, but he's always been good at sneaking up on people. You're thinking this was all too well planned, Aizawa says as the group takes off running down the hallway. Definitely seems like they were ready for us, Fat Gum adds. Night Eye nods. They clearly have an informant or two that warned them about the raid, but they don't have much of a head start on us. Just stay focused. Like it's even possible for Katsuki to focus on anything else. This weird concrete bunker is all that's standing in between him and Deku, and he's not about to let that get in his way no matter what the Hasaikai decide to throw at them. The large concrete walls loom high above them as they keep moving forward, until Katsuki is breathing hard and the sweat is dripping down his back. They haven't met too much resistance yet, confirming Katsuki's suspicions. The bulk of their forces are likely upstairs, keeping most of the heroes contained. They can hear the fighting upstairs, the loud booms and shouting and the crackling sounds probably coming from Kaminari's lightning echoing down here. Their first surprise comes in the form of 3 hooded figures, appearing from nowhere in the dark space and evidently intending to take the heroes by surprise. Katsuki jolts when he sees them, but before he can cry out, he sees a tentacle whiz past his right arm and wrap around all 3 of them. Sun Eater moves to Katsuki's left, pulling the villains towards him and whacking all 3 of them on the head with a huge clam that's now formed where his hand used to be. Well, DMN. He's never actually seen the big 3 in action before, but he should have known they'd be pretty DMN good. Amajiki's always been so quiet that Katsuki wouldn't have expected that from him. Fat Gum claps Amajiki on the back, but before they can start moving again, Katsuki feels the floor rumble underneath their feet. What the? They barely have time to react, as the walls start moving, jerking and rumbling before a large barrier emerges from the spot where Katsuki was just standing. It's loud and fast, a wall of concrete sprouting up from the floor to cut off their attempts to move forward. Katsuki cries out, launching himself sideways a second later and grabbing Kirishima's arm for good measure to take him with him. It's over in a single moment, and when the movement dies down, Katsuki turns his head to see a new wall has trapped them here. He brushes the dust off of his knees, getting up from where he had landed on the floor. He turns his head to see Kirishima doing the same, both of them appearing uninjured. But they're also alone, with nothing but a dark hallway looming in front of. Katsuki pounds on the wall behind them, where the others are hopefully still standing. Hey, he yells. Are you extras good? Fat? Sun Eater? Sensei? You guys okay? Kirishima rolls his shoulder, shooting a worried glance at Katsuki. He can hear muted groans coming from the other side of the wall. We're fine, comes Aizawa's voice, the words tense and gruff. Are you too injured? Katsuki shakes his head, before remembering that the others can't see him. Nah, he says, lifting his arms in front of him. Stand back, I'll blast a hole through this thing. No. It's Night Eye's voice, this time. The walls are still moving back here. Until we figure out what's going on, we can't risk you setting off larger explosions and accidentally burying us all down here. Katsuki grits his teeth, but he can't deny the logic. Still, he's worried now, as little as he wants to admit it. Things are clear on this end, Kirishima says, his expression thoughtful. There's silence for a moment, as Katsuki contemplates what to do. How the hell are they supposed to get everyone else out from the other side of this FING barrier? How are they supposed to keep going with just the two of them? Gah! Katsuki jumps as Lemillion steps casually through the concrete wall as if it wasn't even there. Permeation. Hi guys, he says, waving at them brightly. Bakugo. Kirishima, Aizawa says, sounding as if he's standing closer now. If things are clear on your end, then keep moving. Lemillion will go with you, and the rest of us will find another way around. The villains are trying to split us up, distract us so we give them time to escape. If they're trying to split us up, it's fucking working, Katsuki grumbles. You all have your communicators, Night Eye says, and Katsuki tenses. TFING forgot about it until right at this moment. In the event that we lose contact, we'll meet back up at the surface. Night Eye keeps talking, yelling out the path that Katsuki and the others should take as Katsuki listens intently, committing the information to memory. Find Midoriya, Bakugo. The rest of us will catch up. You can do this. It's Aizawa's voice again, softer this time. Good luck. But Kirishima sounds unsure, but Katsuki can feel the ground rumbling beneath his feet again. He's not sure what's going on the other side of the wall, but from the way the others' voices are getting louder, it can't be good. And it's only a matter of time before the weird moving walls start spreading to this side of the barrier. Go! Aizawa yells. Get to your friend and be careful. Their leader is still around somewhere, so until we catch him, be on your guard. Kirishima, keep an eye on the problem child for me. Katsuki grumbles, but Shitty Hair smiles brightly. Got it, sir. Lemillion, keep them safe. Night Eye again. Mirio clenches his fist, nodding earnestly before jerking his head at Katsuki. He takes one last look back at the wall, before sprinting forward again, running down the hallway at a breakneck pace. They've gone a ways further with little resistance when Mirio turns to Katsuki. Sir is really proud of you, you know? Katsuki can't hide his surprise. He's still focused on getting to Deku above all else, and for some reason the small statement pulls at something. The closer they get to, hopefully, finding Izuku, the weirder his emotions feel. The hell? Is this really the time, Ghost Boy? Lemillion shrugs. Just thought you should know. He can be a stick in the mud sometimes, but he's really rooting for you to pull this off. We all are. Something churns in Katsuki's stomach as they jog further into the underground complex. This place is a demon maze, and Katsuki has no idea how far they've come so far, but something in his gut tells him that they're going the right way. Katsuki opens his mouth to say something else, when Mirio shoves him forwards, sending him stumbling out of the way of some sort of projectile that hits the ground behind him. Two men are standing in front of them, one hanging from the ceiling and one standing directly in their path, seemingly unbothered by their presence. Katsuki jolts when he recognizes them, two more members of the 8 Bullets, but Katsuki is too focused on how to bring them down to worry about their names at the moment. Well, the one on the ground says, as the one hanging from the ceiling cackles. I expected more than this. Ha! Katsuki yells, moving into a fighting stance. The F, is that supposed to mean? Kirishima hardens his skin, bracing for a fight. They're trying to distract us, man. Katsuki reaches for one of the grenades hanging from his belt. Just because he knows large explosions are dangerous underground doesn't mean that he's completely defenseless. But instead Lemillion charges forward, phasing his body so that a bullet goes straight through his stomach. Geez, that's gotta be jarring before throwing something that looks like one of Nightai's support items at the man hanging from the ceiling. He misses, but a moment later Katsuki realizes that he was aiming for the pipe that the man is hanging from instead of the man himself. The pipe bends, the villain losing his grip and falling to the floor. Lucky enough for them, he lands right on top of his companion, the both of them landing in a heap and giving them a small window of opportunity. They're already getting back up, and Katsuki leans back to toss the grenade in his hand when Mirio shoves him forward again. I can keep these two busy. You two go. Find Midoriya. Katsuki opens his mouth to protest. This keeps FING happening. They're getting picked off one by one and split up from one formidable group into small isolated pockets. So far he's escaped any real fighting, but just from running down this never-ending FNG hallway, he can feel his muscles aching and his breathing coming in short pants. The fear is kicking in now, the worry that it's just going to be the two of them and they're never going to find Deku and all this shit is going to be for nothing. Bakugo, go. I'll buy you time. Kirishima tugs on his arm, and Katsuki swallows down the lump in his throat. Everybody's fucking buying him time, stalling the villains so that he can do what they came here to do. It's all suddenly overwhelming, but he can't lose it now. Not in the middle of the fight, when he needs to keep his wits about him and act like a DMN hero instead of a scared kid. He takes one last look at Mirio, who's already turning towards the villains and trying his best to keep them occupied. Katsuki looks down at the grenade in his hand, reaching to pull two more off his belt. Take these. They're not that strong, but they pack a punch. Regroup with the others when you can. We're gonna need a fucking exit strategy after all this. Mirio smiles, running forward to catch the grenades and putting a body in between Katsuki and Kirishima and the villains in the process. He's a good guy. Katsuki really FING hopes that his stupid rescue mission isn't about to get him and the others all killed. But he doesn't have too much time to dwell on it. Kirishima is calling his name, urging him to move, and Katsuki sprints down the hallway again. He feels a bit like a rat trapped in a maze, running from room to room only for Deku to remain stubbornly out of his reach. What the F were they thinking doing this? They should have tried something else, should have gotten more pros to help, should have picked the Hasaikai off one by one until. Stop it, Shitty Hair says, snapping him out of his thoughts. He's a little bit in front of Katsuki, but even from behind him Katsuki can picture the look on his face. I can practically feel you thinking too much. We've got this. The others knew what they were getting into. Katsuki swallows, shaking his head as if that will somehow chase away his racing thoughts. I know, he says, stopping to catch his breath for a second. It's just. Before he can finish that sentence, he feels something collide with his side, knocking him on his but as Kirishima calls his name. Katsuki recovers quickly, rolling over where he landed on the floor and rising smoothly to one knee. One arm comes up to hold his bruised shoulder, and he looks up to see that the thing that collided with him is apparently a person, a small Hasaikai member wearing their signature plague mask and twirling a knife between his fingers. The F is with you BSs and sneaking up on people, Katsuki mutters, as the villain cackles in front of them. Shitty Hair pulls him to his feet, and Katsuki experimentally rolls his shoulder. Nothing broken or dislocated from the feel of it. The man in the plague mask Katsuki didn't bother to learn the names of these extras beyond the 8 bullets, of which this guy is clearly not one. Sneers at the two of them. Only 2 of you managed to get through, he says, still laughing. And a couple kids at that? His voice is nasally, and it grates on Katsuki's nerves dangerously. Katsuki rolls his eyes, charging forward before the man can get another word in edgewise. He's suitably warmed up by now, on edge and set off and ready for Chisaki's effing henchmen to stop getting in his demon way. Surprisingly, the villain lets Katsuki get in close, seemingly uncaring for what he's going to do and not moving to get away. When Katsuki's only a few feet away from the man he strikes, letting out a small blast aimed directly at the villain's face. He ducks, as Katsuki expected, sending him moving directly towards Katsuki's outstretched fist. It connects a moment later, a strong right hook to the face, and before the villain can recover, Kirishima grabs the man's other arm and vaults him overhead and onto the floor. He hits the ground with a loud smack, and Katsuki makes eye contact with Shitty Hair as the man rolls over and springs back up like it was nothing. The two of them have been in so many fights together over the years that they're practically a well-oiled machine by now. There's little need for communication by now. Kirishima is so in tune with Katsuki's movements and his fighting style that they always seem to fall into step nicely. The level of synchronicity Katsuki has with Kirishima when they fight has come the closest out of anyone to mimicking his relationship with Deku. So, maybe it's fitting that Kirishima is here now, when he's finally on the cusp of finding the nerd again. The two of them charge at the villain together, not giving him a moment to breathe before they're both on top of him. Shitty Hair knocks his weapon away with an open-handed strike to the forearm, and Katsuki follows up with a left cross to the stomach. Katsuki and Kirishima fall into step seamlessly, aiming punch after punch as the man stubbornly evades more than a few of them. But eventually he manages to land a couple hits of his own, and Katsuki takes a fist to the stomach that is much more powerful than it has any right to be. Strength-enhancing quirk? The villain takes advantage of his momentary daze, pulling a knife from nowhere and slashing Katsuki's arm a slice right up the side of his tricep. Katsuki cries out, "It's not that deep, but it stings like hell," and he shakes his head as if to banish the pain. But before he really has time to dwell on it, he and Kirishima are both knocked backwards, as the villain grabs Shitty Hair's arm and sends him barreling right into Katsuki's body. He gets up quickly, looking around and trying to figure out where this little sheet disappeared to when he hears that laughter again, coming from behind him, this time. Katsuki whirls, stretching his arm forwards and preparing to fire an AP shot. But before he can shoot, something gray and familiar whizzes through the air, wrapping the villain in a tight hold before pulling him backwards hard, sending him careening into the opposite wall. Katsuki blinks, turning around and expecting to see Aizawa-sensei there, but instead, mindfuck? The hell are you doing here? How did you even get here? Shinso is breathing hard, retracting the capture weapon as he straightens up to look at Katsuki. He's sporting a black eye, and it looks like he's bleeding from a shallow cut on his left forearm, but he's otherwise alright. He was supposed to be with the extras up top. Why is he? Did you run all the way down here, man? Kirishima pipes up. Is everyone else okay? Did you see the others? Shinso nods, still catching his breath as he taps one finger against the side of his voice changer. Don't know, didn't see anyone else. But the quickest way to get directions is to ask, remember? He says in between pants. You idiots need me more than they do. Won't see me grumbling about it, Katsuki says, smirking as he glances towards where the villain has started to get up again. Just try and keep up. It's a meaningless jab. Katsuki already knows that Shinso can hold his own with the best of them. But he can see Hitoshi smirking even behind that voice changer. His eyes give him away. It gives Katsuki a tiny boost in energy that makes him feel just that much more confident that they can pull this off after all. The three of them turn back towards the villain as he grunts, standing upright and stalking towards them with murderous intent. Katsuki gets ready to fire again, but before he can let off a blast, a bullet whizzes past his head, bouncing harmlessly off of Shitty Hair's forearm and ricocheting into the wall. Careful! Kirishima yells, bracing his arms protectively in front of his face. Katsuki fires off a blast towards the opposite wall. He misses, and the man laughs like he knows it, but Katsuki wasn't going for a direct hit this time. Instead, the smoke from the blast fills the space between them and the villain, putting up a smokescreen for a few moments. It's all the opportunity Shinso needs, and he twirls the dial on his voice changer. Behind you, he yells, mimicking the voice of some extra Katsuki doesn't know. It seems to work, though, because as the smoke clears, he sees the man swiveling around to glance behind him with a startled look on his face. What? His jaw goes slack a second later, and Katsuki smirks wildly. He's always liked Shinso. He's got a no-nonsense attitude that Katsuki respects, and his sass actually manages to make Katsuki laugh more than once, even when Katsuki doesn't want to admit it. Whose voice was that? Kirishima asks, relaxing his hardening now that they're out of immediate danger for the moment. Mindfuck just shrugs, brushing the dust and some small debris from the blast off of his legs. Someone I ran into on the way here. Seemed like a mid-level guy. The three of them walk up to the now stationary villain, standing at attention and ready for Shinso to tell him what to do. Shinso gives the man a hard, angry look. Tell us where to go to find the kid. The man barely blinks, before lifting his arm. One's all the way down that far hallway, and under the main compound, he says, and Katsuki feels a little lightheaded. They still have a ways to go, but they're so close. He can practically see Deku standing in front of him. He turns around, already moving in the direction the man is pointing. But then, the other one's back towards the way you came, about 2 floors up. Katsuki freezes. His whole body goes rigid, every muscle clamping up as the words wash over him. He turns back around slowly, and as he does, he sees the same startled expressions on Shinso and Kirishima's faces. There's more than one kid here? Katsuki's eyes widen. If there's really a second kid here, that complicates things immensely. He's already advancing on the villain, grabbing him by the collar and holding one gauntlet hand directly in front of his face. Never mind that the guy is brainwashed into oblivion and probably doesn't even register it. Katsuki doesn't care. He's suddenly mad, furious and terrified that somebody decided to throw a wrench into their plans. Kirishima rests a hand on his shoulder. Take it easy, man. Midori is here. We're going to find him. His voice brings Katsuki a little closer to earth, but he's still having some trouble breathing. He came here for Deku, but if there's really a second kid captive here, they need to get them out too. Deku would never forgive him if he knew they left someone behind. After a moment, Katsuki manages to take a deep breath, looking up at Shinso and away from the villain. Make this idiot tell me the truth, he says, his voice low and icy. The villain has evidently recovered by now, and he laughs in Katsuki's face, seemingly unbothered by the threatening fist an inch from his head. I'm not telling you anything, he says, laughing. Shinso is quick on the draw, though, fiddling with the dial on his mask. Shut the F up, you beach butt extra, he yells in Katsuki's voice. Make me. The man's jaw goes slack again, and Katsuki turns towards Shinso, momentarily distracted. I do not sound like that, you be, Katsuki says, glaring at him. Shinso shrugs. You absolutely do. It's part of your charm. Katsuki laughs, loud and piercing and echoing through the room. Yeah, it's a serious moment and they're stuck somewhere underground in the lair of a formidable opponent, but his heart is beating really fing fast, and he really needed to laugh. The small reprieve releases a minuscule amount of the tension in his body. So, what do we do? Kirishima asks, his expression thoughtful. We've got to let the others know what's going on, right? Shinso shakes his head. Bakugo's got the right idea. We need to know what we're dealing with first. He turns back to the motionless villain. Answer his next 5 questions truthfully, he says, breathing slightly erratic. Katsuki knows it takes a lot of energy for Shinso to command someone to talk, but he had no idea he stretched his limit to 5 questions. If the situation were different, he would have time to be impressed. Where is the kid with green hair? The boy. The villain points in the direction they came from. 2 floors up. So the other one must be further down. But that means... And the other kid? Who are they? Little girl. Powerful one, he says. Boss little experiment. That one makes Katsuki's skin crawl, but it's progress. 3 more questions. Which of them is more heavily guarded? Boss took the girl with him, and he's not one you want to mess with. The boy's stuck behind 6 layers of reinforced steel, but he's not going anywhere, so we don't bother keeping too heavy a watch on him. A pit opens up in Katsuki's stomach, because that statement implies something that he really doesn't like. He knows he shouldn't, but he can't resist asking. What the hell do you mean he isn't going anywhere? What the f did they do to him? Bakugo. Answer me, fuckhead. He knows his voice is growing frantic, but he doesn't care if Deku is hurt or worse. Boss used to keep him drugged in case he tried anything. Still does, sometimes, but Chisaki told him he'd kill the girl if he tried running, and the kid was dumb enough to believe it, so he sticks around. Katsuki makes a noise that sounds like a punched-out wheeze. Of FING course. That's probably the most Deku thing he's ever heard, to sacrifice himself like an idiot if it meant keeping someone else safe. But his blood starts boiling again at the mention of them drugging Deku into being. He takes a shaky breath, clenching and unclenching his fists. He can't think about that right now. Finish the DMN mission. There'll be time later to process whatever the F his body is doing right now. He knew it was going to be ugly, but... Katsuki. It's Kirishima's voice, and Katsuki turns to see him standing close by. You okay? Katsuki lets out another breath. He's still got one more question left. What's the quickest way to the spot where you're keeping the boy? He asks, his voice low and monotone. He feels torn in two. The girl needs the strongest fighters if she's really stuck with their leader. But Deku needs him. What are you? The villain gives him the directions quickly, cutting off Shinso's question, and Katsuki repeats it over in his head. Thanks, he mutters, before firing off a stun grenade and knocking the man out with a single punch. It helps to release some of the frustration he's feeling. All right, new plan, he says, running a hand through his hair that definitely does not shake. God damn it. Katsuki. Kirishima's voice sounds gentle, comforting, but Katsuki shrugs it off. He needs to be dynamite right now. He taps the communicator on his ear. Hey, Four Eyes. Aizawa-sensei. Anybody? You read me? For a moment, he's worried that no one will respond, that something terrible has happened and they'll be trapped down here alone. But then, I read you, Bakugo. Are you all right? Katsuki swallows at the sound of Nightai's voice. He's breathing hard, like he's just come out of a fight, but Katsuki doesn't have time to dwell on whether he or the other heroes are all right. He doesn't know if the other pros are listening, but if he can let Night-Eye know, he'll tell the rest. Got a problem, he mutters. There's 2 kids trapped here. He gives Night-Eye the cliff notes from the villain's information, holding his breath in the agonizing pause that follows. He can almost see Night-Eye turning the new intel over in his brain, figuring out what to do. Katsuki has no idea what's going on up there, but he can hear what sounds like fighting muffled thumps and voices followed by loud crashes and bangs coming through the communicator. From the worried look Kirishima shares with Shinso, they must hear it too. This complicates things, Night-Eye mutters before his voice hardens. Keep going. Get to Midoriya and get him out of there. The rest of us will handle finding the girl. If she's with Chisaki, that's where most of our resources will need to concentrate. Our priority is capturing him and saving the kids. We'll get her out of here, Lemillion chimes in. Katsuki releases the breath he was holding. Apparently most of them are still in one piece. Aizawa's voice comes through next. I'm on my way to you. May take me a while to get there, but I'll bring whatever reinforcements I can. Katsuki nods, before remembering that he's stuck underground away from the rest of the group and they can't see him. Got it. Be careful down there, is all Aizawa says, before Katsuki hears a loud cry coming from somewhere in the background and the line goes dead. He has no idea what the hell they're facing up there, but whatever it is, it can't be good. Shinso and Kirishima are watching him, evidently waiting for him to make the first move. As much as he hates it, he's always been one of the natural leaders of the class, and right now it feels more uncomfortable than anything else. He turns to Shinso, meeting his eyes. The others are going to need him more than Katsuki will. Whatever you did to get here so quick, do it again, Katsuki says. Go back and find whoever you can. Help them contain this sheet. Aizawa's bringing backup. Four Eyes and the pros are going to need you. Shinso PPS his head, removing the voice changer so that Katsuki can see him frowning. Are you sure? Are you two going to be okay on your own? Katsuki glances at Kirishima, his usual wild smile spreading across his face. Shitty Hair is wearing a similar grin. This is the kind of sheet they're used to, fighting together against shitty odds. We'll be fine. We shouldn't run into too much trouble, 1 or 2 villains at most. And once Sensei gets here, it'll be a cakewalk. Shinso, go, Kirishima says, when Mindfuck still looks unsure. We've got this. It'll be fine. See you on the other side, yeah? Shinso deliberates for a few moments, before his brow furrows into a determined expression. Don't die. It'll be dull without you two around. And I'm dying to meet Midoriya after all this is over, so I really hope you find him. Katsuki blinks. That might be the nicest thing Shinso has ever said to him. After Shinso turns and starts jogging back the way he came, Katsuki's gaze hardens, his smirk slipping into something more serious. Deku's close, potentially injured, and Katsuki doesn't care what the F gets in his way. He's not waiting anymore. Come on, he says, jerking his head forward. He starts sprinting forwards at a breakneck pace, taking the opposite path to Shinso when they come to a fork in the hallway. He can practically feel shitty hair worrying next to him as they make their way towards the location provided by the villain, but he can't bring himself to talk. It's like some kind of energy is thrumming through his whole body, something getting stronger and stronger the closer he gets to Deku. It's like his body and his mind just know Izuku is close by, like the closer he gets the more he can feel some invisible thread connecting them together like something out of a DMN myth. It's the first time he's felt that sensation since Deku died. Katsuki moves a little bit faster once that thought crosses his mind. He has no idea how long he and Kirishima have been running, but after a while they find themselves in a long hallway, and Katsuki can see a large metal door at the end of it. Deku is behind that door. He's breathing hard, the cut on his arm is throbbing painfully, and he's already exhausted despite being mostly unscathed as of yet. But Deku is behind that FANG door. Katsuki lets out a breathy laugh, sprinting forward with Kirishima following closely on his heels. But before he can make it to the end of the hallway and open said door, Katsuki sees a figure step out of the shadows, wearing the signature Hasaikai plague mask and holding two large whips. So much for Deku not being guarded, he thinks, his fury rising. A second glance reveals that they're not whips. They appear to be attached to the villain's hands and made up of tiny blades, and Katsuki launches himself into the air when the villain propels it forwards. Kirishima hardens his skin, so the whip bounces right off him, but a moment later, Katsuki cries out as a sharp pain laces up his right leg. He swivels in midair, using an explosion to do it, and he's startled to see a second villain with a similar knife whip. Must be their quirks. Katsuki lands on the ground, yelling again as his injured leg buckles under the weight. It's deeper than the cut on his arm, but Katsuki doesn't have time to dwell on it, even though it makes it FNG hard to move now. He doesn't care about the risk of collapsing the hallway anymore. He doesn't care that explosions are dangerous underground, or that he's supposed to be restraining himself. Deku is only a few feet away from him, and these fuckers are in Katsuki's way. Die, he yells, abandoning any and all restraint. His leg protests as he bends backwards to avoid a whip that flies past his shoulder, but one large blast from his right hand has the villain flying backwards, landing on their butt. The voice that cries out is feminine, but Katsuki doesn't let up, firing off an AP shot directly at the whip and actually breaking a piece of it. The woman shouts again. Katsuki realizes that the whips must be attached to her. Her friends must be too. This one is down for the count for now, so Katsuki moves back to where Shitty Hair is fighting, whips bouncing off his hardened skin but nicking tiny cuts in the process. He can see Kirishima gritting his teeth, stubbornly refusing to cry out as his hardening starts to fail and the small blades pierce him over and over again. He's not too far away, but the pain in Katsuki's leg gets harder to manage as he starts limping forward. Katsuki makes a noise that's almost a growl, but before he can make his stubborn, injured leg move to getting closer, he feels a rush of cold whoosh past him. A moment later, a large block of ice erupts in front of them both, caging in the woman attacking Kirishima and freezing her whole body. Katsuki turns around, admittedly with some effort, to see Icy Hot standing behind them with his arm outstretched. There's a shallow cut across one of his cheeks, and the left side of his body is covered in frost, like he's overused his ice a bit. He's panting, breathing hard, but he looks like he's okay, otherwise. Katsuki should have expected that. Todoroki has always been one of the strongest in the class. The hell are you doing here, Icy Hot? Where the F is sensei? Todoroki shakes his head, running towards them and looking worried. The ice is already starting to crack a bit. They only have a few moments. He and Kaminari were attacked by one of the 8 bullets. We got separated. I sent Shinso along to help and informed the others. Katsuki groans as his leg buckles, and before he can yell something about not needing help, Todoroki's arm reaches out to steady him. Bakugo, are you? I'm fine, he groans, knocking Icy Hot's arm away. He glances down to see blood soaking the leg of his costume, still oozing from the large cut. It's not that bad, not deep enough to really be life-threatening, but it's certainly a DMN inconvenience right about now. Katsuki can see the ice cracking, see the door on the other side of the room looming further away than ever. He turns around, intending to finish what he started and blast these pieces of sheet into oblivion, but Shitty Hair and Todoroki both shake their heads. We'll keep these two busy for now, Todoroki says, jerking his head towards the end of the hallway. Midoriya is behind that door, isn't he? We can handle the villains while you get him out of there. Katsuki thinks for a moment, pushing past the pain and kicking his brain into gear. Splitting up again feels like a bad idea. Todoroki and Kirishima might need his help. These two are strong, and the more they split up the more Katsuki worries that this might end tragically. Todoroki doesn't give him time to argue, firing a second ice wall at where the two villains are starting to get up again and trapping them temporarily. We'll catch up with you when these two are down for the count. It shouldn't take long with two of us here. Kirishima nods, giving Katsuki an encouraging smile. Katsuki glances between them and the door. He doesn't have a ton of time. If he's going to do this, it's gotta be fast. He sighs, fighting a wince as he swivels on his injured leg. Don't die, morons, he says, propelling himself forward with his explosions rather than walking. It's a small compromise. It takes the ache away from his leg and moves it to his arms instead. He doesn't hear Todoroki and Kirishima's response, and he doesn't look back at the fight. If he looks back, he'll turn back, and he's too damn close to finally reaching Deku to do that. He keeps his eyes on the steel door in front of him, growing closer and closer until he lands in front of it. His leg buckles as he stands, but he doesn't care, not when he can hear his heartbeat loud in his ears and feel the anticipation coiling in his veins. The door is made of solid steel, and Katsuki's anger grows when he sees that it's more of a vault than a door. Katsuki's seething with rage as he stands in front of it, bracing his hands against the locking mechanism as the sweat pools beneath his gloves. They fucking locked him up like a prize animal in a DMN circus. What the F kind of person does that shit? What did they do to him? The explosion bursts from his hands with a loud bang, made so powerful and hot by the force of Katsuki's anger that it practically melts the lock. There's a hole blown through the door, and Katsuki swallows down the sudden burst of anxiety as he starts to push it open. What if Deku's not here after all? What if they fucking killed him the minute Chisaki saw them coming? What if he's so messed up that he doesn't even recognize Katsuki? What if he doesn't even want to leave? Katsuki takes a deep breath. Then too. As he inhales for the third time, he pries the door fully open and makes his way inside. The room is surprisingly bare. The walls are solid concrete, and there's nothing that can even vaguely be called a decoration. There's a small box in the corner of the room, and Katsuki can see a few articles of clothing sticking out of the top. There's a sink in the corner, along with a door that presumably, hopefully leads to a bathroom. It's more like a prison cell than anything else, and it makes something dark stir in Katsuki's gut. The thought of Deku being trapped in here this whole damn time, it makes Katsuki want to burn the whole FING place to the ground. But any thought in Katsuki's brain winks out of existence as his eyes drift to the center of the room. His whole body stiffens, his eyes widening and tears prickling at the corners. There's a small bed in the center of the room that looks uncomfortable as hell. But that's not what captures Katsuki's attention, what holds him enraptured and enthralled and oblivious to anything else around him. Because sitting on top of that bed, staring at him with wide, fearful eyes, is a face that's only been a memory for the past year and a half. His eyes look hazy, muted, like his awareness is muddled by something, as opposed to the bright, brilliant shine that Katsuki remembers so vividly. But Katsuki would recognize that tangled mess of green hair even if he forgot his own DMN name. Deku, Katsuki says, the word leaving his lips in a shaky exhale. Izuku stares at him like he's seeing a ghost, like he can't believe that Katsuki is real and he isn't sure if he's dreaming or not. Katsuki's eyes scan every inch of Izuku's body that he can see, subtly assessing the damage as his anger grows. He knows there are tears leaking from his eyes and his mouth is hanging open like a fish, but he can't do anything about it. Izuku looks a lot thinner than Katsuki remembers, the muscle mass that he gained while training for UA almost completely gone. There's a bruise underneath his left eye, and Katsuki can see a massive scar covering most of his upper arm. In fact, his arms and hands are covered in scars that he most certainly did not have when he vanished. There are even a few scattered across his legs, which are hanging off the edge of the bed and not quite touching the floor. It makes Katsuki see red all over again. Someone hurt him, and Katsuki wasn't here to stop it, and Katsuki might never forgive himself for that. Neither one of them has said anything yet. They're both just staring, silently committing the other to memory as if this is the last time they'll ever see each other. Katsuki knows they need to move, that they need to get the F out of here before Overhaul or his lackeys make an appearance again, but he doesn't care. He doesn't care about anything except Izuku, suddenly here and awake and alive and everything Katsuki thought he would never be again. Katsuki feels something painful inside his chest, some feeling that he hasn't felt since they told him Deku was gone. It's like everything inside him that died with Deku is suddenly being born again now that he's here, and Katsuki can't help the wide, genuine smile that spreads across his face. He lets out a shaky laugh, the nervous kind, like this whole thing is a mirage that's a second away from crumbling. 1,000 memories flash through Katsuki's head at once, from their early childhood to just before UA. Every time he playfully shoved Deku into a bush, every time Deku dunked his head underwater or punched him in the arm when he was being a jerk, every time they watched a movie together and every time they sat on one of their beds making plans for the future, when they would be heroes together. It all led them here, to Katsuki staring at Deku in the middle of a giant bunker and thinking that he's the most beautiful goddamn thing he's ever seen. He takes one shaky step forward. Deku is still staring at him with wide eyes, his eyes watering. Katsuki's arm is outstretched, and inside his head his brain is screaming, his thoughts racing a mile a minute but most of all begging Deku to say something. Idiot, say something, please let this be real. Don't let this be a FNG trap. Izuku opens his mouth, the ghost of a smile on his lips. It's a sad one, like he's thinking the same thing Katsuki is. It's like he's wondering whether Katsuki is just a dream, a memory come back to haunt him and torment him alongside whatever the Hasaikai have been doing. But before Izuku can say anything, his eyes widen even further, his expression morphing into a fearful one. Katsuki can feel something inside him jolt, his brow furrowing as his hazy, disbelieving brain tries to catch up with what's happening. He wants so desperately for Izuku to say something, but when he does speak, Katsuki feels his heart plummet to the pit of his stomach. Watch out! Izuku yells, and that voice washes over Katsuki like a warm bath, like a glass of ice water on a hot day or a soothing massage after a long workout. Even though that voice is panicky and fearful, it makes Katsuki smile brightly. Right before he feels the knife pierce his ribcage, sinking deep through bone and muscle and sending pain shooting through his entire body. Katsuki's ears fill with white noise. He wheezes, glancing down in surprise just in time to see someone pull the blade from his chest and stand in front of him. Katsuki reaches up to blast the villain, thoughts hazy and messy but leave Deku alone chiefest among them. He tries to fire off an explosion, he really does, but his vision starts to blur and he can feel his limbs getting weaker as he stumbles back, falling to his knees. The pain is overwhelming suddenly, and his arms and legs feel cold. Why is he cold? Why is everything so bright? Not this. Not like this. He was supposed to save Deku, get them both out of here and then spend the rest of his goddamn life never letting the nerd go. He wasn't supposed to make Deku watch him die, after everything he's already been through. He can see Izuku running towards him, his hand outstretched. Katsuki can feel his strength ebbing away, but suddenly he's not worried. Not really. Deku is here and his quirk was made for this, he remembers. Deku's never let him down a single day in his life. There's nobody he trusts more in the entire goddamn world to pull him out of this than Izuku. But it still FNG hurts, and something clenches inside his chest when his hazy brain registers the look on Izuku's face. Katsuki's practically lying on the floor now, but Izuku looks like he's the one who's been stabbed as Katsuki coughs wetly. He can taste blood in his mouth, and his vision is starting to go black at the edges. Izuku is shouting something, glaring at the villain with tears in his eyes, and Katsuki aches. He swears, if they somehow make it out of this, he's going to work so goddamn hard to never put that look on Deku's face again. Katsuki's eyes begin to drift shut, but even as his strength fades, he struggles to focus for long enough to hear what Izuku is shouting. He wants to hear that voice again. He spent so long living without it that he wants to drink it in as much as possible. Even if this is really the end, he wants one last taste of Deku's voice to carry him through. He wants to hear that DMN's stupid nickname one more time. Just once. His vision clears for long enough to focus on Deku's face one last time, on the tears trailing down his face and the horror in his eyes. She hates making Deku cry. One gloved hand reaches out, as if to wipe the tears away, but his arm falls limply to the ground before he can. He wants to say he's sorry, that he's so FNG happy that Deku's alive, but all that comes out is another wet cough. FNG say something, say it, Deku please. The last thing he sees is Izuku running towards him again, and as Katsuki's entire world fades to black, he hears one word, spoken with so much raw agony that it makes Katsuki's insides clench even as consciousness leaves him. Kacchan. For as long as Izuku Midoriya can remember, Katsuki Bakugo has been his friend. Izuku can still remember the day they met, way back when they were toddlers. His mother had said something about going to her friend's house. Izuku was a shy kid, so he was a little nervous, grabbing one of his many All Might action figures to take with him. Maybe it's a cliché, but when he saw the small blonde boy standing next to his mother's friend, he just knew they were going to be friends too. He marched over to Izuku with a confident look on his tiny face that Izuku couldn't help but admire. He's so cool, he remembers thinking even back then. He'd never seen anyone look that confident other than All Might on TV. He managed to smile at the other boy, giving him a small wave. He stared back for a moment, before he said that Izuku had a cool action figure and Izuku finally felt brave enough to step away from his mother and introduce himself. They played together all the time after that. Izuku found out that the other boy's name was Katsuki, and he loved heroes just as much as Izuku did. And once they became friends, they would talk about being heroes together whenever they could. It was never in question, it wasn't a matter of if they could do it, but when they would. Katsuki always said he was going to be the number one, and Izuku would be one step behind him, at number two. He was fine with that. He admired Katsuki so much, and if anyone deserved the number one spot, he did. Izuku didn't mind letting Katsuki have the top spot, as long as he got to be right next to him when it happened. Izuku doesn't know when Katsuki became Kacchan, but once he did, it felt weird to call him anything else. It probably happened back when they were still babies, but ever since it did, Kacchan never complained. He would sometimes roll his eyes and grumble that it was dumb as they got older and started school, but he never seriously minded. In fact, Izuku could see the way the tips of Kacchan's ears turned pink when he called him that, like he thought it was cute or something. It always made Izuku smile, like Kacchan was proud to be his friend. Izuku became Deku when they were 5, and once that happened, it was like the two of them had their own secret little names for each other that no one else could touch. He never minded being Deku, not when Kacchan said it. When Kacchan called him Deku, it felt like a mark of distinction, a badge of honor that meant the two of them were really best friends. Only best friends have nicknames for each other that no one else was allowed to use, right? Katsuki was Kacchan, and Izuku was Deku, and it didn't matter what anyone else thought. Those names were theirs, and no one else's. Their quirks came at very different times, and for a while, Izuku worried that quirks would be the thing to tear them apart. Kacchan's quirk came first, because of course it did. Kacchan was the best at everything. It only made sense that he would be the first in the class to get a quirk, too. Izuku saw the sparks coming from Kacchan's hands, and his smile spread across his whole face. His overactive 5-year-old brain was already thinking about what his quirk would grow into, how Kacchan could use it to be the best hero and the best fighter ever. He talked Kacchan's ear off about it, mumbling about how strong Kacchan was and how amazing his quirk is. Because Kacchan was his best friend. Of course his quirk was the most amazing thing ever. Izuku's quirk was much later to arrive, and there was a brief PRD where he thought that it might not show up at all. His mother tried everything she could to reassure him, but he worried so much that it wouldn't happen. He wouldn't be able to handle it if he didn't get his quirk. Kacchan would be so upset. But eventually, his quirk did show up, and even though it wasn't the flashy, fighting quirk that he sometimes dreamed he would have, he was happy with it all the same. He still remembers the awestruck look on Kacchan's face when he healed that bird right before his eyes. He looked so shocked for a moment, before he grinned brightly and wrapped an arm around Izuku's shoulder. There was no one else around, but it didn't stop Kacchan from yelling as loudly as his 5-year-old lungs would let him. "Deku's just as cool as me now," he proclaimed triumphantly. And Izuku had tears in his eyes, because even back then, he knew that would never be possible. They both planned to go to UA. Kacchan wouldn't settle for anything less than the best hero school in the country, and Izuku was such a die-hard All Might fanboy that he was dying to go to All Might's alma mater. They trained so hard for the entrance exam, spending long nights in the gym in between doing homework and learning everything they could about being a hero. Izuku spent many anxious nights worrying about whether he would be able to get in. His quirk wasn't suitable for fighting at all. How was he supposed to pass the exam? He was basically quirkless unless somebody died. And his quirk itself was so weird. How was he supposed to practice it? Was he supposed to make the school kill animals over and over again just so that he could revive them? And how the heck was he supposed to practice on people without someone getting murdered over and over again? Would they even want someone like him at UA? The nature of his quirk means that he's seen more dead things than most other people. Would they think he was too traumatized to become a hero? Kacchan was always there when he spiraled. He would give Izuku this fond look every time, as if to say, "Really, idiot? You're still worried about this?" It did funny things to Izuku's heart, even back then. Kacchan was the strongest, smartest, most amazing person he knew. And yet, somehow he chose to hang around the kid who brings dead things back to life, when most other people wouldn't. Most of the other kids at school tended to avoid him. His quirk was unconventional, and that put some people off. But somehow, Kacchan stayed, even when he became one of the most popular kids at their school. He chose Izuku, and he kept choosing Izuku every time. He was always the one to tell him he was being stupid, that his quirk was going to make him the best rescue hero in the world someday and he shouldn't let the extras bring him down, and Izuku felt something pleasant course through his veins every single time. So when Kacchan hugged him the day of the exam, telling him that you worked your butt off for this. Just 'cause you don't have a fighting quirk doesn't mean you're not gonna get in. Shut the F up and ace this. Izuku couldn't help but smile as a burst of confidence surged through him. He knew that Kacchan was just as nervous as he was, but that didn't stop him from trying to be nice, even so. Of course, he never stopped believing in Kacchan, not once in their whole lives, but knowing that Kacchan believed in him right back always made him feel warm all over. Izuku walked into the entrance exam feeling much less nervous, like he actually had a chance despite his unconventional quirk. Like that dream was still attainable. He was smiling the whole time. Not because it's what All Might would do, but because it's what Kacchan wanted him to do. Izuku nearly had a heart attack when they both got accepted. He stared at the letter with shaky hands, feeling the tears gathering in his eyes before he could stop them. And afterwards, when Kacchan reached for his hand with an impossibly shy look on his face, something warm and new and exciting and terrifying bloomed inside his chest. It felt like maybe Kacchan was thinking the same wistful thoughts that Izuku was, like he might want the same thing Izuku did. Of course, Izuku didn't know exactly what that feeling was, or how to do any of that sort of thing, but those emotions were pleasant and happy and had Kacchan written all over them. So, he asked Kacchan to go to their favorite smoothie place, stuttering and stammering and blushing like mad as he did. And when Kacchan said yes, something inside him seemed to click right into place. Everything he was feeling suddenly felt so much less scary, knowing that Kacchan felt it too. Kacchan wasn't afraid of anything. Izuku spent ages preparing for whatever was going to happen. He did so much reading online, even making a notebook to organize his thoughts. He didn't know what to expect, really, but dealing with all of these unknowns with Kacchan by his side didn't feel so bad. Then Chisaki happened, and everything changed in a single heartbeat. Izuku doesn't remember all of it. He remembers bits and pieces, some stark moments that he hasn't quite managed to block out from his memory. He remembers walking to the smoothie shop, before feeling a rag pressed over his face, smelling sickly sweet. He fought, he knows he did, trying to put some of that combat training to good use. But eventually, the chloroform did its job, and he passed out in someone's arms. He still doesn't know whose. He still doesn't know if Overhaul came to take him himself, or if he had one of his lackeys do it for him. He remembers waking up in what looked like a bunker, surrounded by men in plague doctor masks. He remembers the fear, the terror he felt. He remembers trying to fight before he noticed the 4 in his arm and passed out from whatever the heck they gave him to keep him weak. He remembers trying to run, every chance he got. Every time he saw an opening, no matter how weak he was from sedation or blood loss from all the tests they ran on him, or pain from one of Chisaki's goons getting rough when he wouldn't behave, he tried to run. He knew there would be hell to pay if he failed, and now he has the scars all over his body to prove it, but he tried anyway. He had to get out of here. He couldn't just stay here and die. That's not what a hero does. That's not what All Might would have done. That's not what Kacchan would have done. Kacchan. He remembers missing Kacchan a lot. He cried so much for his mom and his UA offer and his dreams of being a hero, but for Kacchan most of all. He cried in his massive prison cell of a room, mumbling that he was sorry over and over and over again. Sorry for leaving the way he did, for hurting him and abandoning him without a goodbye, even though it wasn't really his fault. Sorry for missing their date and never getting to figure out what the hell they were to each other. He missed Kacchan so much that it was causing him physical pain, and he told him that too, even though he couldn't hear it. He wondered what Kacchan was doing, if Kacchan went to UA without him and became a hero just like he wanted to. He would hate himself if Kacchan gave up on his dream because of him. He stared at the bracelet on his wrist, the matching ones he made for himself and Kacchan when they were 6, hoping that his disappearance didn't hurt Kacchan too badly. Sometimes he thought about the good times, all the things that they did together and all the happy memories they made. And sometimes he felt so unbelievably guilty, because Kacchan must think that he's dead by now, and Izuku never, ever wanted to cause Kacchan pain. Eventually, his attempts at escape grew fewer and fewer. All of Chisaki's poking and prodding and experimenting got easier to endure, after more and more time passed. It got easier to block it all out and take the pain. At first, he tried to be smarter about this, biding his time and waiting for a golden opportunity to run instead of trying to escape every chance he got. That usually ended with a broken arm, or something worse. Sometimes, Chisaki himself would get angry, and on those days, Izuku swore he would never try to run again. So at first, he watched, silently observing until he found some crucial piece of information that would give him the upper hand. It always worked in the movies, didn't it? He could practically hear Kacchan's voice egging him on, urging him not to be an idiot and figure this out with that big brain of his. Kacchan was always good at being encouraging, even when he didn't want to admit it. Some days, thinking about Kacchan was all that kept Izuku going. He learned that Overhaul's group is with the Yakuza, that they call themselves the Shai Hasaikai. He learned that they were experimenting with quirks, trying to synthesize new drags based on unique quirks that would cripple the heroes on the battlefield. He tried to memorize some of it, but a lot of the information got lost with all the sedatives that Chisaki pumped into his system. Izuku guessed that Chisaki was trying to create a resurrection drag. Based on his quirk, it'd make sense to give the villains an endless supply of resurrections, in case they met a bad end. But he also used Izuku to bring back his own operatives that got into trouble, uncaring of how much weaker Izuku was now or how much energy it took to resurrect 3 or 4 people within a couple of days. Sometimes he slept for days after incidents like that, and he didn't know if Overhaul much cared to see if he was still alive. The days that Overhaul forgot about him entirely were the best days. Those were the days that he could try and do some basic exercises to keep his strength up, or try and plan another escape attempt. Those were days that he dared to hope that somehow, some way, someone would come and get him out of here if he couldn't manage to do it himself. All Might or Endeavor or Hawks or Kacchan. Somehow, he desperately hoped that Kacchan would find him someday. Or that he would find his way back home and get to see the look on Kacchan's face when he surprised him. Months passed. Izuku still isn't sure how many, even now. He thinks it's been a little over a year, but it's really easy to lose track of time when you spend all day and all night in the same underground room. Days started to blur together, and to this day, there are still PRDs that he's blocked from his memory entirely. But he tried to stay strong, to keep going just like All Might and Kacchan would. He stopped trying to run when they told him about Eri. He met her, a few times. She's so sweet, no older than 6 and so shy, the few times Overhaul let them talk. They thought he could talk some sense into her, make her behave herself. Izuku hates those words so much even now. He tried to make her smile. He didn't succeed, but he thought he could see a small flicker of hope in her eyes when she saw she wasn't suffering alone. Izuku promised he would do whatever it took to keep her safe. Whatever he could do, he would. So when they told him that they would kill her if he tried to run again, kill them both if he tried to take her with him, the choice to stay was easy. Risking his own life was nothing. Risking hers was unthinkable. It tore him apart to think about what they were doing to her, but Chisaki kept them separated all the time, so it was impossible to try and help. He hated that he couldn't do anything for her except silently try to send her strength, try to wait until the opportunity presented itself again to get them both out of here. The thought of sitting here being useless while she was suffering almost squashed whatever hope he had left. It made him feel like even if he somehow managed to make it back to his old life, he didn't deserve to be a hero after all. Today, Izuku wakes up slowly, his arms still sore from the most recent round of Chisaki's experiments, and his mind hazy as the residual effects of the sedatives make him groggy. The past few days have been some of the worst he's had in a while. 3 days ago, he had to revive 2 of Overhaul's goons who were shot in the field, and it left him so wiped that he was barely conscious when they started to take a scalpel to his already scarred arm. They needed a few more tissue samples, Chisaki's scientist said, with a sadistic smile on his face. So today he's wiped out, but it seems as if he has a short reprieve. Even as woozy as he is, he should really try to at least get a little bit of exercise in. All the muscle he built up before he was taken and brought here has withered away by now, and he wonders if it'll ever come back. But it doesn't stop his stupid, stubborn brain from trying, clinging to some shred of hope that he might manage to get free someday. He's able to do a few sets of 10 push-ups, and 1 set of crunches before his body gives up. Damn it. It's all right, but it's certainly nothing compared to what he could do before. Back when Kacchan was training with him, egging him on and goading him with a constant challenge to be better than him. Izuku really misses that. He passes the time by reading for a little while. They at least gave him some things to keep him busy, since he's been here, and he tries to read as much as he can in between all the unpleasantness. It feels important to keep his mind sharp, even if his body doesn't always cooperate with him. After a while, he starts to hear muffled noises coming from the upper levels of the compound. It sounds like nothing at first. Probably just Chisaki throwing a tantrum again, he thinks, rolling his eyes. But eventually, those sounds begin to get louder and louder, crashes and booms and rumbles in the ceiling that feel as if the whole bunker is moving somehow. Izuku's brow furrows, his heartbeat picking up. He's never heard those sounds before. What's going on? Somewhere in the back of his mind, his thoughts are racing, thinking about possibilities that he hasn't thought of in ages. Because what if? He bites down hard on that train of thought, cutting it off before it even gets onto the rails. It's dangerous to hope for rescue, even as badly as he wants to. But after more time passes, it gets harder and harder to deny that something is really wrong. The noises don't stop. In fact, they're only getting louder, and Izuku feels the adrenaline course through his body in a way it hasn't for months. Maybe it is possible? He gets up off the bed, moving towards the door and trying the handle. It's locked, as expected, but what Izuku doesn't expect is for the door to his cell? Fault? He doesn't know. But regardless, he doesn't expect the door to open, revealing a nameless man in the Hasaikai's usual plague doctor mask who steps inside. Izuku backs up in a hurry, arms up as if to signal that he doesn't want trouble. The man nods at the bed, and Izuku turns around, chewing on his bottom lip. Chisaki sent someone to watch him, then that might mean something's happening. Something's wrong. That's the only explanation, isn't it? They sent someone to watch me because they're vulnerable, and they're worried about me trying something. His thoughts are racing, trying to remember fight training long buried and tactical plans for rescue and disaster scenarios that he went over with Kacchan when they were prepping for UA. But what about Eri? How is he supposed to get past this villain, get to Eri, who's probably with Chisaki, and get them both out of here in one piece? How is he? Izuku sits back down on the bed, his hands effing into the sheets as he worries his bottom lip between his teeth. Can he even be sure this is all real? That it's not some dragon-induced dream? That it's not a quirk, something that one of Overhaul's henchmen zapped him with as some sort of morbid test? Izuku sighs, feeling the fight drain out of him in one breath. That has to be it. This is all just a dream, some sort of cruel joke that his mind is playing on him. He's been here too long, he's really starting to lose it, isn't he? There's no way Chisaki would have let this happen. He's too strong and too smart for anyone to get the drop on him. But a few minutes later, he jolts as he hears those same sounds getting even louder, to the point that they sound as if they're just outside. There are voices getting closer and closer, muffled by the concrete walls, but it almost sounds like, no way. He has to be imagining that voice. He has to be imagining this feeling flooding his chest, some sort of phantom energy that feels as if it's connecting him with someone else like invisible strings of fate. It's something he hasn't felt since before the Hasaikai captured him, and it could only mean, could those loud booms, that muffled angry voice outside the door, could this mean that Kacchan is here? Kacchan can't be here. If Kacchan is here, then that means, if the Hasaikai captured Kacchan too, he can't think straight. There's too much happening, too much for his still slightly hazy brain to comprehend right now, but he's hoping like he hasn't dared to hope in a very long time. He's picturing Kacchan's face, his smile and his fierce, confident expression when he's really concentrating hard, and the door bursts open, and a lone figure steps into the room. Izuku's eyes widen, his jaw dropping and his hands trembling as he clutches the sheets. His heart suddenly races as he stares at the person standing in the doorway, and once again he catches himself wondering whether this is all an elaborate trap. He would recognize those ruby red eyes even if the rest of the world had suddenly lost all its color. Kacchan. Izuku can't find his voice, can't make himself say anything as he stares at him. He's wearing a costume, one that Izuku recognizes from their many brainstorming sessions before they started UA. He feels his stomach flip when he realizes that Kacchan had adapted some of his suggestions and design inputs, even adding little flecks of green here and there to embellish the design. The mask makes his eyes shine even brighter than they normally do, and the clips behind his ears make his hair look even more spiky than it normally does. The gauntlets bracketing his wrists were one of Izuku's suggestions too. He helped Kacchan come up with a prototype design. He's so unbelievably, breathtakingly beautiful, but still Izuku can't bring himself to speak. He just stares, his eyes scanning Kacchan's body as if Kacchan's presence alone is enough to grant him strength. From the look on Kacchan's face, it appears that he's doing the same thing, and Izuku wonders whether this might be real after all. Does he even dare to hope for that? There's blood dripping from a cut on Kacchan's leg, and another on his forearm, and even though there's a bruise marring his face, he's still the most perfect thing Izuku has ever seen in his life. Izuku's entire body trembles when Kacchan speaks, when he chokes out a tiny, awestruck Deku and utters that stupid nickname that Izuku hasn't heard in much too long. And when he smiles, so full of pure relief and joy and disbelief that it would be impossible for Izuku's imagination to fake it, Izuku banishes the doubts from his brain. Even if this does turn out to be a dream, even if Chisaki is testing him and there will be hell to pay later, this is the best he's felt since the day he was abducted. He opens his mouth, trying to think of something, anything to say. He spent so long thinking about this moment, dreaming about all the things he would tell Kacchan if he ever got the chance, but now that the moment is here, his voice fails him. He wants to say so much, that he's sorry and he missed him and he never meant to leave like that and he never wanted to hurt him. But all the words are jumbled together, all the thoughts bleeding into one string of Kacchan, 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 that Izuku can't untangle. But a moment later, his gut tenses as he notices the villain step out from where he bled into the shadows on the side of the room. He was so distracted by Kacchan that he forgot that the Hasaikai's man was still in here with him. Watch out! Izuku yells before he has time to think about it. Kacchan can't see the villain, who's rushing right towards him. Either he just doesn't notice or he's too busy staring at Izuku with his mouth hanging open to really care. At the sound of Izuku's voice, he starts, eyes snapping back into focus, but he can't react quickly enough, and Izuku can only let out a loud, painful scream as he watches the villain stand in front of him and bury a knife in Kacchan's chest. Please no. Kacchan coughs wetly, trying to fire off an explosion as the villain pulls the knife from his body. His wide, fearful eyes meet Izuku's, and Midoriya feels something inside him crack, splintering apart painfully as he watches Kacchan's blood spread across the front of his costume. Kacchan falls to his knees first, then his back, as Izuku sprints forward to crouch down next to him. He tries to say something, anything, wondering again whether this is some new form of torture. Some quirk that activates painful memories, or fears, to torture their enemies with thoughts of their loved ones dying right in front of them. Could he use his quirk to bring Kacchan back? Is he strong enough for that today? And even if he does manage to do it, as weak as he is, how the hell is he supposed to ever recover from watching Kacchan die right before his eyes? This has to be a dream. A nightmare. This can't be real, this can't be real, Kacchan can't be dying, this can't be. Izuku's breath hitches as he catches sight of something on Kacchan's wrist, catching the light at just the right angle to be visible through the gauntlet. It's a familiar pattern, woven from string with all the clumsiness of a 6-year-old hand that forms a perfect match to the one on Izuku's wrist. The bracelet. Their bracelet. Kacchan is wearing their bracelet, and there's no way that his imagination or some quirk could mimic that detail. Izuku chokes on a sob, running over to Kacchan and sliding forward onto his knees. He can see red coating the front of Kacchan's costume, and he's already lifting his hands, ready to bring him back the moment he dies and uncaring of how much it'll weaken him. Kacchan's eyes are fluttering, his hand outstretched as if to reach for something. Izuku maybe? Midoriya doesn't know, but he lets out another sob as the tears in his eyes begin to fall. He's gotten so used to seeing dead bodies over the past year or so, but it never gets easier, no matter how many times you see holes punched through people with bullets or knives. And this is Kacchan. Izuku's first friend, his oldest friend, his possible boyfriend that never was, and the person that means more to him than anything else in the world. He never wanted to see Kacchan in pain, and now he's effing dying because he came to save him against impossible odds. Izuku sees Kacchan's eyes slide shut, but before he can rest his hands on his chest and use his quirk to bring him back, he feels a rough hand in his hair, pulling hard and dragging him away from Kacchan's prone body. The villain drags him by the hair across the room, pulling roughly and forcefully and so hard that it hurts, but that's not what Izuku cares about. He struggles, kicking his legs and flailing his arms and trying to get away from the villain's hold and back to Kacchan. He only has 7 minutes, until Kacchan is gone for good and there's no way to bring him back. Kacchan, he whispers as he struggles to get away, as the villain drags him back towards the center of the room intending to make him stay. But he can't just sit here, he can't let them win. He can't let Kacchan die like this. The tears are flowing faster now, spilling out before he can stop them as he watches Kacchan struggle to hold onto consciousness. His body reacts on pure instinct, moving one elbow back forcefully and feeling pain course through his scarred arm as it connects with the villain's stomach. The man cries out, doubling over and briefly letting go of Izuku's hair long enough for him to scramble away. "Kacchan!" He yells, much louder this time, running towards where Kacchan is still lying on the ground, blood pooling around him. He's still breathing, it's shallow and weak but there nonetheless, which means the clock hasn't started yet. Izuku can't help the frustrated groan that leaves him. There's no way for him to heal Kacchan until he actually dies, but watching him bleed out like this and being powerless to stop it is making him ache in ways that, even on his most painful days in this hellhole, he never has before. Across the room, he can see the villain getting up, stalking towards him with a murderous look in his eye. He knows he won't stop until Izuku makes him stop, so even though it feels like dragging his entire body across sharp rocks to leave Kacchan alone, he stands up, turning back towards the villain with a matching scowl. It's a look that Kacchan would be proud of, if he could see it, betraying a sense of rage that Izuku has never felt before, not once in his whole life. It's comforting in a way. There were days where he wondered whether they really did manage to beat him into SBMison, whether Chisaki and his Yakuza lackeys managed to take away all of that passion and drive that he always had in abundance after all. He used to wonder what Kacchan would think, if he saw how meek and subservient he had to become in order to survive. But now, as all that passion and fire and instinct come rushing back, Izuku feels himself relax slightly, even with how awful everything is. It's nice to know that he's still himself, at the end of the day. He really thought being here had changed him, broken him beyond repair. And there's so much rage, too, rage at Chisaki for starting this whole thing and blind, unadulterated fury at the man who hurt Kacchan right in front of him while he was powerless to stop it. Izuku smiles, but it's not his usual smile. It's Kacchan's smile, wild and feral and triumphant and angry and passionate even with the tears trailing down his face like tiny waterfalls. His hands clench into fists as he stares at the villain with that wild look on his face, mentally running through all of his old combat techniques that have been dormant inside his head until now. He's never felt like this before, but suddenly he wants to hurt this man, wants to kick the sheet out of him on Kacchan's behalf before they both get the hell out of here forever. He's channeling all of Kacchan's fire that he's always admired and loved so much, using it to fuel his own inferno even higher as he thinks about how to get them both out of this alive. Izuku recognizes this guy, now that he thinks about it. He's quirkless. Izuku only knows that because they used to toss it back in his face all the time. They used to tell Izuku that he wasn't worth wasting their stronger operatives on, that he was too weak to be a real threat. But they haven't seen Izuku and Kacchan together before. They have no idea the lengths he would go to on Kacchan's behalf. In the back of his head, he's still scared. Scared that he won't be able to bring Kacchan back and scared that they won't be able to make it out of here with the two of them in one piece, and scared that he won't be able to get to Eri in the process. Part of him is still trying to process all this. Everything's moving so fast that he's running on adrenaline and little else. He keeps getting caught on the disbelief, on the is this really happening, of it all. But the practical part of him bottles up those thoughts as the rage takes over. One problem at a time, he thinks, as he stalks forward with that murderous look on his face. Take this guy out, save Kacchan, then worry about the rest. Yeah, he thinks, as his hands clench into fists. He can work with that. Izuku steps forward, momentarily thanking the universe for giving him the foresight to put his sneakers on before all of this went down. This would be so much harder to do barefoot. He can't see the villain's expression underneath the plague doctor mask, but he can infer enough from his eyes. It's the same look that Izuku's seen almost every day since he's been here, the one that says you're worthless, and you're only alive because we let you live, and sit down and be a good boy or there will be hell to pay. He's sick of that look. He forces himself not to look back at where Kacchan is still lying on the ground, taking slow, purposeful steps forward instead. He only has a few minutes before Kacchan is gone forever, and he blinks away the tears, turning his vision blurry. He hasn't known this level of fury and sadness since he was first brought here. He almost forgot what it felt like, and the memory is oddly relaxing even as he gears up for a fight. The villain doesn't seem overly concerned. He seems relaxed, not worried at all in the face of Izuku's anger. And that only makes him madder, makes him even more fired up than he already was. He can see the mirth in the man's eyes, like he doesn't think Izuku is even worth it. Like he doesn't even care that he just killed Izuku's best friend in the whole world, right in front of him. That look doesn't change as Izuku's steps get faster, building up until he's sprinting towards the villain, letting out an angry yell as he rushes him. In that moment, he doesn't have a plan, doesn't have a fully formed thought in his head. He's all anger and despair and a little bit fear, and he rushes in with nothing but intensity and protective instinct to back him up. So really, it's not surprising when he feels the fist connect with his face, sending him reeling backwards and crying out in pain. The man is quirkless, but it still hurts, and Izuku blinks back the tears that are rising for a whole new reason. He can taste blood in his mouth, and before he can recover enough to counterattack, he feels that same fist land a second punch to his stomach. He wheezes, vision going temporarily white as he falls to his knees on the ground. He tries not to think about the squelching sound he hears. He's close enough to Kacchan that one of his sneakers skids across the blood pooling on the floor. But he can't think about that now. He's mentally trying to keep track of time in his head, counting down the minutes he has left and trying to get his breath back. He can hear the villain laughing as he sits there, doubled over and trying to catch his breath. "Oh, come on," the man drawls, in between peals of laughter. "You're not seriously trying to fight me, are you? You'll never win. You'll die, just like your little friend." Izuku's brow furrows, and even as he pants he sees red again. The villain is distracted, for the moment, wrapped up in his own gloating and not paying much attention to Izuku. He glances over at Kacchan's body, lying right where he left him. He can't see his chest moving anymore, and it cuts like a knife to the heart. He has no idea when Kacchan died. He doesn't know how much time has passed. He has to bring him back now, before he can't anymore. Without thinking, he reaches for one of the small grenades hanging from Kacchan's belt, taking advantage of the villain's divided attention. He's not 100% sure what they are or how powerful they are, but he has his suspicions, and even if all it does is distract the villain for long enough that Izuku can get the drop on him, that'll be enough. He needs it to be enough. Kacchan needs it to be enough. He stays hunched over, still catching his breath, but also waiting, letting the villain think he's down for the count. He lets a few tears fall for good measure. He's used to this, playing up the helpless, meek little kid act so that his captors would leave him alone for a little while. But now it's about to bite them all in the butt as he grips the grenade tightly in one hand and lets the villain approach him. Honestly, Blondie looked like he was gonna pack more of a punch, the villain muses, casually stepping closer. Izuku's breath hitches. "Shut up," he thinks, screwing his eyes shut to keep himself from yelling out the words. "You don't know a DMN thing about him." Closer and closer the villain steps, until Izuku can see his feet directly in front of him. His brain is still calculating, trying to come up with a plan or strategy or something, while his body is trying to take advantage of the reprieve and heart is trying not to think about how much time Kacchan has left. The villain laughs again, and the sound of it reminds Izuku of nails on a chalkboard. Kid looked tough, but he went down so easy. Didn't even move. It was so simple to get the jump on him, he was just standing there. The man lets out another laugh, and it sounds like nails on a chalkboard to Izuku. What a waste. Just another little weakling, I guess. And damn it, Izuku doesn't care about a plan anymore. He has to end this, get to Kacchan and get the hell out of here. And this guy's standing here insulting Kacchan when he has no FNG right. Izuku snaps, screaming in anger as he twists his body. He moves so fast that he surprises even himself, and the villain has no time to react. His right leg juts out to kick the villain's legs out from under him as he swivels, spinning so fast that his head throbs from the movement. The man goes down hard, landing on his back and dropping the knife that Izuku didn't even know he was holding. The one that's still covered in Kacchan's blood. Izuku doesn't waste a moment, stumbling as he stands up before kicking the villain hard in the ribs. He yells as he does it, twice more wordless sounds of fury and pain and a year and a half of pent-up emotion that he finally gets a chance to unleash. "Shut the F up," he yells, his voice getting louder as he stands over the villain's prone body. He kicks the knife away for good measure, kicking the man's forearm when he tries to make a grab for it. "You don't know anything," Izuku seethes, tears pouring down his face. "You kept me here for over a year. Away from everyone. My friends, my life, everything. You know nothing about me or Kacchan. He's so strong, so effing strong that you can't even, and you effing murdered him." He doesn't know why he's spilling all of this out, the villain doesn't care. None of them do. But the words come anyway, almost involuntarily, like he needs someone to hear them even if he's not even consciously aware of it. He keeps kicking, sloppy and erratic, as he lobs the grenade hard at the floor next to the man's head. He barely flinches at the loud bang that follows. It's not a big enough explosion to kill, but Izuku still smiles when the smoke clears, when he sees the man's eyes slide shut and he stops moving, slipping into unconsciousness. These emotions scare him. This desire to hurt, to maim, to cause pain in ways he's never ever wanted to, he's never felt these things before. They flare up violently, churning in the pit of his stomach and rising to the tips of his ears. They're almost blinding in their intensity, tunneling his vision and speeding up his breathing until all he can think about is everything he pushed down until it spilled out in a turbulent crescendo right at this moment. All the rage at Overhaul, at the Hasaikai and the universe, and even the heroes for leaving him here for so long. It's all boiling over in one violent tidal wave of emotion, in one blazing fire that scares the hell out of him as he glances down at the villain's body. His face is bruised, and he probably has more than a few broken ribs from the way Izuku kicked him. Part of him is horrified. He's never actually fought another person before. Sparring with Kacchan was one thing, but a real fight? One where he actually has to hurt someone? He's never done that before. But the other part, the part that's stretching itself like a stiff limb suddenly being used for the first time, is actually happy as he stares down at the villain's prone body. That part is feeling a cold, vindictive pleasure at the sight, as a satisfied smirk spreads across his face. He wants someone to pay for what they did, to him and Kacchan and anyone else the Hasaikai has hurt over the years. And that feeling terrifies him. Logically, he knows that people act differently when fight or flight kicks in, but part of him still hates himself for it. He spent so long just trying to survive, but now? Is this who he is now? Someone who wants to hurt people instead of save them? Someone who just wants revenge? It's not I had to. He's still breathing, but he would have killed me. I'm not like them. He stares down at his hands, watches the way they tremble. And then his breath hitches as he whirls around, sprinting towards Kacchan's body and dropping to his knees. He was so wrapped up in his thoughts, his fears that he has no idea how much time has passed. How much time Kacchan has left. How could he be so stupid? How could he just leave Kacchan here like this? All the rage and turmoil he was feeling drains from him in an instant, replaced with cold, bitter fear. Suddenly he hates himself even more, knowing that while he was struggling with his own thoughts, Kacchan's been dead. Kacchan, he chokes out, pressing the back of his hand against his mouth as he chokes on a sob. I'm so sorry, Kacchan. I'm so sorry, he whispers. He can't stop the tears as he lifts his trembling hands, placing them on Kacchan's chest and flinching violently when they grow sticky with blood. He can feel his head pounding, feel the tension in his aching muscles and the shaking in his weary limbs. He knows he's already weak. He knows he might be risking too much, using too much energy if he brings Kacchan back. But he doesn't care. He needs Kacchan to be okay. If he somehow makes it out of here and Kacchan isn't there to see it, then he might as well die with him. Izuku closes his eyes, breaths hitching with his sobs as he summons all his strength. He feels the warmth spreading from his hands into Kacchan's body, his own limbs trembling even more violently as it does. Please, Kacchan, Izuku chokes out, hoping desperately that he isn't too late. Please wake up. You have to wake up. Crying so much probably isn't helping his case here. He needs all the strength he can muster. He keeps pouring energy into his quirk, feeling the pull in the pit of his stomach that always appears when he uses it. I need you, Kacchan, he whispers, choking on another sob as he stares down at Kacchan's pale face and blood-soaked chest. We have to get out of here together, right? I can't do this without you. He screws his eyes shut, pouring all the energy he can into his quirk. Stab wounds aren't usually so hard to bring someone back from, but this one went deep, probably nicking a lung on the way to Kacchan's heart. He stays there for a few more moments, desperately hoping that this will work as he feels the energy draining from his hands. When he uses his quirk, it always stops on its own, like his body just naturally knows when the process is complete. He takes a deep breath, before wiping his bloody hands on the front of his shorts and slowly, hesitantly opening his eyes. The wound on Kacchan's chest has closed, the skin whole and unbroken like it was never there in the first place. But he's still not moving, his eyes shut and his chest still. Devoid of breath. Wake up, Kacchan, Izuku whispers, the shock turning his voice high-pitched and breathy as it breaks on his name. Please, you gotta wake up. He has to, he can't be gone, he can't be. Not when Izuku just got him back, not when they have so much to catch up on and so much lost time to make up for. Wake up, Kacchan, please. Please. His sobs are growing violent now, and he can't stop the tears any more than he could stop the sun from setting. Kacchan. A loud noise from the hallway startles him, has his head snapping up from where he's staring at Kacchan's body. Before he can react, two figures enter the room, looking like they're ready for a fight. Izuku doesn't recognize these two, but his breath hitches at the thought of fighting more of the Hasaikai's goons. They're not wearing the usual plague doctor mask, but Izuku wouldn't be surprised if Chisaki had brought in some extra muscle now that his organization is vulnerable. One has spiky red hair, wearing a dark red costume, sans shirt. The other's hair is half red and half white, and he has a large scar covering one eye. These two are a lot younger than Chisaki's normal people. In fact, they almost look like they're the same age as himself and Kacchan. Izuku stares at them with wide eyes, not bothering to wipe away the tears or move away from Kacchan's body. But when the redhead takes in their surroundings, crying out as he moves towards Kacchan, Izuku sees red again. He doesn't care how weak he is, or how badly he might get hurt. Whoever these people are, they are not touching Kacchan. Even if he's already. Get away from him, Izuku says, his voice quiet and laced with venom, even as it hiccups and stutters and breaks on the last word as his chest heaves. He braces his fists in front of him, trying his best to look threatening even though he's still sobbing. You're not touching him. The redhead frowns, looking like he wants to say something, but the one with the multicolored hair stops him with a hand on his arm. He glances at the other, nodding once before stepping forwards and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Midoriya? Izuku Midoriya? Izuku freezes, his eyes widening. Chisaki's people never call him by name. Not ever. Some dehumanization tactic that Izuku used to read about, skeptical of how well it worked until he experienced it firsthand. How do you? His eyes widen, his knees shaking as the exhaustion starts to take over. How do these two know my name? He was never even sure that Chisaki knew his name. He never used it. Who? Something flickers across the redhead's face, some sort of understanding that Izuku can't place. He shares a look with his friend? Partner? Izuku doesn't know. But after glancing his way, the shirtless one makes the same gesture of surrender. Hey Midoriya, he says, smiling brightly. It's a stark contrast to everything else about the scene, and it throws Izuku off enough that he lowers his fists slightly. But a moment later, he shakes his head, raising them again as the redhead takes a step closer. My name is Kirishima. Eijiro Kirishima. This is my friend. Shoto Todoroki, the other supplies, his lip quirking upwards in a tiny smile. Izuku swallows, refusing to let his guard down even for a moment, but something nagging at the back of his mind tells him that this might not be what he thinks it is. How? He clears his throat, trying to take deep breaths. His voice is hoarse from the screaming and the crying. How do you know my name? The redhead Kirishima smiles again, a little bigger this time. He has a nice smile, Izuku can't help but notice. It's almost like it's a hero's smile, soft and disarming and meant to put frantic civilians at ease. Izuku supposes that's what he is now. We're Bakugo's friends, Kirishima says, eyes flicking towards where Kacchan lies on the ground. We came with him to get you out of here. We're not going to hurt you, Midoriya. Either of you, Todoroki chimes in. But this isn't right. They're heroes? They're Kacchan's friends? His arms lower fractionally again, as he tries to take in this new information. But when Todoroki steps forward, Izuku's brow furrows again. Don't come any closer. He needs a minute, damn it, he needs to process this because Kacchan is D. Kirishima moves slowly, like he's trying not to startle a wounded animal. Hey, seriously, we came here for you. Katsuki told me all about you. That makes something odd settle in Izuku's stomach, but he doesn't have time to dwell on it right now. Not when these two boys are coming closer and closer. Kirishima points at Izuku's wrist with that smile still on his face. You made that same bracelet for Bakugo, right? When you two were 6. He never takes his off. He really missed you. Izuku swallows, feeling the tears welling up in his eyes again. Kacchan missed him? He missed him and he came here to get him, and now he… I'm sorry, Izuku says in a broken whisper, feeling his resolve giving out as he falls forward onto his knees. He's really crying again, frantically wiping at his eyes with the backs of his bloody hands. I couldn't. Hey, whoa, Kirishima says, stepping forward and crouching down in front of him. Izuku notices the way his eyes shift towards Kacchan, and the worried look there. What's wrong? Is Katsuki? It makes Izuku cry harder, and he shakes his head as the tears drip onto the ground in front of him. Kacchan, I am so sorry. He knows he's not making sense, but everything's crashing into him all at once. All the pain and misery and soul-crushing guilt is slamming home now, because Kacchan came to save him and now he's gone. He's gone, and it's all Izuku's fault. He wasn't FNG strong enough. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to… And suddenly, the most beautiful noise in the whole universe sounds from behind him. It's a loud, violent gasp, followed by a lot of coughing in between panting, heaving breaths for air. Izuku's whole body freezes, going rigid for a split second, before he spins around so fast he can feel his whole body protesting. But he doesn't care, he's oblivious to Kirishima and Todoroki's startled faces behind him. He doesn't bother to stop the tears, the sobs that are coming even harder for a completely different reason. His whole body slumps forward, unable to handle this second wave of emotion as he lets out a startled laugh made of nothing but pure relief. Because Katsuki Bakugo is sitting on the floor, brow furrowed in disgust as he takes in the blood around him, gasping for air and perfectly, wonderfully, blessedly alive. Kacchan scoots forward, making a face as he sees the blood, oblivious to the way Izuku shuffles towards him, almost in a daze. He stares at Kacchan's chest, rising and falling and devoid of any sign of a wound. He's seen delayed reactions to his quirk before. Sometimes it's like the body needs time to catch up with what happened, a minute to process before the person actually wakes up. But he forgot about it in the midst of all the pain, because he really thought Kacchan was. Izuku keens, letting out a high-pitched whine that he's half surprised came from his own lips as he half collapses on top of Kacchan's body, wrapping his arms around his waist and burying his face in the crook of Kacchan's neck. He can feel the drying blood from the front of Kacchan's costume seeping into his shirt a bit, and he can smell the tangy, copper scent of it. But underneath that is something warm and familiar, that smell of caramel and smoke and something unique to Kacchan that he remembers from all those years ago. That smell means home, it means safety and heat and love and most every happy memory he's ever had, and suddenly he doesn't care about anything else except getting as close to that smell as possible. Kacchan's body goes stiff when Izuku hugs him, as if he's still not quite sure where he is or what's happening around him. But a moment later he groans, quiet and high-pitched and full of so much emotion that it makes Izuku cry harder. And then warm, muscular arms are wrapping around Izuku's back. They're slightly hampered by the bulky gauntlets on Kacchan's wrist, but they're nonetheless, and Izuku can feel gloved hands F&G in the thin material of his shirt. He can feel tiny puffs of air against his neck, along with the rise and fall of Kacchan's breathing and the steady pounding of Kacchan's heartbeat against his chest. It's acting like a bomb to all of Izuku's wounds. None of it, not Shisaki or the villains or the possibility of escape, none of it matters as long as that brilliant fiery heart is still beating. Kacchan, Izuku says, the words muffled by Kacchan's shoulder and forced out between sobs. His own chest is heaving, heavy and aching with the strain, but he can't be bothered to even think about taking deep breaths right now. Kacchan makes a noise, gripping Izuku even tighter, if that's possible. Deku. Izuku can't help it. He laughs. He laughs like it's the last laugh he'll ever get, because it's been so demon long since he's heard that word. Kacchan. They stay like that for who knows how long. But after some time, Izuku can feel the way Kacchan shifts, twitching as if he's still in pain. His brow furrows like he's confused, like his memory is fuzzy and incomplete. He doesn't let go, but he turns his head, clearing his throat as his voice gets louder. This happened? What's going on? Katsuki has never been particularly afraid to die. Even as a child, he's always known that it was a possibility, given his chosen career path. He always wondered whether he would meet a bad end someday, whether some villain would get the best of him eventually and bring everything to a screeching halt. He knew it was possible, but he never really gave the concept much thought. And then Deku was the one to die, and Katsuki couldn't stop thinking about it. Death became a constant presence in his life, a heavy weight on his chest and a reminder that everything has an end, sometimes much sooner than you intend. In fact, there were days where things got especially dark, when he felt like he was drowning in despair and he thought, maybe, just maybe he might even want to die. Therapy helped with that. But even through the worst of days, he's never been afraid of death, like so many of his friends. So maybe that's why it feels so peaceful to lie here, bleeding out on the concrete floor in the middle of a villain's lair. If the last thing he sees is Deku standing over him like some goddamn avenging angel, at least he got to see the idiot one more time. That's enough. That's all he ever wanted. Dying isn't as painful as they make you think. Oddly pleasant, in fact. There's none of those old cliches about seeing a bright light and feeling a warmth coursing through you right before the end. Everything just gets progressively colder and darker, until Katsuki's eyes flutter shut with an image of Deku burned into his retinas. And then, nothing. Dying isn't bad. Coming back to life is significantly worse. It's brutal, rough and violent as Katsuki is dragged back to the land of the living like a drowning man coming up for air. He gasps so hard it aches, his limbs flailing and immediately reaching for his chest. But instead of the wound he expects to find, there's newly mended skin there, and his brow furrows even as he continues to take panting breaths like he can't get air into his lungs fast enough. He coughs a lot, as if trying to clear his airway of the blood that's no longer bubbling from his pierced lung to spill out through his mouth. His limbs tremble, even as he struggles to piece together the past few minutes. He doesn't quite remember what happened. He remembers the knife, the pain, the knowledge that this was the end and the sense of peace that came with it. But he's fuzzy on the details, unsure of how he's suddenly whole again. And then he hears a noise full of so much agony and relief at the same time that it almost feels like a second knife piercing his ribs. A warm body collides with his own a moment later, and trembling, scarred hands wrap around him as tears fall against his skin. Katsuki freezes for a moment, not trusting his own mind to tell him what's really happening. Because that body is one he hasn't touched in ages, and one that, even after all this, he was never really sure he'd get to again. That body feels the same as it always has, and Katsuki would recognize those shaky sobs from 1,000 miles away. It's so achingly familiar that Katsuki can't help the noise that escapes him as he wraps the other boy in a hug. He momentarily curses the gauntlets on his wrists, because all he wants to do is get as close as possible to that familiar feeling, and he can't do that with these things in the way. It's the tiny mumble of Kacchan that undoes him completely, and he can't help but whimper as he burrows in a little closer. Deku! There's a breathy laugh against his neck, and it's the single most gorgeous thing he's ever heard. Kacchan! He can't handle this. He's so overwhelmed by the force of his own emotions, now that he's actually hugging the one person he never thought he would see again, and he never wants to let Deku go. He feels like if he lets go, Izuku will disappear entirely. So, he settles for practicality to distract himself. The F happened? He whispers. What's going on? Deku sobs, squeezing Katsuki harder, if that's even possible. You were gone, Kacchan. He sounds so wrecked that it tears Katsuki to shreds. You died. And I thought I wasn't gonna be able to save you. Katsuki hums, digesting this information. It makes sense, Deku's quirk is resurrection, and there's no way in hell Katsuki came back from the brink like that without any help. But Izuku sounds so guilty. Katsuki wants to smack him for thinking that he would ever blame him for any of this, because of course he knows exactly what the nerd's probably thinking. He's way too much of a bleeding heart to not feel awful about it. But you did, Katsuki whispers, his hand moving up Deku's back and into his hair to pull him in further. It's NTMT, and Katsuki knows they're so far from the right moment for that kind of thing, but he needs to get this through Izuku's head. You saved me, Deku. And really, Katsuki never doubted the nerd a single day in his life. Saving people is just who Deku is, from the ends of his hair to the tips of his toes. Every beat of his heart thrums with a selfless desire to help people that Katsuki has missed so much since it was so unfairly ripped away. Deku's still crying, but he's shaking a little less violently now, and Katsuki can't resist squeezing him closer as he swallows down the lump in his throat. Are you? He can't help but ask the question, because a part of him that refuses to rest is still worried that all of this might vanish in a puff of smoke. Are you really here? His voice is tiny, full of fear and uncertainty and all the emotions that he's tried so hard to bury. Izuku groans, but when he pulls back he's smiling that brilliant smile that Katsuki remembers so vividly. He's only seen that smile in pictures for so long, and the force of it in person nearly blinds him with its brightness. I'm really here, Kacchan. We're both really here. Katsuki curses quietly, leaning his forehead against Deku's. Nerd, he says, so quietly that the words are almost lost to thin air. I missed you so effing much. Katsuki can feel tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. Nothing's felt right without Deku here. Even trying to be hero and work his way up to number 1 had lost its appeal. He can see Deku smiling, all teeth and sunshine and warmth, and it looks like Deku's about to say something else when Katsuki hears a sound from behind them. He leans forward to steal a glance over Izuku's shoulder and, shitty hair, are you crying? Kirishima has the decency to look embarrassed, wiping his eyes with the back of his hands. This is such a manly moment, he whispers, grinning like an idiot at the pair of them. Katsuki rolls his eyes. Of course Kirishima would be crying when his own tears aren't even falling yet. He wants to be angry, especially when Todoroki mumbles a soft we should go that none of them pay attention to. But Deku laughs again, brighter this time, and suddenly all he can think about is how that sound releases an iron chain around his heart that he didn't even know was there. Izuku looks like he wants to say something again, his eyes all bright and shiny the way they always are when he's got something on his mind. It makes Katsuki want to explode something so forcefully that he launches himself through the ceiling, because all that's going through his head right now is how easy it is to fall back into step with Deku, like he was never gone. For a long time, Katsuki worried that he forgot all these little details, that he would never get them back and he would have to live with nothing but vague, abstract pictures and distorted memories for the rest of his life. But now it's all rushing back, every tiny fact about the nerd that Katsuki was afraid was lost forever. It makes Katsuki's smile get wider, softer, and his ears burn red when Kirishima starts to cry harder. DMN supportive rock. Bakugo. Midoriya. I hate to break this up, but we should really move. All of a sudden, Izuku looks panicky again, and he stands up in a hurry, his eyes wide. Katsuki stands too, and he's there to catch him when he sways. He's woozy, stumbling backwards right into Katsuki's waiting body as his arms tremble. Deku? Katsuki asks, worry in his voice. Izuku's heart is pounding so goddamn fast, and Katsuki can feel it through the material of his shirt. His whole body sags, like he doesn't have the energy to support his own weight. I'm fine, Deku mumbles, and that quiet voice startles Katsuki more than anything else. Just used a lot of energy. He opens his eyes again, and that panicked look is still there, even though it's muted as Deku staggers forward. You have to. Katsuki almost yells at him, "You're not fine, nerd, you're definitely not fine," but he settles for gritting his teeth and slinging one of Deku's arms over his own shoulders. It doesn't take a genius to figure out what's happening. Bringing someone back from a stab wound to the chest had to have taken a crazy amount of energy. Katsuki feels a wave of guilt settle right where the knife used to be, but he can't afford to spiral right now. They have to get out of here first. Katsuki swallows. Deku's still struggling, trying to move forward even as Katsuki's injured leg protests against the extra weight. "Eri needs me." Deku turns his pleading eyes to Katsuki, silently begging him for help. Of course the nerd cares more about the girl than himself. "The pros are handling it," he says, biting down on a wince as he takes a step forward on his bad leg. "We came for you." They went after her. Todoroki stares at them as Katsuki leads himself and Deku forward, stepping closer as Katsuki cries out in pain. "Kacchan!" Deku looks afraid again, all earlier weariness forgotten as he swivels too fast to check Katsuki over. He can tell that the motion makes Izuku dizzy, but the nerd doesn't flinch, simply checking Katsuki's body for injury. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" "I'm fine, nerd," Katsuki says, biting back a groan. Something about Deku immediately jumping to help him despite looking like he's about to fall over and die makes Katsuki's stomach start flipping again. "Just my DMN leg." Todoroki holds up one hand as Kirishima appears at Katsuki's other side, offering his own shoulders for support. "Bakugo," Todoroki says, raising an eyebrow. "May I?" Katsuki grits his teeth again, but nods. They're never going to make it out of here if he can barely move without being in pain. "Get on with it, Icy Hot." That one makes Deku laugh again, and it takes away some of the pain Katsuki's in. "You never gave up on the nicknames, I see," Izuku says, his lip quirking upwards in a tiny smile. "Damn it. They need to get the hell out of here so Katsuki can deal with all the shit he's feeling right now." Todoroki shoots some ice across his leg, numbing the pain enough for Katsuki to walk with minimal interruption. Izuku's eyes widen, but he doesn't say anything, and Katsuki begrudgingly lets Kirishima sling one of his arms across his shoulders even as Katsuki holds onto Deku. They must look quite the sight, the three of them limping along and making their way out of this concrete bunker as they hear the telltale sounds of a big fight going on around them. Katsuki taps his earpiece. "Night Eye. Lemillion, anybody there?" His voice catches for a moment, still not quite believing the words he's about to say. "We've got Deku. What about the girl?" "Eri," Deku says softly. "Eri. What about Eri?" Katsuki doesn't hear anything for a moment, and something inside him tenses. What if the pros are outmatched? He can see Kirishima and Todoroki looking similarly tense beside him, both of them clearly waiting for news too, and for a moment he worries that. "Bakugo!" It's Lemillion's voice, and Deku perks up when he hears it. His earpiece must be loud enough that the nerd can pick up some of it, and he leans his head closer so that Deku can hear. "I've got Eri. But we're engaging overhaul and things are getting tough." Katsuki shares a look with Todoroki. "We're on our way," he says, his brow furrowing. He tries not to pay attention when Deku sags in relief at the mention of Eri, but he can't resist giving him a tiny smile. "We can help." "No," Mirio says, and it sounds like he's in pain. "The F is going on? Get Midoriya out of here. The rest of us will handle Chisaki." It's like he can just tell that Katsuki wants to interrupt again, because Mirio continues before he gets the chance. "Don't argue with me, just go." He's breathing hard, Katsuki can tell, and he can feel a rumbling in the floor that does not bode well. "You found your friend, Bakugo. Keep him safe and let the rest of us do our jobs." Part of Katsuki bristles at the thought of being treated like a child and relegated to the sidelines, just like it always does. But the other part glances over at Deku again, and all he can think about is how badly he wants to get him out of here and not let him go for an entire month. Todoroki makes the decision for all of them, shooting a look at Katsuki that says, "Don't argue with me." If he weren't so emotionally compromised, he would hate it. "We're making our way back to the surface," Icy Hot says, and Kirishima starts walking them forward again. "We'll rendezvous with the teams at the entrance." "Be careful, Ghost Boy," Katsuki says, stubbornly trying to keep the emotion out of his voice. He's actually gotten a little attached to the blonde moron these past few weeks, even if he doesn't want to admit it. The four of them make their way forwards, Todoroki acting as lookout and Kirishima, Katsuki and Deku forming a messy tangle of limping limbs behind him. It's slow going, and Katsuki worries that the moment they meet a villain they'll all be toast, but their way through is blissfully unimpeded. There's a few blocked pathways, and their little group is forced to backtrack a couple of times to find a new route, but thankfully they manage not to run into any villains. Katsuki worries about what that means. Did the pros manage to subdue all the small fry? Or has the fighting just relocated elsewhere? He doesn't know, and as much as he tries not to worry about it, he can't help it. Kirishima gives him another look, silently telling him to stop thinking about it, but still, he worries. It's not until Deku squeezes his shoulder lightly that he manages to shut his brain off. You're worrying, Izuku says. Katsuki wants to cry at that tiny statement, because even after over a year apart the idiot still knows him so goddamn well. They'll be fine. They're pro-heroes. They'll get the job done. Katsuki nearly yells. How is it FING possible that Deku has so much faith in the DM in pros, after they didn't manage to find him for over a year? After they gave up on him? That's the kind of faith that Katsuki's never had, especially after Deku disappeared. But it seems that Izuku is still just as optimistic as he remembers, even after being trapped in hell and experiencing Lord knows what. He's still got all that raw FING light inside even after the world's best attempts to beat it out of him, and Katsuki doesn't quite know what his emotions are doing with those thoughts, but he feels tears gathering at the corners of his eyes once more. He turns his face away from Deku, desperately hoping the nerd doesn't notice. Remarkably, they meet no resistance the entire way, even though Todoroki and Kirishima both look like they're ready for a fight if it comes down to it. Katsuki's too focused on Deku to really pay attention to anything else. The nerd looks like he's gotten a little bit of his energy back, but Katsuki still can't take his eyes off him. His breathing is a little steadier now, his stride a little bit stronger, to the point where he's leaning less of his weight on Katsuki and even supporting a little of Katsuki's own. Katsuki tries not to think about that warm body pressing against his side too much. They still have to make it out of here in one piece. They manage to make it out of the complex without trouble, but the sight that greets them when they get there is the most chaotic thing Katsuki has ever seen. There's a crater in the road, next to where a building used to be. For a moment, Katsuki is horrified, but then he remembers that there shouldn't be any civilians around to hurt, and he relaxes a little. He can't quite see what's going on from here, but he can see a mass of something flying through the air, moving around near the hole in the ground and being attacked by a smaller, blurry speck that's moving faster than Katsuki's eye can see. What? Bakugo! Todoroki! Kirishima! Ida appears in front of them out of nowhere, in full armor and sounding very out of breath. Thank goodness you're okay. Biff is going on glasses? Katsuki says, wincing as his leg twinges a bit. Lemillion, Ryukyu and the others are attempting to subdue Chisaki, but things are getting out of hand. Lemillion has Eri, but something's happening. We haven't been able to find Aizawa-sensei either. Katsuki glances nervously at Kirishima, but before either of them can respond, Deku PPS his head. Are you, Ingenium? Katsuki almost laughs, but before he can say anything Ida takes off his helmet. He meets Izuku's eyes, glancing between him and Katsuki, before he gives Deku a fond smile. You must be Midoriya, he says, smiling. Ingenium is my elder brother. I'm Tenya Ida, Bakugo's classmate. Deku turns to Katsuki again, his mouth open and his eyes wide. Kacchan, you know Ingenium's brother? And goddammit, Katsuki does laugh then, the few stubborn tears that have refused to vanish finally managing to fall. Because that is the most Deku FING thing in the world, isn't it? There's a giant goddamn fight happening around them, and the idiot is a second away from passing out, but suddenly all he FING cares about is that Katsuki knows Ingenium's little brother. Katsuki really doesn't know how he ever managed to live without him. The familiarity of it all makes him ache. But speaking of a fight, there's something else, says Icy Hot, staring at Ida with those piercing eyes of his. What's wrong? Ida's face falls, and Katsuki's stomach plummets along with it. He hurriedly wipes at his eyes. Something's wrong. Sir Night Eye is down, Ida says, and he hears Kirishima's sharp intake of breath. He's wounded pretty badly. Might be dead, or close to it by now. Uraraka and Tsu are with him, they managed to get him to the ambulance. But, he's going to make it though, right? Says Shitty Hair. I don't know, honestly. It's really bad and there was so much blood. Kacchan. It's barely a whisper, but Katsuki hears it anyway, and he's shaking his head before he even turns to look at the determined expression on Deku's face. He knows exactly what the nerd is planning. No way, he says, glaring at Izuku. No way. You're not strong enough. You're about to fall over as it is. Izuku's brow furrows, and he glances down at his own body before shaking his head. He's got that fierce, stubborn expression on his face, the one he used when there was an auction for a new piece of All Might merch he was trying to win and he wasn't going to let anyone beat him. Katsuki wishes for anything but that look. It's so hard to argue with that look. I can do it, Kacchan. Deku whispers again. I can do it. I'm feeling a lot better now, really. Bullshit. Kacchan. FING no, Izuku. That makes Deku pause, makes his eyes widen and his mouth hang open a bit. Katsuki's voice breaks on Izuku's real name, and he can feel his eyes watering again as he runs a shaky hand through his hair. No FING way. You can't. You could die. He knows that Deku's quirk has limits, just like anyone else's. If he uses too much of it, Kacchan. I am not letting you effing die, you bastard. Not after. Katsuki chokes on the words, his head drooping towards the floor. He can't let Deku do this, not after he just spent weeks trying to find him and get him back. He knows that he's yelling, that his friends are watching this whole exchange with confused, yet fond looks on their faces, but he doesn't care. He can't FNG handle the thought of losing Deku twice. Katsuki feels a warm, scarred hand reach for his own, and his breath hitches at the movement. It's been so long since he's touched the nerd at all, and now. I won't die, Deku says, giving Katsuki that stupidly fond smile. Deku, I won't. I can do this. You know I can. Damn it, that is not fair. It's not fair for Deku to use that tone against him, to use all that blind, unwavering faith that Katsuki always had in him and his spirit. Not to let him do something like this. Kacchan, Deku says, and that dumb nickname washes over Katsuki like warm water. He needs me. I can save him. You trust me, right? It's like the rest of the world fades into the background as Katsuki stares into Deku's eyes. Nothing else matters suddenly, nothing except the look on his face and the fear coursing Katsuki's whole body. But the answer to that question has always been obvious, and Katsuki is powerless against the nerd's resolve. He sighs, reaching forwards to fist a hand in Deku's shirt. If you die, he swallows. If you effing die, I'll pull you out of hell just to kill you myself. Deku beams at him, and Katsuki hates him a little bit. I know. Katsuki grits his teeth, and even though it hurts to let Deku out of his sight, he turns to glasses. Ida is faster and he knows it. Get Deku to 4 eyes, fast, he says, glaring daggers at Ida as his gaze hardens. Bakugo, 3 voices call his name simultaneously, but he ignores them, still staring at Ida. You're faster. Night Eye's dying, and Deku needs to be there when the lights go out. I'll catch up in a minute. Izuku meets Katsuki's eyes, as Ida awkwardly picks him up. It's a little ridiculous, but Deku still has that fierce expression on his face. Katsuki tries to put weight on his injured leg, wincing as it sends a wave of pain shooting up his whole body. The ice is still keeping it numb, but it can only do so much. Deku, you better be FING right about this. Izuku nods, smiling again as Ida speeds away. Kirishima wants to say something. Katsuki can tell, but he shrugs off his arm when he tries to touch Katsuki's shoulder. Katsuki doesn't want to hear it. Any of it. So he doesn't stay for long enough to listen, instead blasting off after Ida without a backwards glance. His arms protest under the strain, and his leg throbs from the movement, but he doesn't care. Go if you find Aizawa, he yells as he blasts himself into the sky. Katsuki propels himself forward without thinking, launching himself upwards until he can see the faint glint of Ida's metal costume in the sun. When he touches down, not too far from the large crater in the ground, the sight in front of him makes his stomach churn. There's so much blood. That's the first thing Katsuki notices. It's everywhere, staining Night Eye's suit and the ground around his body. The EMTs are surrounding him, trying their best to triage and stabilize while Deku yells at them to let him in close. It doesn't seem to be having much success, and it's only when Katsuki lets out a small, non-threatening explosion in his right hand that they finally shut up. Katsuki absolutely does not feel lightheaded at the brilliant smile Deku shoots his way. He has better control than that. The nerd's quirk is FING resurrection. Let him work once 4 eyes codes. They're still reluctant to let some kid do their jobs for them, but Katsuki and Ida both glaring at them seems to shut them up for now. Deku does his thing, kneeling in front of Night Eye and feeling for a pulse. Evidently he doesn't find one, because the idiot takes a deep breath, as if he's summoning every ounce of FING strength he has. Katsuki's insides clench again. He's still thinking about all the ways this could go wrong. And then, Katsuki can't help his sharp intake of breath. He's seen Deku use his quirk before. Of course he has. They've been friends for so long now that it's impossible for him not to have seen it before. But he's never gotten used to it. It's always a little freaky to watch the way Deku's whole body goes rigid, the heat that seems to radiate from him as he somehow breathes new life into dead things. It's beautiful and terrifying all at the same time. But the more Katsuki looks at Night Eye, the less convinced he is that this is going to work. There are wounds all over Night Eye's body, from the cuts on his chest to the gaping hole in his stomach to the stump where his arm used to be. Katsuki feels his stomach churning again. Deku, he needs to stop. He's not strong enough for this. It's going to take more energy than Deku has, and he's never going to be able to bring Night Eye back from a wound this bad. I can save him, Kacchan. I just have to. It's gonna kill you. It won't. I can feel it. You can what? Deku's reply is cut off suddenly, and Katsuki feels as if he's suspended in time once again. There's a gasp, though it's not quite as loud as the one he himself made when he came back from the dead. But it's there, nonetheless, and he can see Deku's victorious smile as everyone around them stares at Night Eye's chest rising and falling, and the closed, reformed skin where Night Eye's stomach wound used to be. He's still weak, barely there, but Night Eye is definitely drawing breath. Holy fing sheet. The EMTs are staring at Deku with stunned looks on their faces. Everyone is, in fact, they're all looking at Deku like he put the goddamn stars in the sky, watching him lean back on his haunches with a relieved, yet satisfied expression on his face. Deku's staring at Night Eye, looking pleased as punch that Four Eyes is alive and so happy that he was able to save someone after all. That's the Deku Katsuki knows. The one who's too damn nice. For his own good, always wanting to help people despite any possible risk to himself. The one who's so utterly, unbelievably selfless it's like he's effing made of sunshine and rainbows. The one who scares Katsuki so goddamn badly with all the thousand things he makes him feel. Katsuki can't look away from him, especially when Deku turns his head, looking away from the EMTs and heroes gathered around him. Ida and Uraraka and Tsu and Nijire are all watching him, but Deku looks past all of them until he meets Katsuki's eyes. There aren't really words to describe the way that Deku is looking at him. He looks fang exhausted, but he also looks so happy. He's taking deep breaths, taking in the outside world and feeling the fresh air When's the last time Deku has been outside of that bunker? Katsuki doesn't know, but Deku looks like a plant taking in sunlight and water for the first time in months. There are 1,000 different emotions in Deku's eyes, each more difficult to place than the last. Those eyes make Katsuki feel funny all over, every cell in his body tingling uncontrollably. There are so many feelings there, but the most prominent one by far whispers thank you so goddamn loudly that Katsuki swears he can hear Deku saying it with his voice. Izuku smiles at Katsuki like he's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. Then he drops like a rock, slumping sideways onto the pavement as his face goes slack and his eyes drift shut. Katsuki freezes, for a single moment. Then he's screaming, uncaring of who he's shoving and elbowing in his quest to get to Izuku's suddenly prone body. He's yelling like mad, and there are hands all over him, but he doesn't care. He can feel a pulse in Deku's wrist, before someone shoves him away. He elbows somebody Ida, he thinks in the face with a loud, angry yell, only letting up when the paramedics shake his shoulders because they need space to work. He said he wouldn't die, he promised he wouldn't die, he can't. Deku! Katsuki's face is wet as the paramedics load Night Eye into the ambulance. Uraraka gets in with him, but Katsuki's too numb to do anything but watch it happen. Deku isn't far behind, and thank F, there's a second set of wheels here because Katsuki is a half-second away from carrying the nerd to the hospital himself when they get Deku onto a stretcher. He climbs into the ambulance without a second thought, the glare on his face and the tears on his cheeks practically daring anyone to stop him. Luckily, the EMTs don't say anything, and Katsuki doesn't know when they started the drive to the hospital, but suddenly they're moving. He can feel the ambulance jostling. Part of him knows he should stay. He really should be there with the other pros, to make sure they get Eri out and they can detain Chisaki with minimal loss of life. The mission comes first and all that crap, right? He's really going to regret that later, once he stops panicking long enough for the guilt to set in. But he's always been a little bit selfish when it comes to Deku, and he can't bring himself to feel bad for hitching a ride in the ambulance as he grabs the nerd's hand. His pulse is still flighty, but Katsuki can feel it, and it's the only thing keeping him from losing it completely as the sound of sirens fills his ears. He can hear his own voice, as if on autopilot, giving the medics some basic information, Deku's name, what happened to him, other questions that Katsuki barely registers but somehow answers anyway. He doesn't even blink when the medic offers to look at his leg the minute Deku is stable. The guy is saying something that's probably meant to be reassuring, but Katsuki doesn't hear it. He can't focus on anything except Deku's face, except the tiny, fluttery pulse in Izuku's wrist and the paralyzing fear that's coursing through him. He just got the nerd back. He's not ready to lose him all over again. His breathing starts to pick up, getting faster and faster the closer they get to the hospital, until the EMT is trying to talk him down from a DMN panic attack on top of making sure Deku's okay. Katsuki will feel bad about that when he's a little more stable, but right now, he just wants Izuku to open his DMN eyes. He needs Izuku to open his eyes. There's a war raging inside his head, thoughts of it's just exhaustion, don't be stupid, he's going to be fine mixing with he's gonna effing die and all I can do is sit here and watch, until he puts his head between his knees to try and block out all the noise. Thoughts of those stupid pretty eyes are the only thing that keep him from losing his mind completely as the ambulance ride passes by in a painful, anxiety-ridden blur. Katsuki feels as if the next few minutes are nothing more than frames on a film reel. He passes from moment to moment without much conscious thought, without stopping to think for any longer than necessary. 1 minute he's in the ambulance with Deku, holding onto the idiot's hand for dear life and trying to make him breathe via mind control or something, and the next he's walking through the doors of Central Hospital alongside the nerd stretcher. He registers movement around him. He can feel bodies passing him by as the nurses shuffle past. He moves in a daze, still crying and shaking and feeling so much all at once. It's not until a hospital orderly stops him with a firm hand on his chest that Katsuki comes back to himself fully. You can't come past here. she says, giving him a sympathetic smile. We've got him, okay? Katsuki swallows, feeling the panic grip him again. Why no, I got. His voice breaks dangerously and he swallows, trying to get some fire back into his words. The nurse grabs him by both shoulders, forcing Katsuki to meet her eyes. I know, kid. I know it's hard, but the best thing you can do for him is to let us do our jobs. Katsuki wants to argue. He wants to yell, wants to shove past her and shake Deku by the front of his shirt until he wakes the F up. Katsuki stays. He stays and he shuts his mouth, and his legs are frozen in place as the rest of his body trembles violently. He stands there for a moment, gazing at the door to the ER with wide eyes and trying to will his body to do something. His brain feels hazy, overwhelmed and lost and alone, and all of a sudden he's drowning in it, swimming in emotions and unsure of where it all ends. Then there are hands on him again, he can tell that much. He feels someone guide him backwards, pushing him until he falls into a chair. That same person calls his name, shaking his shoulders lightly, and waving a hand in front of his face. Katsuki blinks away the haze for long enough to focus. Its round face, kneeling in front of him and giving him a wobbly smile. How long was I standing there? How much time has passed since Deku was taken into their wing? How is he? See. Hey, whoa, Bakugo, wait. Uraraka catches him when he sways dangerously, forcing him back into the chair. There hasn't been any news yet. Just take a breath. Katsuki doesn't listen, instead stumbling out of the chair and towards the wall. He heads for the triage desk, intending to bully the nurses into giving him an update, but he doesn't quite make it that far. He finds himself with his back against the wall, not far from the entrance to the patient wing and still not fully processing what's going on around him. It starts to sink in fully as he stares down at his hands, at the blood still marring the front of his costume and the reminder that Izuku saved Katsuki's life and it may have cost him his own. Katsuki feels his legs give out, the injured one buckling under the weight and the uninjured one unable to handle the stress. He slides down the wall until his butt hits the floor, and he buries his head in his hands as he tries to take deep breaths. There's too much going on inside his head. His breathing quickens again, responding to the sheer emotional tidal wave that he's been feeling all damn day that's just now cresting and spilling over into a flood. Uraraka slides to the floor next to him. Katsuki knows it's her by the bright pink outfit, but she doesn't try to say anything else. The two of them just sit, side by side as they try to calm down after everything they just went through. Katsuki doesn't quite manage it, but he hopes it's not bad enough for anyone to notice. Somehow, Katsuki manages to fish out his blissfully unbroken and unbloodied phone from his pants pocket. He dials his mom's number with shaky hands, and Uraraka stays silent next to him as he stumbles over his words. He doesn't know how much sense he makes, but somehow his mother is able to interpret his shaky, central hospital. Bring auntie and hurry the F up, correctly. Katsuki sighs as he hangs up the phone, leaning back until his head hits the wall with a loud thunk that echoes even in the busy emergency wing. There are nurses all around them, patients waiting to be treated and doctors moving from room to room, but somehow, in the middle of all this, Katsuki has a rare moment of stillness. And he hates it. He's still on an adrenaline high, expecting to see a villain come rushing through the door any minute now. He's half expecting to see more of his injured friends come through the door too, but so far that hasn't happened yet. Katsuki's just stuck here, wincing as his injured leg throbs and trying to fight the nausea churning in his stomach as he waits for news. Uraraka takes his hand, squeezing it softly. He's gonna be okay, she says, her voice full of confidence despite the environment they're in. Katsuki wants to believe her, but he can't help but scoff. I told him not to risk it, he says, his voice hollow. I told him it was effing dangerous, but he's going to be okay. Round face glares at him. He survived 1.5 years in hell. He's going to come out of this fine. Katsuki swallows the lump in his throat. He fucking better, he whispers. If he doesn't, I probably won't either. Uraraka doesn't let go of his hand. She just stays there, for Katsuki doesn't know how long, letting him take deep breaths and just being a warm presence next to him. Katsuki's always respected her, a lot more than most. Uraraka is a strong fighter when she needs to be, but she's also softer and kinder than most other heroes. They were never the closest of friends, but Katsuki found himself hanging out with her for late-night sparring sessions and training more often than others in the class. They've had some good times over the past year or so. He wants to laugh now that he thinks about it. Much like Kirishima, she's so much like Deku, he can't stand to be around her sometimes. Helpful to a fault, sensitive but still strong as hell, and just genuinely really FING kind. He never really noticed before how much he gravitated towards people who shared the nerd's best qualities. Maybe part of him was trying to fill the void, somehow. Katsuki clears his throat. How's 4 Eyes? He's desperate for something to break the tension, something to distract himself from the agonizing wait for news. Round face sighs. He was still really bad, she whispers. Katsuki's insides clench. If the nerd risked his life only for it to not even matter in the end. Midoriya healed the wound in his stomach, but he was still losing a lot of blood. He coded again in the ambulance, but they managed to stabilize him. He's in surgery now. Uraraka backtracks when she sees the look on Katsuki's face. He definitely wouldn't have made it this far without Midoriya's help. But the rest is up to him. Katsuki nods. The nerd's quirk only works on the immediate cause of death, he says, his voice hollow. Any other wounds don't change. Somehow, he feels like that information is important, suddenly. He isn't sure how long it's been since they wheeled Deku through the ER doors. He's stubbornly avoiding looking at his phone to check the time. And everyone else? Uraraka's brow furrows. Ito is trying to keep me updated, but I'm not really sure. Most of the pros are alright and most of the class, but... She trails off, and there's something in her voice that Katsuki really doesn't like. What? He says, glaring at her. They haven't found everybody yet. I'm worried. Her voice is small, and the sound pierces Katsuki right through the chest. The sound reflects everything he's been feeling, and it hits Katsuki again just how much like Deku she is. Empathetic to the FNG ends of the earth, the pair of them. They will, Katsuki mumbles. He's still so uncertain about Deku, but he is certain about this. Their class is the best, and so are all the pros that came with them. If anyone can pull through this, it's them. But, shut up. They fucking will. Uraraka gives him another watery smile. The two of them sit in silence for a few moments more, still holding hands, and Katsuki will never admit how grateful he is to have some company. After a few minutes, Round Face laughs. I can't wait to ask Midoriya how he put up with you for so long, she says, still chuckling. He must be a saint. Katsuki knows she's just trying to break the tension, to lighten the mood for a few minutes, but damn it, the FNG works. Katsuki leans his head back against the wall again, laughing even as he feels the lump in his throat coming back. He mutters, his voice thick with emotion. Honestly, I still don't know how he put up with me for so long. And then, his voice gets quieter as he voices that tiny, nagging insecurity that's been haunting him since this whole ordeal began. Or if he'll still want to. Uraraka smacks his shoulder. Don't be dumb, she says. I saw the way he looked at you right before he passed out. He looked at you like the rest of us look at All Might. He was a minute away from passing out, and he was still looking at you like you were the only person who mattered. Tears prick at the corner of Katsuki's eyes, but he brushes them away before they can fall. He can still see that look so achingly familiar to the day Deku asked him to get smoothies, and suddenly there's a 10-ton weight pressing down on his chest at the thought that he'll never see it again. He's gonna be so happy to see you, she says, squeezing his hand again. Hang on to that, Mr. Explosion Murder God. Katsuki can't help but roll his eyes, knocking her shoulder lightly in lieu of a thank you. The words get caught in his throat, but somehow, she gets the message anyway. The time passes by in an agonizing haze. Somehow it feels like the minutes take forever and fly by, all at once. Katsuki has lost all concept of how long he's been sitting here. He never even managed to make it back to a chair, he's still just sitting on the floor with his back against the wall. Uraraka left at some point, muttering something about checking in with Ida and trying to get information on any of the pros or their other classmates. Katsuki didn't protest, he has a reputation to maintain, after all. Even if he does feel as if he's a second away from combusting. Finally, after who knows how long, the same nurse that blocked his path at the start exits and makes her way into the waiting room. Katsuki doesn't know if minutes or hours have passed, but Inko and his parents still haven't arrived yet. But if there's news, he doesn't care about procedure or hospital rules, or all that bullshit decorum that heroes are supposed to have. He needs to know, and he manages to stand up on his injured leg with only minimal pain. He probably needs stitches, but he'll worry about that once he gets news on Deku. The nurse makes a startled face when Katsuki practically stumbles into her arms in his haste. She looks him up and down, all business again. Are you hurt too? We didn't know, come on, we can take a look at you. Shut up, he hisses, the lump in his throat returning. Deku Izuku Midoriya, is he? I can't. We should really look at your leg. I don't effing care about my leg. Katsuki chokes out the words, his voice breaking. I need to know if he's okay. The nurse PPS her head, a sympathetic look on her face as she meets Katsuki's eyes. Katsuki feels his heart sink, because he knows she's going to say something about hospital procedure and confidentiality that Katsuki absolutely does not want to hear. Where the F is Inko, she needs to get here so they'll give us news. Did I hear your friend say your name is Bakugo? Katsuki blinks. Yeah. Katsuki Bakugo. The nurse chews on her bottom lip, still giving him that sympathetic look. Katsuki has no idea what his face looks like right now, but he's somehow managed not to cry yet. There's a Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo on his medical records, listed as emergency contacts. Katsuki SKS in a breath. My parents, he says quietly, feeling his eyes watering. They're on their way, but please, just tell me if he's okay. There's silence for a moment, and Katsuki worries that he's going to have to wait for his parents to get here anyway. But thank the universe this lady seems to have a heart, because a moment later she gives him a tiny smile. You're a hero, I guess I can make an exception, just this once. Katsuki nearly hugs her, but he manages to refrain as she takes his arm and helps support his weight. But only if you let a doctor look at your leg. Fine, Katsuki says. He would give up a FING kidney right now if it meant getting information. The nurse walks him through the doors of the E, leading him towards a gurney and motioning for him to sit on top of it. Your friend is stable. He's out of immediate danger for the moment. He passed out from exhaustion and dehydration, and he's got some older injuries, but nothing life-threatening. His quirk seems to feed off of his own life force, and it seems like he used too much of it in too short a time. Katsuki freezes. Feeds off of his own life force. But he's gonna wake up, right? Right? He hates how small his voice sounds, but he suddenly feels like a middle schooler all over again. Talking to some random authority figure and powerless to do anything except stand here and watch. The nurse squeezes his shoulder, before propping his leg up on the gurney. He should. His vitals are all stable, and his brain activity doesn't indicate any damage. His body just needs time to heal itself. But it's hard to say how long it'll be before he wakes up. Could be hours. Could be days. Katsuki swallows, stripping the bulky gauntlets off his wrists with shaky hands. It's not exactly the news he was hoping for, but he feels his whole body relax slightly as the words he should replay inside his head. He tries not to worry too much about the rest of it, but he fails miserably. Can I see him? Katsuki asks, in that same tiny voice. The nurse gives him another sympathetic smile. Let's look at your leg first. I can't let you see him officially, but it seems that we're mysteriously short on your space all of a sudden, so you might have to share a room with someone until you're ready to go home. Katsuki can read what she's not saying in the small smile she gives him, and once again he's hit with an overwhelming wave of gratitude. But he can't help but grimace as she pages the doctor. That might actually be true in an hour or two, he says, as the worry for everyone else starts to creep back into his head. You're probably going to get a lot more patients today. For a moment, he thinks about Kirishima and Todoroki, about sending them looking for Aizawa without a backwards glance, and he feels a wave of guilt crash into him again. He should have stayed with them. He's a hero, isn't he? He's supposed to finish the FING mission, not run off like a scared, emotional idiot. Just because Deku decided to get himself into trouble. The nurse taps his shoulder, bringing him back to the present as she starts unwrapping the bandage on his leg. Just try and take deep breaths. Your friends are going to be fine. Katsuki sighs, just as a doctor makes her way over to the gurney he's sitting on and starts asking him a whole bunch of questions. He barely registers his answers, because all he can think about is how desperately he hopes she's right. Katsuki barely feels the stitches. He's too antsy to really pay attention, and the doctor gives him something to numb the pain as he's getting stitched up. His mind is too preoccupied with thoughts of Deku and how long it's going to be before he wakes up. Will he be able to stay? Will someone kick him out of the DMN hospital if they find out he snuck in to see him? What about? Before he knows it, he's being helped off the gurney by the same nice nurse from before. Briefly, Katsuki wonders how many times she's been in this same exact situation before, faced with a too stubborn relative or friend that's practically inconsolable with somebody close to them in the hospital. Katsuki swallows, limping along towards Deku's hospital room. Thank you, he whispers, suddenly feeling ashamed of himself. I never said. The nurse meets his eyes, shaking her head. You don't need to thank me. I've been where you are. I know what it's like. Katsuki feels his eyes burning, but before he can ask her more about what she means and whether the person turned out okay at the end of the day, the nurse is pushing open the door to Deku's hospital room. Katsuki can feel his phone vibrating in his pocket, and even though he knows it's probably his parents, he can't tear his eyes away from the sight in front of him. Deku is hooked up to more wires than Katsuki can count. He's so much paler than Katsuki remembers, and that he could see during the raid. The scars up and down his arms are angry and red in this artificial light, but the green of Izuku's hair stands out just as brightly. He really does look so much skinnier than Katsuki remembers too. All the muscle mass he built up before UA has virtually disappeared, and Katsuki has a fleeting thought that he's going to make sure the nerd manages to get back into shape. Katsuki can hear the heart monitor beeping, so he knows that Deku is alive. He knows what the nurse said about how Deku should wake up, but she doesn't know when. But Katsuki can't stop the tears from falling anyway, as all of his churning emotions crescendo into a second tsunami. He manages to make it into the chair beside Deku's bed, trying and failing to wipe away the tears as he reaches for Izuku's hand. It's cold to the touch, and it makes Katsuki's whole body jerk violently. The thought of Deku as a DMN corpse instead of a person crosses Katsuki's mind suddenly, even though he can see Izuku's chest rising and falling and he knows that Deku is alive. Izuku's alive. He's right here next to Katsuki, and all he needs to do is wake the F up. Katsuki's prepared to wait as long as it takes for that to happen. He doesn't care who tries to kick him out or tell him he shouldn't be here. Even G dares them to try. The sharp intake of breath behind him snaps him out of his thoughts, and when he turns his head, the tears start falling for an entirely different reason. His parents are standing in the doorway, their eyes wide as they take in the sight before them. Katsuki locks eyes with his father, and his dad gives him the brightest smile Katsuki's seen in ages. Katsuki can't help but smile back, bright and happy and full of sheer FING relief. The nerves make his whole body feel as if it's on fire. He's suddenly hit all over again with just how effing surreal this all is. Mitsuki has one arm around Inko Midoriya, who's standing in between both Bakugos with her hands over her mouth. Tears are silently trailing down her face, forming two small waterfalls. Katsuki can see her legs shaking, and she seems to be unable to form words. Her hands are blocking her mouth, but even from here Katsuki can hear the incredibly small whisper of Izuku that leaves her lips. Katsuki gets up from the chair, letting go of Deku's hand even though it hurts to do it. His body is fried from the exhaustion, he says, looking directly at Inko. They said he should wake up, that all his vitals are stable but they just don't know when. He's interrupted by a gut-wrenching sound, as Inko Midoriya buries her face in her hands, sobbing so violently that it's all Mitsuki can do to keep her upright. Katsuki's face twists. He's been so effing worried this whole time, so goddamn emotional that he can barely function. But Auntie is the nerd's mother. It must hurt worse than hell to see him like this, even if she is just happy to see Deku alive. Suddenly there's a small part of Katsuki that feels guilty for worrying like this when Inko's probably feeling so much more. His father wraps an arm around his shoulders, as Katsuki tries to take deep breaths. Heist Dad always seems to know what he needs before Katsuki even asks. I'm sorry, he whispers, not quite sure why he's apologizing but feeling like he needs to nonetheless. I tried to get him out of there in one piece, but... Hey, don't do that. Masaru ruffles his hair, glancing back at Inko who, Katsuki is startled to see, has actually fainted in Mitsuki's arms. She spares one glance at the pair of them, before leaning out the door and yelling for a nurse to help her out with that. It seems as if the shock of seeing her newly returned from the dead son was too much for Inko right now, and once again Katsuki is hit with an unexplainable wave of guilt. Emotions are FING weird. Your friend outside told us everything, his dad says, bringing Katsuki's attention back to him. The one in the metal suit. So Ida's here. You did everything you could, and you pulled him out of there. No one else. You found him after all this time. That's something to smile about if nothing else. Katsuki meets his dad's teary eyes with his own. Izuku's always been strong, and you know that better than anyone. Trust him. That's not fair. Katsuki does, even after the idiot went and landed himself in a coma when he promised he wouldn't. Yeah, Katsuki says, his voice hoarse. The idiot's too damn stubborn to die. He managed to survive for over a goddamn year, and Katsuki will be dead if he lets Deku kick the bucket now. His dad squeezes his shoulder one more time, jerking his head towards the chair Katsuki was sitting in. We'll take care of Inko, she's still in shock. You just stay with him, and call us if there's news, okay? Katsuki swallows, nodding as he limps back over to the small hospital chair. It's horribly uncomfortable, but that doesn't stop him from sliding into it anyway, biting back the groan of pain as he strips off his gloves and grabs Deku's hand. He's careful not to disturb the four, but he can't resist swiping his thumb across the back of Deku's hand as he bites down on another wave of frustrated tears. It's only now, after the battle is over and the adrenaline high has started to crash, that Katsuki starts to take stock of his own body. Every single muscle aches, but whether that's from the physical or mental strain, Katsuki doesn't know. His leg is the worst, but he feels the exhaustion coursing through him in one giant wave of fatigue and pain. There are still questions he wants to ask someone about whether everyone else is okay, and what happened to Night Eye, and whether they managed to get Eri somewhere safe after all, but if he thinks about all that right now he really is going to pass out. So he sits here, staring at Deku's sleeping, deathly pale face, and he waits. He waits, and he thinks about everything he's spent so long regretting ever since Deku disappeared, and everything he's always wanted to do if given the chance. And he tries to compel the idiot to wake up a little faster through sheer stubborn force of will, because goddammit, he has a bone to pick with him before he spends the rest of his goddamn life by Deku's side. If the nerd will have him, of course. Katsuki leans forward, resting his head on his forearms and taking care not to jostle Deku's hand too badly in the process. And he FING waits. Katsuki tried to stay awake, but at some point between one breath and the next he must have dozed off. The last thing he remembers is staring at Deku's sleeping body, muttering whatever nonsense he could think of just to get rid of the deathly quiet blanketing the room. He might have even brushed the nerd's hair back from his face like some stupid cliché, but if anyone asks, he'll never admit it. Not even to Deku. He doesn't remember falling asleep, but he wakes up with his head pillowed on top of his arms. The same bone-tired ache is coursing through his body again, but he feels a little more energetic than he did before. He doesn't know when he managed to fall asleep or how long he's been out, but he can't help but feel guilty for doing it. If the nerd had woken up while he was asleep, would Katsuki have even noticed? He looks up at Deku's face, his heart sinking when he doesn't see much change from before. Izuku does look at least marginally less pale. That's an encouraging sign. He doesn't look quite as sickly as he looked in the ambulance, and Katsuki chooses to take that as an encouraging sign. He doesn't see any sign of his parents or Inko anywhere, so he can't have slept for that long. He reaches for his phone, intending to check the time and get an update on how Inko is doing, when he hears a quiet throat clearing from the doorway. It's soft, but Katsuki still jumps, his hand tensing where it wraps around Deku's. For a moment, Katsuki panics, but Izuku doesn't stir, and he turns to glare at the culprits. It's Kaminari and Ida, standing in the doorway and looking worse for wear, but mostly uninjured. Sparkplug has a bandage around his arm, and Ida has a butterfly bandage across one cheek along with one around his head. They're both giving him encouraging smiles, but something about them feels tense. Like they've come to deliver bad news. The raid must be over, then. Katsuki's heart pounds inside his chest, but he's loath to leave Deku's side for even 1 second. He jerks his head, ushering the two of them into the room in lieu of getting up. He hates the look on Kaminari's face, all supportive and happy even as his eyes look sad. So, Denki says, taking care to keep his voice quiet. Katsuki expects the nerd wouldn't wake up even if a bomb went off in here, but he appreciates the gesture nonetheless. This is the famous stone, then? Katsuki swallows, glancing at Izuku and squeezing his hand. Yeah, we ran into your dad outside. He gave us the gist. Kaminari pulls up a second chair, taking a seat next to him and jerking his head towards Deku. He's cute. I can see why you liked him. Katsuki splutters, turning a violent shade of red and tucking his head inside his chest. Shut the F up, he mutters, the words mean but his voice soft. Denki bumps his shoulder. Just messing with you, bro. Katsuki appreciates it. It loosens him up just so, unwinding the coil inside his stomach enough for him to breathe normally. That was brave of him what he did. Ida's voice is quiet too, and Katsuki can hear the respect there. He saved Sir Naitai's life. He didn't even hesitate. Katsuki feels something warm settle in between his ribs. That's who he fucking is, he says, squeezing Deku's hand again. The nerd's brow is furrowed, like he's in pain even in his sleep, and Katsuki can't resist smoothing the tension away with his other thumb. He tries to ignore the tiny squeal that Kaminari lets out. He's an idiot, but he'll toss himself into the fire in a heartbeat to save someone. He'll make a fine hero. You will be lucky to have him. Katsuki smiles, and when he speaks, his voice is thick with emotion. DMN right. But a moment later he tenses again, the mention of Night Eye reminding him of everything else going on. He was so effing caught up with Deku, but Katsuki looks up at Ida. Night Eye. The rest of the class. The girl Eri. What the hell happened? He still doesn't even know what time it is, but he needs the information like he needs air. Ida and Kaminari share a look that Katsuki really doesn't like. Their expressions are carefully neutral, but Katsuki can see right through them. It's the bad news look that Katsuki has become intimately familiar with. Tell me, he says, already bracing for the worst. Most of the class is fine. Just minor scratches and bruises. The ones that aren't here are assisting with cleanup back at the Hasaikai compound, Ida says, tone serious and businesslike. Katsuki's always like that about glasses. He doesn't bullshit anyone when it comes down to it. But then Ida sighs. Most of the pros are alright. Rocklock was stabbed, but he's recovering well. He should be fine. We managed to detain Overhaul in the end, but Katsuki feels something sink in the pit of his stomach. What happened? The girl is here, in the hospital. Her quirk went haywire, and she's got a pretty high fever. Kaminari says. They're saying she had some sort of insanely dangerous power. She was strapped to Lemillion's back, doing something crazy, and she didn't stop until we got her into Aizawa's line of sight. Is he? He's mostly okay. He's injured, but nothing life-threatening. They're not letting anyone see Eri yet. Katsuki sighs. That's better than he was expecting. He's just relieved that they managed to get the kid to safety. Deku would have never forgiven them if they hadn't. The nerd would probably march right back into the Hasaikai's bunker himself to get her out. But Ida and Kaminari still look wary. There's more, Katsuki says, more a statement than a question. Ida runs a hand through his hair. Night Eye is stable for now. But he's still in critical condition, and it's tough to say exactly how he is. The doctors say his chances are good, but we just don't know yet. All Might is with him right now. Ama's Sun Eater is in the hospital too. Sensei said he, cracked a bone in his face? But he's gonna be fine. Fat Gum took a beating too, he just needs to rest. But Katsuki tenses. But what, spark plug? Denki's face twists. Kirishima and Todoroki both got hurt pretty bad, he whispers. Katsuki freezes, thinking back to the raid and feeling the color drain from his face. He sent the two of them looking for Aizawa-sensei while he took care of Deku. If they're really hurt, it's his fault. How bad? Ida steps in, resting a hand on Katsuki's shoulder. Todoroki's got a broken arm and a few big cuts and bruises. We went to see Kirishima before. His whole torso is wrapped in bandages. Whoever they ran into was able to break through his hardening, and he has a few broken ribs and massive abrasions all over. Luckily nothing life-threatening, but he'll probably be unconscious for a while. Katsuki feels his heart pounding again. Kirishima's been a rock through this whole FING thing, and now Katsuki's sitting here with barely a scratch while he's FING unconscious in a hospital bed. He should have FING stayed. Helped, somehow, instead of panicking like an idiot the minute Deku was hurt. Don't do what I know you're doing, Kaminari says, giving him a hard look. We all wanted to help. Kiri's gonna be fine. Fat Gum apparently administered some first aid on the scene, and the doctors said he's mostly just resting while he heals. He JRKS his head towards Deku. Kiri's not gonna blame you for anything, you know that. He's gonna be happy that you got Midoriya back, just like the rest of us. Katsuki scowls, thinking about the way shitty hair fucking cried in the bunker when he and Deku hugged it out. He's torn, suddenly. He doesn't want to leave Deku's side, but he wants to check on Kirishima himself. Shoulda fucking stayed, he grumbles, feeling the guilt burn like acid in his throat. Should have been there to help. Kaminari and Ida both shake their heads simultaneously. He needed you, Ida says, gesturing towards Izuku. We all volunteered for this. We knew the risks. We all wanted you to get your friend back, Kaminari adds, smiling brightly. We talked about it while you went to see your parents. All of us were willing to do whatever it took. Kirishima especially, you should have heard the speech he gave to everyone else. Katsuki's face flushes bright red. Of course Kirishima would have been the one to push the rest of the class. Still, he mumbles. I'm sorry. Ida glares at him. We saved 2 lives today. That's not something to be sorry for. Katsuki supposes that he's right. Even if it does feel like something's grinding his heart into a fine paste. Apparently Eri has some sort of rewind quirk. She can change people's bodies. It's kind of cool but pretty dangerous. Kaminari glances at Deku, his expression thoughtful. Rewind and resurrection, huh? Guess Overhaul was trying to use them both for who knows what. Rewind and resurrection. No wonder Deku basically adopted the kid, they're pretty similar. No doubt Overhaul was putting her through hell too, but he still doesn't want to think about exactly what Deku went through over the past year. He almost wishes he could have fought the guy himself. Made him pay. Katsuki sighs. You said you saw my dad? His mom passed out the second she saw him again, he says, jerking his head towards Deku. Don't know where they went. Your dad's sitting outside in the waiting room, Kaminari says. He said your mom took Midoriya's mother home. She wanted to stay, but she was barely standing up as it is, and your mom insisted on making her rest in a real bed. Your dad swore to call the minute there's news, and they'll come straight here. Katsuki nods. Auntie's been through so much over the past year and a half. Your son disappearing, then dying, only to show up alive a year later? Katsuki would be in shock too. He glances down towards Deku's hand, still wrapped comfortably in his own. He's loath to leave him for even a moment, but he should talk to his dad, check in on everyone else, and should go see shitty hair, he mumbles, almost to himself. Check on the rest. He's still in his bloody costume too. He should really find himself a change of clothes. It feels like being torn in half, but the practical part of his brain is fighting with the emotional part and winning. Kaminari stops him in his tracks, though, shoving him back into the chair. Nope, he says, smiling again. Don't worry about that. Kirishima's unconscious, and he would tell you to stay here. And the rest of us can worry about checking in on everyone else. But Kaminari is right, Ida says, also smiling. We can handle things. You just worry about him. I'll text you the minute EI wakes up. And I'll see about finding you a change of clothes too, Kaminari says, staring down at his bloody chest. You're kind of gross right now, dude. Katsuki laughs, despite everything. Fine, he says. Thanks, idiots. Both of them give him encouraging grins. Ida glances from him to Deku as Kaminari makes his way out of the room, and before he joins him, his smile gets even bigger. I'm happy for you, Bakugo, he says. I'm glad we were able to save him. Katsuki blushes. Thanks, glasses. He wants to say so much more than that, but he can't quite find the words. He's never really been good at that. Time passes slowly. Katsuki almost falls asleep again, lulled by the hypnotic beeping of Deku's heart monitor. He changes his clothes and scrolls through his phone, trying anything he can think of to distract himself from the wait. He texts his dad and gets an update on the rest of the team's injuries from Kaminari, Ida and Uraraka. Kirishima has woken up, thankfully, but the doctors have to check him over before he can move around at all. Katsuki promises to come see him as soon as he can, but something stops his legs from moving. He still can't bring himself to leave Deku alone. He knows it's irrational, but the only thought in his head is that the last time Deku was alone, he vanished off the planet for over a year. And he's been on his own ever since. Katsuki sighs. He runs a shaky hand through his hair, trying to process all of this. Everyone keeps saying how happy they are for him, but Katsuki doesn't feel happy. It's more like nerves, like something's crawling across his skin with an electric current and lighting his whole body up with sparks. It's a kind of adrenaline-fueled energy, not quite happiness but not quite the despondency or despair he's used to either. Maybe it's fear. Maybe it's fear that, after Deku wakes up and opens his eyes, things will be different. The middle of the raid was one thing. It was a mad rush of emotion and tension and the high of finding each other again after so long pushing them back together seamlessly. But afterwards? When there's no heat of the moment to fuel them. Katsuki thought they were exactly the same, but now that he's really thinking about the future, what will this be like? What will they be like? He'd be a fool to think Deku hasn't changed. He's spent over a year as a prisoner, that's going to leave some mental scars along with the physical. Will they be able to pick up where they left off? Will Deku still want to be a hero, even if his quirk makes him a target? How the hell is he going to even begin to ask if Izuku is even okay? And what about them? Is Katsuki selfish for even daring to hope for that? He only just got the nerd back. They have to get to know each other again after so long apart. He shouldn't be thinking about anything more. But even so, he can't help himself. There's a part of him, that part that he buried for so effing long, that just wants. He missed the nerd more than anything, and he can't help the bitter, fiery longing coursing through his veins, suddenly awake again after so long suppressed. It's infuriating. It's greedy. It's self-centered. But it's there nonetheless. Katsuki sighs. He has so many questions, 1,000 more problems than solutions. And really, a part of him is happy to see the nerd again, just happy to have him alive and breathing even if everything else goes to hell. There's a part of him that feels like he's stuck in the clouds, ecstatic at the possibilities. But it's buried underneath the rest of him as the doubts begin to creep in. He manages to doze off again. He's so exhausted, suddenly, it feels as if he's been through at least 4 sessions with Recovery Girl even though she's not even here. Maybe she's treating Night Eye. Katsuki didn't bother to ask. He should have. His head is still spinning, burning with questions and things he needs to do and people he needs to talk to. He glances at his phone to see that it's early evening by now, and he hurriedly sends a few disorganized texts. His dad, spark plug, glasses, Aizawa, anyone who can give him some news. He's a little disoriented, between the pain medicine they gave him wearing off and the exhaustion still coursing through his body. He's wired as hell and tired as shit all at the same time. He glances down at Deku's sleeping form, half expecting to see his eyes open, to see that brilliant smile again. If this were a movie, maybe the nerd would be awake already, but he's still sleeping just as soundly as he was before. It's been hours since they came in this morning. Deku's quirk must have really done a number on him. And there's the guilt again, as Katsuki wonders whether things would have been different if he hadn't gotten himself killed. His thoughts twist into knots as he stumbles over the word. It's still weird to think about the fact that he actually died. Katsuki passes the time by playing games on his phone, bouncing his leg anxiously as he sits here. One hand is still twined with Izuku's, and Katsuki couldn't resist selfishly threading their fingers together. Deku's hand is warmer than when they first got here, at least. Maybe that's a good sign. It's getting late, and Katsuki is surprised that no one has kicked him out yet. Central Hospital is used to working with heroes, so maybe they make exceptions for shit like this. Or maybe he just really looked that fucking bad when he came in here and they took pity on him. Another hour passes him by. Maybe 2, Katsuki isn't really paying attention. He checks the news to look for any reports on overhaul, and he's satisfied to see that he's been detained, at least for now. FINGBSTRD. If Katsuki ever sees that man again, there will be hell to pay. Full fire and brimstone, hero license be demed. Katsuki's in the middle of planning an elaborate revenge scheme inside his head that he'll never get to act on. Something that would be truly awful, maybe he'd even get his idiot friends to help. Raccoon eyes would be all over that sheet. He's so wrapped up in his own thoughts that he almost misses the barely there twinge of pressure on his hand. But somehow he feels it anyway, the smallest twitch of a finger against his knuckle that barely grazes his skin. Katsuki's whole body freezes, his exhaustion melting away as a rush of adrenaline surges through him. Maybe he imagined that pressure, that tiny movement, and it'll turn out to be nothing. But maybe, there it is again, that tiny movement of Deku's fingers against his hand. Katsuki moves on instinct. He swipes a thumb across the side of the nerd's finger, the touch attempting to be reassuring as Izuku hopefully comes back to full awareness. Katsuki's already pulling out his phone, texting his parents with his free hand. And then, a tiny groan leaves Izuku's lips, his brow scrunching the way it always used to do when they would have sleepovers. He shifts his head, cracking his neck slightly and nuzzling into the pillow a bit in a way that Katsuki absolutely does not find cute. Not at all. And then those green eyes flutter open, as Izuku lets out another groan. He blinks a couple times, getting his bearings as his hand squeezes involuntarily at Katsuki. Katsuki missed that shade of green so dim and much. Pictures and memories don't compare to the real thing at all, and he can't help but think about that all over again. He opens his mouth to call Izuku's name, but before he can say anything, the nerd's entire body freezes, going rigid all over as his heartbeat quickens. Katsuki can hear the increase on the heart monitor, and he can feel the pulse racing in Deku's wrist. He's staring up at the ceiling with wide eyes, and Katsuki hates the haunted look that suddenly appears on his face. It's the same look he's seen on a lot of civilians during his time doing hero work. The look that means they don't quite know where they are, that they still feel like they're trapped in whatever hell they were in. Katsuki swallows down the sudden rush of emotion, taking a deep breath and swiping his thumb across Deku's hand again. Deku! Katsuki doesn't get the reaction he was expecting. Izuku's whole body jigs, his eyes squeezing shut as he shakes his head. He must still think he's back with the Hasaikai. He looks like he's bracing for something, expecting something awful to happen to him. Katsuki's suddenly overwhelmed with the desire to punch somebody again. He tries to get Izuku's attention again. "Hey, Deku," he says, keeping his voice soft. "It's me." He can hear the hitch in Deku's breathing, see the way he relaxes slightly. He tries not to read into that too much. Kacchan? But the fluttering in Katsuki's chest is short-lived, because a moment later Deku turns to stare at him with a panicked expression. "Kacchan? What did they get you to? You have to get out." Katsuki's insides twist into knots. Trying desperately to keep his composure, he squeezes Deku's hand. He can't help but notice that the nerd hasn't pulled away from him yet. "Calm down, nerd," he says, still in that quiet voice. "You're not there anymore. We got you out, remember? You're in Central Hospital. You passed out after using your quirk a second time." Deku stares at Katsuki for a moment, before glancing around the room again. A moment later, his whole body relaxes, the tension flooding out of his limbs as the events of the past day come back to him. "Oh," he breathes after a moment. "I remember now." Deku stares into space for a moment, mumbling to himself in a way that's achingly familiar. Except this time the mumbles are tinged with sadness rather than frantic, excited energy, and Katsuki aches as he hears it. "I used to wake up like this a lot," he says almost to himself. "In hospital beds. So Chisaki could experiment. Someday Katsuki will ask him what that means. But right now, the implications of that are more horrifying than Katsuki is prepared to deal with. He's still reeling from his already jumbled emotions. Anything more might shatter him apart completely. Deku sits in silence for the moment, like he's taking everything in. But a moment later, he gasps, his body jerking again as he tries to sit up violently. Katsuki yells at him, his arms flailing as he hurries to help and make sure the nerd doesn't hurt himself even more than he's already hurting. He gets one hand on Deku's back, the other still holding his hand, and as he maneuvers Deku into an upright position, he tries not to think about how warm to the touch he is. Warm and soft and right here and breathing and alive, alive, alive. Deku turns to him with a frantic expression, one hand reaching out until it lands on Katsuki's shoulder. "Eri," he says, the panic apparent in his voice. "Night-eye. Everyone else, are they okay? What happened? Is everyone?" Katsuki reaches for Deku's other arm, pulling it lightly off his shoulder and guiding it back down. "Take a breath, They're fine. Well, mostly. Eri's here. Not I too. Night-eye's still critical, but chances are good. You saved his fucking life. And you almost got yourself killed in the process?" Katsuki can't help but add inside his head. "Everybody else got away without life-threatening injuries." Izuku stops trying to get out of the bed and glances down at himself. Katsuki can practically see the gears churning in his brain as he takes in this information. "Good. That's good," he whispers, relaxing slightly. He's still tense, his shoulders hitching upwards slightly, but Katsuki can't take his eyes off him. It's still so surreal. The sight of Izuku sitting here is setting off alarm bells inside his head that have him fighting the urge to pinch himself. When Deku turns his head, meeting Katsuki's eyes with those big green ones, Katsuki swears he stops breathing entirely. Deku stares at him exactly the same way he did in that bunker. Except now he's looking at Katsuki like he's seeing him for the first time all over again, and Katsuki finds himself doing the same thing. Deku's eyes scan across Katsuki's whole body, as if he's trying to memorize every detail that he forgot, and Katsuki half wonders if he's kidding himself with that observation even as he fights the urge to blush under the scrutiny. Katsuki feels like every vague, wistful dream he's ever had has suddenly come to life, like everything he's ever wished for has suddenly been dropped right at his feet. It feels too good to be true, suddenly, and he wants to latch onto this moment and never let it go. He feels as if he breaks eye contact with Izuku, the nerd will vanish into thin air. A long moment passes between them, where they do nothing except stare into each other's eyes like something out of a DM romance manga. Katsuki knows he should call the nurse, or the doctor, or somebody to look Deku over. But he can't bring himself to move, to break the tension hanging in the air. He wants to stay suspended in this moment forever and never leave. But eventually, Deku's mouth curves into a tiny smile, just the slightest curl of his lips that betrays the shock he's feeling. Katsuki finds himself giving Deku the same tiny grin, staring at Deku like a hopeless, blissfully happy idiot. Ironic, isn't it? He used to always make fun of Deku for that. Kacchan, Izuku says, the words sounding more like a prayer than a name. His voice is so quiet, and yet the word echoes through the small hospital room all the same. Hey, nerd, Katsuki says, whispering like he's worshipping a deity of his own. Maybe he is. Welcome back. Oh man. There's so much that Katsuki wants to say. So much he needs to say. It's all right there, hanging at the edges of his awareness, but he can't make his mouth form the words. He feels as if his body is suspended in time, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't make himself speak. The sight of Deku smiling at him, his chest rising and falling and his face just as bright and happy as he remembers, has reduced any and all of Katsuki's higher brain function to mush. He does manage to move closer, standing up from the chair and shifting so that he's seated on top of Deku's bed. He doesn't break eye contact the entire time, it's like his body moves on autopilot, and by the time he's settled he can count every freckle scattered across Deku's cheeks. Izuku is still smiling, staring at him with wide eyes, and Katsuki can see tears gathering at the corners. He's still trying to make his mouth move, to spit out all the things he told himself he would tell Deku if he ever got the chance. And then, Deku laughs, all disbelief and joy and shock, and it reduces Katsuki to a puddle once again. Hi, Izuku says after a moment. The word is quiet, spoken so softly that it almost floats away on the air. But Katsuki hears it anyway. He swallows thickly, chewing on his bottom lip. Hi, he says. Damn it. Every single one of his wildest fantasies is real, and he's stuck stewing in his thoughts like a scared kid. There's so much Deku smiles, even wider than before, and Katsuki can see pink spreading across his cheeks. It's good to see you, he whispers. There's so much hesitation in his voice, like he's worried about what Katsuki's going to say. And Katsuki doesn't like that at all. But he has an opening now. And it's so easy to start with the truth, with how he feels. You too, he mutters. Katsuki takes a deep breath. I can't believe you're real. Deku's face falls, and Katsuki's insides clench. He already misses the nerd's smile. Somehow, that simple admission breaks the lock on Katsuki's voice, because the rest of it pours out before Katsuki can stop himself. You were dead. You were dead for a whole fucking year. And now you're here. He's here and breathing, and Katsuki's heart is threatening to burst out of his chest. Katsuki's eyes are still glued to Deku's, the shocked "oh" written all over his face, so he doesn't miss when Izuku flinches, going rigid like he was hit with a full-body electric shock. Katsuki's about to ask what's wrong, already feeling his defenses rising, but he sees Deku's face twist into such a sad expression that Katsuki feels every atom in his body crumbling. I'm so sorry, Kacchan. Katsuki blinks. There's so much pain in those 4 words that it hits him like a truck, but his mind struggles to process what Deku just said. Izuku keeps going before he can say anything, his lower lip trembling and his hands coming up to crisscross across his chest and grab his arms. I thought about you so much, and I didn't mean to leave like that, or be gone for so long, or hurt you. He's crying now, stumbling over the words as he looks down at his lap. I tried to get out so many times, and I kept wondering what you were doing, if you were okay, and I felt so bad thinking about how awful it must have been for you, and I'm so sorry. Katsuki's frozen, staring at Deku with his mouth hanging open. He feels as if something is grinding his insides into a fine powder listening to Izuku talk, watching him cry over hurting Katsuki like he hasn't just spent over a year as a FING prisoner. Katsuki hits him. Then he hits him again. Then a third time. They're not terribly hard light smacks against Deku's arm. But Izuku stops mumbling those gut-wrenching words, so the light violence does its job. Ow, Kacchan, what? if dash dot. Katsuki can't tell what his face is doing. It's not quite a scowl, it's not quite a wince, it's not quite a frown, but his emotions are surging violently and his expression twists painfully to match. It's almost involuntary, the way his body curls inward on itself. And oh, there are the tears, blurring his vision and turning his breathing shallow and erratic. When did he start crying? Why can't he stop? Shut up, he says, hiccuping through the words. You can't just you effing moron, Deku. Kacchan. They're such a FNG pair, aren't they? Katsuki was so FING worried about all this, wondering whether they have a chance to pick up where they left off and fearing that nothing would be the same. But it seems as if Deku has been stewing in the same fear, the same worries about the future. And he's sitting here apologizing for getting kidnapped like the whole thing is his fault. How effed is that? Katsuki can't take it anymore. Think, come here you little sheet, goddammit. He needs to hug him, he needs to breathe, needs to stop FING crying, needs to feel that the both of them are really here. He surges forward, a jumbled up tangle of uncoordinated limbs, but somehow he manages to control his body for long enough to wrap Deku into a bone-crushing embrace. One hand winds up gripping Izuku's shoulder tightly, feeling the warmth of his skin through the thin hospital gown, and the other trails upwards until Katsuki's fingers thread through Deku's hair. The noise Izuku makes will stay burned into Katsuki's memory forever. It's so raw, anguished and ecstatic all at once as he hugs Katsuki right back. His grip isn't as strong as Katsuki's, he's still weak, gaining his strength back, but his hands are warm even through the sweatshirt Katsuki is wearing. They burn like wildfire, like a forceful smack in the face that makes it impossible to doubt whether this is really happening. Katsuki's breaths come in short gasps, the tears trailing down his face and soaking the thin material covering Deku's chest as he buries his face in the nerd's neck. Izuku's not much better, though. Katsuki can feel the nerd's chest heaving, and he tries to pull Deku even closer to his own body, like the touch will stem the tide of both their tears. For a few moments, the only sound is the both of them sobbing, the gasping breaths echoing in the room as they try to pull each other as close as they possibly can. But then, Kacchan, it's a whisper against Katsuki's neck, tickling the skin there, but it feels as if Izuku's shouting in his ear. Don't you dare, he chokes out, squeezing Deku so tightly he wonders whether he's hurting him. But Izuku doesn't complain, he simply lets out a tiny whimper, his body going boneless in Katsuki's arms. Don't you dare apologize to me for getting kidnapped, you the idiot. But, shut the F up. It's not your effing fault. Katsuki needs him to understand this. They kept you locked up for over a year. Izuku is silent for a moment, and Katsuki can feel his warmth seeping into his skin. Even as emotional as they both are, it sends a pleasant buzzing through his insides. Katsuki's about to say something else, but before he can, Deku sniffles. I know, he whispers in a tiny voice. But I hate that I hurt you. Katsuki's face twists again, a bizarre mix of anger and sadness and so much affection for this FING dumbass that it nearly knocks him over. Izuku's too FNG empathetic for his own good. Denying it would be pointless, but, you didn't, he says. The Hasaikai hurt both of us, okay? I didn't FING blame you. I missed you. He missed him more than anything, and the tears come harder as he spills his heart at Deku's feet. I went to your FING funeral. I didn't get out of bed for a week, when they told us you died. I nearly destroyed Aldera 3 separate times. I punched All Might in the face. That one makes Deku pause, trust the nerd to perk up at any mention of All Might. Somehow, it makes Katsuki cry even harder, the familiarity feeling like a punch to the gut. You what? But Katsuki keeps going before Deku can stop him. He's on a roll, all the words that were locked away before suddenly overflowing and desperate to get out in the open. I was so angry. I hated everything and everyone and I wanted to explode the whole FING world, 'cause it felt like half of me died with you. He squeezes Deku closer, if that's possible. The nerd's body is still limp, he's barely moving, like he's afraid the moment will evaporate if he moves. Katsuki can feel Izuku shaking, trembling like a leaf. But Katsuki's shaking too, as he sits here pulling his soul out into the open for Deku to see. I blamed everybody under the FNG sun. Everybody except you. So shut the F up. Izuku, thankfully, takes Katsuki's advice, at least for the moment. Katsuki isn't sure if it's because he believes him or if he's simply stunned into silence, but he can't seem to find his voice. He's still crying into Katsuki's neck, nuzzling into him like Katsuki spent so many nights wishing he would. It hurts. This whole conversation hurts like someone is pulling Katsuki apart one piece at a time, but they have to talk about it before it gets buried and locked away. Katsuki can't bring himself to regret spilling his feelings like blood from a wound. Not even when Deku whimpers again, sobbing harder as Katsuki strokes his hair. Finally, after a few moments of quiet sobs from the both of them, Izuku finds his voice. I would talk to you whenever they couldn't hear me. Katsuki's breath hitches, and he can't help but JRK in Deku's hold as the words land on him. It cuts like a knife, thinking about Deku muttering to himself in the dark, scared and in pain and trying to do anything to take that pain away. But then again, how many FING times did Katsuki do the same thing? Confessing his secrets and his heartache and his sins into thin air, knowing Deku would never hear him but hoping he would anyway? I would just tell you whatever I was thinking. Stuff about home in the old days and our parents and school and, sometimes, stuff about what Overhaul was doing. Random tips for hero work, for while you were at UA. He feels Izuku swallow against his neck. Helped, sometimes. Made me feel a little less alone. God damn it, that tears Katsuki to shreds, and once again he finds himself unable to stop himself from speaking. I'm so sorry, Deku. Ironic, isn't it? He just told Deku to stop apologizing and now he's doing it himself. But Izuku deserves to hear this. I'm so fucking sorry you spent a year and a half in a villain's basement and nobody did a DMN thing to stop it. Katsuki's emotions have calmed down, somewhat. His breathing is less erratic and the tears are coming less forcefully now than they were before. Maybe it's the exhaustion, making him run out of energy, but he finds himself calming down. He can't help but take notice of all the places he and Deku are touching, and of how warm he feels right now. How happy he is that Deku is safe. Sure, he's angry and sad and in pain, but it's good pain. It's catharsis at the start of a long, long rest. At least, Katsuki hopes so. Katsuki can feel Izuku's chest rising and falling more slowly too, but he doesn't dare lift his head. He doesn't want to leave this bubble they're in, especially when he feels Deku's lips curl upward ever so slightly against his neck. But you did, Deku says after a moment. His voice is quiet, but Katsuki can hear something like rapture in it. You did something about it. You found me. Katsuki groans, the sound forced out of him like water from a rag. I heard one of their FING thugs mention you, and he squeezes Deku tight, before loosening his hold slightly. I didn't FING stop. It was like I could finally breathe again. Kacchan. Their tears are starting to give way to something else, something warm and peaceful. It's the sun rising after a violent storm, and Katsuki finds himself whining again as that stupid FNG nickname washes over him like a hot bath. It's been so effing long. Sheet. He breathes, lifting his head so that he can lean his forehead against Deku's. Say that again. Say it again. He needs to hear Deku's voice saying that word again, so badly that he might unravel completely if he doesn't. Kacchan, Izuku says, smiling now even as tears continue to trail down his face. His arms are still wound tightly around Katsuki's back, and Katsuki's own fingers card through Deku's hair. But he can't resist bringing his other hand up to Izuku's face, brushing away a stray tear in a gesture that's probably more NTMT than he should be attempting right now. But Izuku doesn't seem to care, his smile growing as Katsuki lets out another involuntary whimper. Kacchan. Kacchan, Kacchan, Kacchan. I missed you so much, Kacchan. And Katsuki just breathes, his eyes sliding shut as Deku keeps whispering his name over and over and over again. It's like he's balanced precariously on the edge of a cliff, waiting for something to tip him over but safe here as long as Deku keeps saying his name like that. After a moment, he realizes his own mouth is moving, his own lips whispering Deku over and over right back. The two of them must look ridiculous to anyone who might be watching, but Katsuki can't bring himself to care. He feels lighter and safer than he has in ages, and he wants to stay in this moment for as long as they possibly can. He isn't sure how long they sit there, how long his forehead stays pressed to Izuku's with his hand buried in green curls. One of Izuku's hands has found its way into Katsuki's hair, carding through blonde spikes in a way that makes Katsuki feel a little lightheaded. It could be seconds or days. Katsuki has no concept of time, or space, or anything that isn't the boy in front of him. Eventually, the two of them manage to calm down enough to stop crying, but neither one attempts to pull away. Katsuki wasn't feeling it before, but suddenly all the joy and relief at having Deku back is hitting him like a train. They still have so much to talk about, so many things to say to each other, but right now none of it seems important. It's all fading into the background. After a few minutes, Katsuki sighs, remembering that he should at least tell Izuku about the important sheet. Your mom is on her way, he says, his voice low. She kind of passed out the minute she saw you again. The hag took her home and made her rest. Izuku flinches. Oh, he says, sounding faint. Oi, Katsuki says, smacking his shoulder lightly. He can see Deku's eyes from here, already looking sad again. Don't do that. She was so happy you're back. We all are. Deku sighs. I hate that you all spent so long thinking I was gone. I don't know, there's so much I need to ask you, I need to fit back into everyone's lives, and I don't know if I can. He pulls back to look Katsuki in the eye, and the fear is plain as day on his face. I spent so much time thinking about that, but now that it's happening, I'm so scared, Kacchan. Katsuki's face falls again. They're still so close, tangled together so completely that he's not sure where his own body ends and Deku's begins. But Katsuki hates the fear in Deku's voice. It's not an unreasonable fear this time, and that's what scares him the most. He wants to take that fear away, wants to convince Deku that he's still just as goddamn important as the day he vanished. So Katsuki takes a deep breath, feeling the blush creeping up the back of his neck, and takes the plunge. You still owe me a smoothie date. It's barely a whisper, but it makes Deku's whole body freeze, his own face turning red even as his eyes widen. He stares at Katsuki for a long moment, the shock clear as day in his expression. Katsuki gives him a small smile in return, as his heart threatens to burst out of his chest once again. Deku chews on his bottom lip. I don't know if you. I know we were going to, but it's been a long time, so if you don't. This idiot. Katsuki can't help the fond smile that blooms organically. Deku's going to be the death of him. What, you thought I fucking forgot? He shakes his head, laughing quietly, even as some part of him aches at Deku thinking he moved on. I've thought about that every day since you were taken, idiot. You mean? Of FING course, Katsuki says. His face is really red now, but he can't look away from Deku's eyes. Don't act like you're so fucking easy to forget. You need to adjust, obviously, but of FING course you'll be able to fit back in. He'll do better than fit in. Katsuki will make Diamin sure of it. After a long moment, Deku smiles again, and even though Katsuki feels way too exposed wearing his heart on his sleeve like this, he feels good. Really good. The small part of him that worried things would be different between them is much quieter now. Something changes on Deku's face, and he seems to grow a little bit bolder. And when he leans forward, pressing a tiny, barely there kiss against Katsuki's cheek, Katsuki swears that every atom in his body stops moving. Deku lets out a tiny squeak when Katsuki goes rigid, pulling back and holding his arms up in front of his face. I'm sorry, he swallows, taking a deep breath, and when his eyes meet Katsuki's, there's so much softness there that Katsuki wants to melt. I know we have a lot to talk about before that, but I thought I would never get to do that. Katsuki's blushing too, feeling the skin tingle where Deku kissed him. His brain is entirely static right now, trying to jumpstart itself as his heart races in his chest. He swallows, but he can't help his smile. Right? He mumbles, trying not to think about how much higher his voice has gotten. And then, we've got time, Damas. Because they do. They have the whole rest of their lives, and Katsuki can actually think about that now without wanting to burst into tears. Deku smiles right back at him. Yeah, he breathes. We have time. They stare at each other for another long moment, like batteries recharging after too long dead. It's like each of them is drawing strength from the other. Katsuki can practically see the color coming back into Deku's skin, his limbs becoming less shaky as the seconds tick by. Izuku rubs at the back of his neck. There's so much I want to say. I don't even know where to start. Katsuki laughs. It's scary how in sync they are even after so long. You and me both nerd. But you gotta heal first. And then, because he remembers he's supposed to be mad at Deku for that, what the F were you thinking? You could have died. Izuku cringes. He was in trouble, he says, his head tilting downwards. He needed me. Katsuki scowls. You could have died, he says, his voice growing frantic again. You could have died, right when? Izuku moves closer, leaning his forehead against Katsuki's again. I'm sorry, he whispers. I didn't mean to scare you. I spent so long being forced to use my quirk to help villains. I wanted to be a hero again. Katsuki is not going to cry again. He's not. But he can't help the noise that escapes his lips. You survived, he says, his voice hollow. That makes you a hero in my book. Deku smiles, and once again Katsuki feels the warmth wash over him, as if the sun comes out in this hospital room. He's smiling like Katsuki just gave him a medal, and damn it if that doesn't make Katsuki feel so much, all at once. He opens his mouth to say something else, but before he can, they're interrupted by a high-pitched keen that sounds from the other side of the room. Katsuki turns, his head moving at the same time as Deku's. The hag and Inko are back. Katsuki looks back at Deku, wanting to gauge his reaction. His face is crumbling, his eyes watering as he makes eye contact with Inko for the first time in a year and a half. She's frozen stiff, already crying and staring at Deku like he's about to disappear at any second. After a long pause, Izuku manages a wobbly smile, wiping at his eyes. Everything stops, for a minute. Katsuki makes eye contact with his mom as Inko and Izuku stare at each other, both of them wondering what the hell is about to happen. And then, Katsuki only has a second to get the F out of the way as Inko surges forward, practically falling into Deku's arms as she wraps him in a hug. Both Midoriyas are sobbing loudly and violently, just like Katsuki remembers, and Katsuki wonders how Deku isn't out of tears yet. Katsuki can hear Inko trying to form words in between the tears, and Deku's doing his best to say something comforting even as he's being smothered in affection. Katsuki walks over to his own mother as the Midoriyas hug it out. The hag stops him, staring at him with a frown on her face. He knows his own face must look for where, eyes red and puffy and cheeks blotchy. Katsuki? His mom asks. Katsuki shakes his head, wiping at his eyes and glancing back towards Deku and Inko. The two of them are so wrapped up in each other that they barely notice anything else, and Katsuki's brain chooses this moment to inform him that his hands are still trembling. Need some air, he chokes out, feeling overwhelmed all of a sudden. They need a few minutes anyway. He jerks his head back towards Deku. Are you fine? Really he's okay. Everything's just crashing all at once again, his emotions spiraling even though it's the good emotions this time. He just needs a break for a minute. He exits the room without saying anything more, making it halfway down the hallway before leaning against the wall and sliding to the floor with a loud sigh. His head winds up between his knees again, not to stave off panic but just to shield himself from his own thoughts. He feels floaty, all of a sudden, like now that his body is at rest he doesn't want to think about anything. Minutes pass. Katsuki isn't sure how many. But eventually he feels a presence next to him, another body that slides down the wall to the floor. A little more carefully, Katsuki can't help but notice. The grunt of pain gives it away, and Katsuki looks up to see Kirishima smiling back at him. Hey bro, he says, grinning at Katsuki with a chest covered in bandages and warm, comforting eyes. Katsuki stares at him with wide eyes. He got so wrapped up with Deku that he almost effing forgot Kirishima was injured. Shitty hair, Katsuki says, feeling guilt churn his stomach once again. Are you? I'm fine. Little worse for wear, but nothing that won't heal. Katsuki shakes his head, even as Kirishima wraps a comforting arm around his back. Sorry, he says. If it weren't for me. Nope. Don't you dare. Shitty hair glares at him. Not on your life. Katsuki can't help it. He laughs, chuckling quietly as his head droops again. It's exactly what Kaminari said Shitty hair would say, and he should have expected it. Kirishima leans his head to the side, so that it almost touches Katsuki's shoulder. His arm is rubbing comforting circles into Katsuki's back, as if he just knows Katsuki needs it. How's Midoriya? He asks, after a few minutes of silence. Katsuki sighs, but he feels the smile on his lips. He's awake. With his mom right now. Kirishima hesitates. And are you okay? We talked, Katsuki says, his voice quiet. It was a lot. Good? Or bad? Good, he answers, thinking about Deku's lips on his cheek again. But just a lot. Kirishima hums, but he doesn't respond. Somehow, he seems to sense that Katsuki has more to say. After a moment, Katsuki sighs, his body curling further inwards. He said he was sorry, he says, the sadness creeping into his voice. The first thing out of his goddamn mouth after he saw me was that he was effing sorry for hurting me. He tosses his head back, hitting it against the wall with a loud thunk. He said he's scared he won't have a place in our lives anymore, and he said he talked to me whenever he wanted to feel like he wasn't alone, and then he kissed me and… Katsuki breaks off, and Kirishima is silent for a long moment. Katsuki's eyes are burning again, but he's too effing tired to cry anymore. He already let it all out with Deku. Finally, Shitty hair laughs, and when Katsuki turns his head, he's smiling again. So, a lot, he says chuckling. But then his face turns serious. You'll be okay though. Katsuki frowns, but Kirishima continues before he can say anything. You will. You've both been through a lot, but you'll heal. You both will. Maybe it won't be exactly the same, but you'll be alright. How do you know? Katsuki swallows down the lump in his throat as he speaks. He wants to believe that, but what if it's all too much to fix? It's not. Kirishima's hand moves to rest on his shoulder. I know it's not. You're the strongest person I've ever met, but after meeting him, he jerks his head in the vague direction of Midoriya's hospital room. That's probably the only person on the planet who can give you a run for your money. He shakes his head as if remembering something. I saw him gearing up to fight both me and Todoroki to keep you safe. He's going to come out of this fine. Katsuki tenses. He didn't know that. It must have been while he was out. The only thing he remembers was seeing Izuku kneeling in front of his newly reawakened body. Katsuki swallows thickly. He wants to believe that, but he still feels all that fear coursing through him. All the apprehension for the future and pain at the thought of what Izuku went through. Kirishima bumps his shoulder. Hey, I mean it. You two are gonna be fine. It'll be weird for a while, you both need time to adjust. But it won't be weird forever. Katsuki sighs, his head falling forward once more. He's still scared, but for the moment he lets himself accept the comfort for what it is. Thanks, Shitty hair. Kirishima nods, squeezing his shoulder lightly. And then, did you say he kissed you? Shut up, Katsuki mumbles, his face turning red. Bro, that's awesome. It is way too early for that sheet. Was there tongue? That's so manly. Katsuki shoves him, nearly knocking him over and ignoring the playfully hurt look on Kirishima's face. I'm wounded, man, you can't hit me. Kirishima's laughter makes the statement have a little less weight. Then don't say stupid sheet. He knows Kirishima is attempting to lighten the mood, but there's a smile on Katsuki's face again. Itafang works. He's laughing and he's not filled with existential dread anymore. Well, at least mostly. Their laughter dies down slowly, and for a moment Katsuki can't remember what he was even worried about in the first place. He still feels the weight of Deku's words, the implications of what they mean for them both. They're going to have to work hard to come back from this, and he's not looking forward to it. But Deku's alive, and he hasn't lost that bright smile completely, and maybe for now that's good enough. He's not sure how much time passes while the two of them sit here, but eventually a low throat clearing startles the both of them, and Katsuki turns towards the source of the sound. It's his father, standing a few feet away and giving the two of them a small smile. It sets Katsuki on edge all over again, and he stands up on slightly shaky legs, pulling Kirishima with him and being careful not to jostle him too much. "What's wrong?" he asks, his voice tense. He's already panicking, worried that Deku's hurt worse than he thought or that Overhaul is back, or... His father shakes his head, his smile growing. "Nothing's wrong," he says, and Katsuki relaxes slightly. "Izuku's asking for you." Katsuki blushes underneath the knowing look his father gives him, but he doesn't say anything. None of that shit until Deku's out of the hospital. Katsuki starts walking forward, but stops after a moment. He turns back to Kirishima, jerking his head in a come-on motion as he smirks. "What do you say, shitty hair?" he asks as Kirishima takes a step towards him. "Want to meet the nerd?" Shitty Hair smiles, nodding enthusiastically and falling into step beside Katsuki as the two of them head for Deku's room. Katsuki enters the room to see a doctor standing over Deku's bed, talking to the nerd and Inko as his own parents stand on the other side of the room. Inko is attached to Deku, wrapped around him so tightly that Katsuki can see Izuku trying not to wince even through his smile. The doctor was in the middle of telling Deku something, but he breaks off as Katsuki enters the room, Kirishima right behind him. He barely has time to take in what's happening around him as he enters the room, because a moment later something is colliding with him hard. He lets out a quiet grunt of surprise, barely registering what's going on as he feels arms wrapping around his waist and squeezing, so tightly that he can barely breathe. It's not until he registers a flash of dark green in his peripheral vision and feels the tears soaking into his neck that he realizes it's Inko, hugging him tightly and sobbing into his chest. That's unexpected. Katsuki looks up, an expression of thinly concealed panic on his face. He glances around the room, eyes first finding his own parents who are grinning at him and shedding tears of their own. He spots Deku giving him a wobbly smile from across the room, muffling his laughter into his hand when he sees Katsuki's uneasy expression. Hesitantly, he rests his hand on Inko's head, swallowing his own emotions as he glances down at her. He can see Kirishima hanging back, watching the whole exchange but hesitant to intervene. "Auntie," Katsuki says, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Deku again when Inko doesn't respond for a moment. Izuku just grins at him, a fond, happy expression on his face. Katsuki can see the water in his eyes even from here. "I hear you." Inko chokes out the words in between staggering breaths, like her brain is working too fast for her body to catch up with. "You brought him home," she finally whispers after a moment. Katsuki feels the pang of emotion hit him right square in the chest, as if the feelings are bleeding out from Inko into his own body. One hand is still resting on her head, but he sighs, his other arm coming up to hug her back. "I did what anybody would've done," Katsuki mumbles. And then a little quieter. "I missed him too." He doesn't miss the way Deku's face goes red under the lights, but he tries not to think about that. Inko pulls back to look him in the eye, one hand reaching up to touch his cheek as she gives him a watery smile that's so similar to her son's. "Thank you." Her voice is practically reverent. Katsuki tucks his head downwards, blushing himself under the power of Inko's gaze and a little uncomfortable with the praise. "It was a group effort." Inko shakes her head. "None of this would have happened if it wasn't for you," she says, still smiling at him. "You, Katsuki. You're a hero." Katsuki swallows thickly. Something about Inko praising him so openly like this makes his insides feel funny, and he doesn't quite know what to do with all these feelings. Thankfully, he doesn't have long to dwell on it, because she takes a step back. Katsuki can see Deku smiling again, staring at him with so much open affection that his stomach flips even more. Inko glances over at Kirishima, still hesitantly standing off to the side. She looks at him with a curious expression, and Katsuki can see the way Ijiro blanches under the scrutiny, like he feels like he shouldn't be here. Kirishima falters for a moment. "Hi." "He helped," Katsuki says, resting a hand on Inko's shoulder. "He got me and Deku out of there when I couldn't walk right." He doesn't bother to mention that he was dead for a few minutes. Inko and his parents don't need to know about that particular detail just yet. "Oh, well, I wouldn't say." Kirishima doesn't get to finish, because Inko hugs him too, being careful of his bandaged torso but throwing her arms around him fully all the same. And now Katsuki is laughing, because the expression on Ijiro's face is so and funny that he can't help it. It's bemused and sad all at once, like he still feels out of place but he can't help being happy. Kirishima's always been a hugger. "I really didn't do much. Aijiro says, laughing nervously as he hugs Inko back. It was all Bakugo, ma'am. He laughs again, patting Inko's back like he's not sure what he's meant to be doing right now. Katsuki catches Deku's eye, and the nerd shrugs apologetically. Katsuki gets it. The Midoriyas have always been affectionate people. But then again, so has Kirishima, and he smiles brightly when Inko pulls back. Thank you too, young man, Inko says, frowning when she comes back to herself and realizes what she's done. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Kirishima shakes his head, holding up one hand in a gesture that's both a wave and a don't mention it. Kirishima. Aijiro Kirishima. And it's okay. Wiram, he falters again, still looking a little unsteady as he locks eyes with Katsuki. But then he smiles, glancing from Katsuki to Deku and back again. We're heroes, ma'am. It's what we do. Katsuki feels his stomach flipping again. Stupid Rock being a stupid good friend. That has a small frown on his face when Katsuki looks back at him. He's about to ask the nerd what's up when he sees Izuku make eye contact with his own mother and something silent seems to pass between them. Katsuki's confused for a moment, but he doesn't have long to wait before Mitsuki steps forward. She takes Inko by the elbow, shifting until she's in her line of sight. Hey, Inko, she says, looking at Katsuki before turning back to her. Why don't we let the boys talk yet? You need to eat something. Inko looks like she wants to argue, glancing between Deku and Katsuki and Mitsuki and back again so fast that Katsuki swears she's going to get whiplash. Izuku smiles at her when she looks unsure. I'll be fine, Mom, he says, and Katsuki feels his chest get all warm and fuzzy again. He's still not used to hearing the nerd's voice. Really, you should eat. I'm okay. The doctor turns towards Izuku again, seeming to realize that they all need some space. He resumes whatever he was probably talking about before, grabbing Deku's chart and giving it a once-over before speaking. Your son is going to be fine. We'll keep him here overnight for observation, and to let him have a session with our healers. Katsuki can't help smirking at that. Recovery Girl is going to chew him out for what he did, and Katsuki wants to be there to see it. That arm worries me, the doctor says, speaking to Izuku directly. We'll take some x-rays, and I want a specialist to take a look at you before you go. And he hesitates for a moment, and Katsuki can tell he's tiptoeing around something. He looks like he doesn't want to bring up what happened, not directly at least. Deku seems to notice too, and he gives the doctor a sad smile. It's all right, he says. You can say it. The doctor gives him a sympathetic grin. I was just going to say that I'm recommending a few good psychologists to your mother. You've been through a lot. Deku grimaces, but otherwise tries to keep his face neutral. Right? He mutters. It's only because Katsuki knows him so well that he knows the nerd isn't exactly thrilled with that. Katsuki wouldn't be either. But it's a good idea, and Deku knows it just as much as Katsuki does. The doctor leaves, and eventually Inko lets Katsuki's parents pull her out of the room as well. But she hugs Deku once more before she leaves, and she doesn't let go for a long time. So long that Katsuki and Aijiro both glance at each other, feeling like they're intruding on a private moment. But eventually Inko lets Deku go, exiting the room with Katsuki's parents. It's not until the three teens are alone that Izuku's expression drops, and he lets out a loud sigh. She wouldn't let go of me for ages, he mumbles, almost to himself. She's been through so much. Katsuki glares at him, crossing his arms. That's not your fault, idiot. He knows they already talked about it, but he's determined to remind Deku of that fact as many times as it takes. Izuku gives him a small smile. I know, he still looks sad for another moment, before he seems to shake himself out of whatever he's thinking. Then, he turns to Shitty Hair, who's glancing between them with a stupid grin on his face. Deku holds out one hand, all light and sunshine once again. Katsuki wonders how Kirishima's not blinded by it. Kirishima, right? He asks as Shitty Hair steps forward with a matching smile on his face. Hey Midoriya. He laughs, shaking Deku's hand. Nice to meet you officially. Deku grimaces. Sorry I kind of threatened to kill you a bit. Oh, Katsuki really wishes he could have seen that. Aijiro just laughs, shaking his head as he shrugs. Don't mention it. I probably would have done the same in your shoes. Right? Deku says, shaking his head even as he chuckles. Call me Izuku. Seems kinda weird to be so formal after all this. Katsuki can see the flush spreading across Kirishima's face. He feels something weird bubbling up inside his chest, like the two of them meeting is stitching shut some wound that he didn't even know was there. Call me Aijiro. I've heard a lot about you, Shitty Hair says, smiling even wider. Katsuki has a lot of pictures of you in his room. Katsuki prickles. Damn it, good things, I hope, Izuku says, laughing even as Katsuki grimaces. He's trying to remind the nerd as little as possible of the past year, but Deku only shakes his head, glancing between the two of them with an impossibly affectionate look on his face. It's good to know that Kacchan had someone watching his back while I was. He trails off, his expression dropping, and Kirishima frowns, stepping closer to Izuku and ping his head. That dumb grin is back on his face a moment later. He's not that bad, he says, bumping Deku's shoulder as he tries to lighten the sudden drop in mood. The nerd perks up at that, as Shitty Hair glances back at Katsuki. He's easy to take care of. Katsuki rolls his eyes, even as Deku laughs again and something warm and gooey hits Katsuki right in the chest. Kirishima is laughing along with him, both of them looking at Katsuki's red face and embarrassed expression that is not a pout. Thank you very much. Two humans powered by the FNG power of friendship is too much for Katsuki's fragile body. One was bad enough. But two? The sheer amount of sunshine threatens to roast him alive. Izuku shakes his head, laughing quietly. You'll have to tell me all about it, he says. But a moment later his expression hardens, and Katsuki's smacked in the face with all that passion and determination that he missed so much. Deku meets Katsuki's eyes, and the fire there is unmistakable. It means the nerd set his mind to something, and once he does that, there's no stopping him. Katsuki's heart pounds loudly against his ribcage. I sent Mom away, 'cause she needs to eat, but also, I didn't want her to worry. Deku chews on his bottom lip, staring into space for a moment before looking at Katsuki once more. They won't tell me anything about Eri, he says, the words coming out all in a rush. Or Sir Night Eye or Chisaki, or anyone. I didn't want to ask in front of her, but I need to know. He moves like he's trying to get up from the bed, and Katsuki panics, surging forward in an instant to shove him back down. The F are you doing, idiot? Kacchan, I have to know, Izuku chokes out, trying to pry Katsuki's hands off him so that he can move. I gotta know if Eri's alright, I promised her I wouldn't leave. Hey Midoriya, breathe man. I'm sure she's fine. Kirishima tries to placate the nerd too, but Deku's determined, and when he gets like this there are few things that can stand in his way. Once again, Katsuki tries not to think about how much he's missed that. I promised I'd keep her safe. Eri's being kept in quarantine for now. All three of them turn towards the front of the room at the same time, and Katsuki is surprised to see Aizawa leaning against the wall, his arms folded casually across his chest. He's looking a little worse for wear, with a bandage wrapped all along one arm. Katsuki can see another bandage on his torso, in the spot his ripped shirt doesn't quite cover. He's got a bruise covering one cheek, and he's holding his elbow like he can't move his arm very much. Sensei, Kirishima says, straightening up ever so slightly. What are you doing here? Katsuki glances at Deku, trying to gauge his reaction. He doesn't seem to care who Aizawa is, or what he's doing there. He's still laser-focused on Eri. Is she okay? Izuku asks, face twisting into a deep frown. What's wrong with her? Aizawa steps further into the room, standing over Deku's bed and looking between the three of them. She has a high fever at the moment, he says, sighing deeply and pulling up a chair. Her quirk went haywire, and her body didn't react well. But it looks like she's going to pull through. She just needs to rest while her body heals. Deku's face twists, his hands FNG in the thin hospital sheets. Can I see her? Aizawa doesn't answer, instead staring at Izuku with an unreadable look on his face. He glances from Deku to Katsuki, and when Katsuki meets his eyes, he could swear he sees Aizawa crack a smile. It has Katsuki fighting the urge to blush again. You must be Midoriya, Aizawa says, after a moment. Deku starts, body going rigid as he looks at Aizawa like he's seeing him for the first time. Yeah, he says, his expression curious. Boo. This is our homeroom teacher, Kirishima says, jerking his head towards Aizawa. Shota Aizawa, the man in question adds, nodding his head once in Deku's direction. But you can call me. Deku gasps, and Katsuki sees it when the light bulb goes off inside his head. His eyes scan Aizawa's frame, that beautiful brain of his working to put the pieces together and his expression lighting up when it does. Those goggles. Your outfit. Your eraser head. All that fanboy enthusiasm comes flooding back, and Izuku smiles brightly as he nearly jumps off the bed. Your eraser head, the pro hero. You can take people's quirks just by looking at them. Deku turns that brilliant smile towards Katsuki, the way he always used to when he discovered something about heroes that he thought was cool. Whatever keeps happening to Katsuki's insides needs to stop right now. Otherwise he's going to do something very stupid. He purposely ignores Kirishima's sheet-eating grin, turning to Aizawa instead. How's the rest of the class? All fine, he says, still watching Midoriya with an unreadable expression. Mostly minor injuries. Then he turns back towards Deku, whose expression has gone dark and apprehensive again. The doctors told Eri you're here and that you're okay. That seemed to calm her down a bit. Izuku sighs, the tension draining from him in one breath. Good. That's good. I was really worried about her. Of course he was. Of course he's more worried about Eri than about himself. Aizawa watches him for another few minutes, before a small, genuine smile spreads across his face. I'm glad you're safe, he says, his voice quiet. Deku blushes bright red. Thank you, sir. Eraserhead, sir, He glances towards Katsuki with a slightly panicked expression, and Katsuki tries not to laugh again. Aizawa gives him another look, before his face turns serious again. That was reckless what you did back there. You saved Sir Nitai's life, and he's going to be okay, thanks to you. But, since you're technically one of my kids, I'd be a bad teacher if I didn't say that. 3 pairs of eyes stare at Aizawa incredulously. Deku's whole body freezes, his eyes comically wide. Katsuki's probably aren't much better, and he can't help the way his mouth hangs open slightly. Deku recovers remarkably quickly, and he shakes his head like Aizawa must have misspoken. But Katsuki knows Aizawa-sensei. He doesn't do that. Sir? What do you mean? Aizawa smiles again, letting out a tiny hm. You were supposed to enroll at UA. I took a look at your files once we figured out you were alive. He shrugs, and Izuku looks like he's about to pass out. He's hanging on Aizawa's every word, keeping very still. Out of the corner of his eye, Katsuki can see his parents and Inko in the hall, hanging in the doorway like they don't know whether they should interrupt or not. Katsuki tries to give a subtle shake of his head. Something tells him that Deku's going to want to hear whatever Aizawa has to say. Turns out the school never formally rescinded your acceptance, Aizawa says, and Katsuki is probably the only one who notices the way Deku stops breathing. You were supposed to be in my class, so that makes you my responsibility. Deku splutters, struggling to form words, and Katsuki glances towards the doorway to see Inko with her hands over her mouth, silent tears streaming down her face. Katsuki can feel the absolutely feral smile spreading across his face, because if he's hearing Aizawa right? You mean what? Deku's voice is stupidly high-pitched. Aizawa rests a hand on his shoulder, and Deku's eyes start to water as their parents re-enter the room. Izuku locks eyes with his mother, his shocked smile so wide it must ache, and Katsuki can see Inko smiling too. There's still a spot for you at UA, if you want it. Deku really does start crying then, the tears leaking out from the corners of his eyes as he lets out a tiny squeak of surprise. You don't have to decide anything now, of course, when you only just got back, but Aizawa glances back towards Inko, looking between her and Deku before speaking again. There's about 9 months between now and the start of your 3rd year. It'll be intense, but we can work with you to catch you up on the things you missed. If you can do it in that time, you'll be able to start the 3rd year either on time or with a slight delay. Deku is nearly weeping now, and Katsuki's close to crying himself. He feels like he's floating as he listens to Aizawa talk. Katsuki hoped, of course, was prepared to beg the school himself if he had to, but to hear Aizawa say it out loud feels fresh. He can't believe Deku was worried about being unable to fit in. It's almost too good to be true, but it seems like Izuku's going to be able to get his dream back after all. Provided he's willing to do a little work first. Katsuki can't resist. He takes a seat next to Deku on the bed, bumping his shoulder with his own. He can do it. The nerd's the best. And if he can't, then Katsuki will simply wait for the nerd to catch up. They did promise to graduate together, after all. Katsuki catches Kirishima's knowing glance once again, and tells him with his eyes to shut the hell up. He knows what he's thinking. Katsuki has never said that. About anyone. Aizawa glances back at Inko again, before squeezing Deku's shoulder. Once you're out of here, we can discuss it. There's time to worry about all that, but focus on resting up in the meantime. I'll see about getting permission for you to see Eri once she's cleared for visitors. Deku swallows, trying to wipe away the tears still trailing down his face. Thank you, sir. Sensei? Sensei. His face turns pink, as if he's embarrassed to say the word. Aizawa simply nods, standing up and looking down at them both. Katsuki is frozen. He was focused on listening to the two of them talk and trying to figure out how to comprehend what the F he's hearing. He's already thinking up a plan about how to get Deku back in shape and tutor him on everything he's missed. Because really, there's no world where Katsuki's not staying by Deku's side until he's back at UA where he belongs. Aizawa turns his gaze on Katsuki before he takes his leave, and Katsuki swallows, bracing for anything really. He doesn't really know what to expect. Aizawa is still his teacher, after all, and part of him braces for some comment on the mission, a lecture about going off on his own and the ways that may have compromised both himself and the mission. But somehow, the grin that spreads across Aizawa's face still hits Katsuki like a ton of bricks. Maybe it's that look in his eye. The one that Katsuki's seen so many times since this whole ride began, the one that tells Katsuki that Aizawa's been here too, once upon a time. And that Aizawa didn't get the ending he wanted. I'm really happy for you, Bakugo, he says, and there's so much warmth in Aizawa's voice that it makes Katsuki's throat go dry. Aizawa isn't a particularly affectionate teacher, even if the entire class knows that he would lay down his own life for any one of theirs without a moment's hesitation. Has almost done on a number of occasions. For both of you, second chances are rare, even in a society full of quirks. Deku's still cry laughing, the tears leaking out from his watery eyes even as he giggles like he can't believe all this is really happening. But he manages to smile at Aizawa too, before turning that megawatt grin back to Katsuki. And there's that blinding light again, the one that Katsuki still hasn't gotten used to having back. Kirishima, for his part, is standing slightly away from them, like he feels as if this moment is just theirs, but he's got his hand pressed against his mouth and Katsuki can tell that he's trying not to squeal. Katsuki swallows. Thank you, sensei. He owes Aizawa so much. He owes him for letting him go on this crazy adventure in the first place and for letting him keep chasing after Deku even when he was moments away from losing his cool completely. Katsuki doesn't know how he's ever going to repay him. When their teacher takes his leave, Deku stares at Katsuki with such an awestruck expression that Katsuki can't help but smile. Izuku's eyes are wide again, that nervous laughter spilling from him almost against his will. Did that really just happen? He asks, in a shaky voice. Am I dreaming? Katsuki laughs, shaking his head. Aizawa doesn't do bullshit. He tries to keep his voice even, feigning nonchalance even though he wants to literally jump for joy. Kirishima appears in front of both of them, wrapping the two of them up in a group hug before Katsuki can stop them. Oh man, this is gonna be great, he yells, oblivious to the other people in the room. Katsuki can see Inko's happy tears, and he sends her a look that he hopes is reassuring. You're gonna love the rest of the class, Izuku, and I'm sure everyone will want to help you catch up. Aizawa-sensei and the other teachers are the best in the business, and even All Might will. Alright, shitty hair, let the nerd breathe. Katsuki wants to stop that train of thought before it even hits the rails. Deku looks like he's about to pass out from all the STMLTN. He might just drop dead entirely if All Might enters the conversation. Or the room. Katsuki esses in a breath as the thought registers, and he can't help the way something throbs violently in his chest. He does not want to think about the nerd being dead. That scenario hits home in a way that he's really not prepared to deal with yet. Not when he just got Deku back. Izuku seems to notice Katsuki's face, because he frowns, ping his head. Kacchan? Katsuki shakes his head, trying to dismiss the spike of panic he feels coursing through him. The nerd just got his entire life handed back to him on a silver platter. He's not about to ruin that moment. Katsuki smirks, punching Deku's unmarred arm lightly. Can't believe you were worried about fitting in, nerd, he says, trying to break the tension. But the sentiment is genuine. Katsuki's beyond happy right now. He doesn't know if he's ever been this happy. There's still a million FING things to figure out, but for right now, he's going to enjoy the moment, god damn it. Deku smiles, shaking his head and wiping a few stray tears away. Katsuki has a fleeting thought that he wants to do that himself, but he stops his arm from moving just in time. Not yet, he remembers. When Deku's ready. Not before. I can't believe it. I really thought that everything would be different, Izuku says. Inko lets out a tiny squeal, shaking her head as she laughs along with her son. You're home, baby, she says, and Katsuki can tell she wants to hug Deku again as much as she wants to give him space. It's all gonna be okay. Deku beams, and Katsuki can't resist nodding along with her. It is. It really is. It's going to be better than okay. The next few weeks are difficult. They're hard and emotional, and leave Katsuki at the end of his rope in more ways than one. They're incredible but difficult. Growing pains and all that. Katsuki expected this, of course. He's not an idiot. He knew that the two of them wouldn't be able to stitch their relationship back together without a few pinpricks and bloody fingers along the way. But that doesn't stop him from wanting things to be painless, or from hurting when they aren't. Deku's back. He's here and he's alive, and Katsuki is so grateful for that. It's all he can think about most days, even as he tries to go to class and focus on work and school. He's so overwhelmingly happy to have Deku back, even with this strange tension hanging over them. Growing pains are normal, right? They're normal and they'll pass, and until they do, Katsuki can weather the storm for a little while. And it's not all bad. Katsuki spends practically every free moment he has attached to the nerd's side. He helps him get to know everyone at UA, and come up with a plan for school, and catches him up on everything he missed over the past year. He gets to see Izuku smile at him practically every day, and really, that's all he's ever wanted. But even so, confronting everything that's happened makes an odd feeling settle in the pit of Katsuki's stomach. It makes him want to punch something some nights, when he gets frustrated and angry that they have to tiptoe around each other like they haven't been attached at the hips since they were 4. Upset that things are different now, and they shouldn't be, and everything that's happened to make them this way is utterly and completely F-ed. He's just feeling a lot. His emotions are all over the place. They're unpredictable and volatile, and he can't exactly even categorize them some days. But that's okay. At least, Deku says it's okay. The nerd is way too nice about all of this, giving Katsuki that stupidly shy smile and assuring him that everything he's feeling is alright. Katsuki does the same for Deku, of course, but the nerd's kindness only frustrates Katsuki more. It's not fair that Deku has to be the one comforting him, when Katsuki should be the one to make sure that Izuku has the support he needs. Deku shouldn't have to worry about him, and the fact that he does makes Katsuki's emotions spiral even more. But he only grits his teeth, trying to clamp down on his own feelings and focus on Deku. The nerd needs him. Even if things are weird at the moment, it won't be weird forever. That's what Kirishima said, and he's usually right about this sort of thing, as much as Katsuki hates to admit it. Growing pains eventually stop, right? They'll be okay. Katsuki tries his hardest to hold on to that. Izuku is discharged from the hospital 2 days after the raid. They kept him in for observation for an extra day, and Katsuki tried his hardest not to wring the doctor's neck with how worried he was. Auntie was worried sick too, and Katsuki tried to hide his own fears for her sake. But she and Deku both have always been good at seeing right through him, and Katsuki knew that she could tell. But eventually, Deku is allowed to leave the hospital with a, mostly, clean bill of health, the phone numbers of at least 4 different therapists, and the start of a training regimen to get his strength back up. Katsuki's already working on his own adjustments to that, thinking about ways to increase the plan so Izuku doesn't feel like he's falling too far behind, but keep it slow enough that he can recover at a healthy pace. From the look Deku gives him, he's thinking about it too, and he knows what Katsuki's doing. It sends a shiver up and down Katsuki's spine, but he pushes it down. Katsuki keeps his eyes on Deku's face as they leave the hospital. Aizawa gave him the day off from class so that he could be here, and now he watches Izuku just stand there and breathe. The weather is nice, as if it made an exception just for them. Katsuki can't help the way he stares, the way he takes in Izuku's expression. His face is sad, bemused and happy all at the same time. It's like he forgot what it's like to just exist without being locked up. It tears at Katsuki's insides, but he stubbornly keeps his face neutral. Inko wants to take him straight home, and Katsuki can't really blame her. She's probably feeling overprotective as hell, and while it'll probably annoy Izuku in a few weeks, the nerd probably wants to let his mom fuss over him as much as she needs to. Katsuki wants to ask him a million questions, wants to spend the entire day letting him do whatever the hell he wants. He deserves that, after everything he's been through. Inko asks him what he wants to eat, and the nerd quietly says katsudon without a moment's hesitation. And Katsuki expects him to want his mother's cooking for his first meal back with the living, but when he turns to Katsuki instead, giving him those puppy eyes that he knows so well and missed so much, Katsuki's knees go boneless. Would you mind, Kacchan? Auntie watches him with a knowing smile, and Katsuki's stomach swoops like it does when he launches himself into the air. Deku wants him to make his first meal outside the hospital. That feels special in a way Katsuki's heart doesn't handle well. But somehow, he manages not to lose it completely on the way back, and when he makes himself busy in the Midoriya's kitchen a little while later, he can feel the nerd's eyes on his back. Thank you, Kacchan, he says, when Katsuki turns towards him with a raised eyebrow. Katsuki feels his cheeks heat, and not from the stove. Don't mention it, idiot. I don't mean for, Deku clears his throat, his head tilting down towards the table. Thank you for everything. I never actually said it. His face twists, like he's just realized how horribly F-ed that is, but Katsuki wants to wipe that look away and banish it forever. You saved me, and I didn't even thank you. Katsuki walks over to the table, whacking Deku's hands lightly with the spatula he's holding. It does the job. Izuku laughs quietly, before Katsuki bends down and gives him a serious look. And you don't fucking have to, Katsuki says, his voice coming out rough. You hear me? But, nope. Cut the bullshit, Deku. He's getting angry, just like he always does when he gets overly emotional. He doesn't want to be mad at Deku, but, you don't need to thank me. Ever. Shut up. Izuku chews on his bottom lip for a moment, before giving Katsuki a tiny smile. Okay. And then, a little quieter, I may not have to, but, I want to. Okay, the nerd earns kitchen privileges for that one, and Katsuki beckons Izuku over just because he can't not be next to him after he's just said that. Deku seems happy to go where Katsuki leads, and even though Katsuki doesn't ask him for help, he tries to assist where he can anyway. It almost feels normal, like the past year or so never happened. But every so often the scar on Deku's arm will catch the light at the right angle to stand out darker on his skin, or Izuku's face will darken inexplicably, for a moment. Katsuki feels the tension in between the quiet normalcy, but neither one of them are ready to address it yet. He knows they have to, eventually, but it's only been a couple of days. He's not ready to burst this relatively happy bubble just yet. Izuku's face lights up like Christmas came early when Katsuki sets the plates full of katsudon on the table, and for a moment he's transported back to middle school again, to one of the first times Katsuki tried making this dish. He got his ratios horribly wrong that day, but Deku still looked at the food like it was the greatest thing anyone had ever made for him. Now, he eats the katsudon with a bright, happy smile on his face. The way he scarfs it down, like he thinks he only has so much time to eat or he's not used to eating enough, makes Katsuki's chest feel tight again. But Deku's still smiling, and Katsuki focuses on that look, trying to burn it into his brain. Growing pains. Katsuki is starting to dislike that phrase more and more. They spend a lot of time just talking. It's a lot in the best way possible. It's everything Katsuki's ever wanted. He gets to sit on Izuku's bed and see him lying right there like he's only dreamed about for so long. But it cuts deep, the way Izuku seems scared to ask what's really on his mind and the way he tiptoes around certain subjects that broach the subject of what happened to him head-on. But they do talk. They talk about everything and nothing, about the mundane and the important all at once. They talk about the broad strokes of what Izuku missed, major societal changes and Katsuki's parents, and a little bit about Katsuki's time at UA. But they also just enjoy being together again, Katsuki showing Izuku his new merch and the two of them swapping stories about the old times. Katsuki goes home as often as he can. Inko still isn't letting Deku out of her sight if she can help it, but when Katsuki goes home, she at least lets the two of them walk around the neighborhood for a while. Izuku's trying to be patient with her, but Katsuki can tell he's getting antsy. He's been locked up for a year. Being cooped up in a different space is making him restless, even if it's a familiar one. Katsuki tries his best to be a steady presence as Deku works through all of his messy-as-sheet feelings, but the truth is that he feels horribly out of his depth. He's never had to deal with any of this before. He isn't sure he knows how. Katsuki can't come home all the time, he's still living in the dorms, and he has to go to class even though all he wants to do is spend every minute with the nerd. So, they compromise. Katsuki can't go back home as often as he wants, but he can spend hours on the phone with the nerd every chance he gets. And that's what he does, so much so that Kirishima starts teasing him every time he sees Katsuki with the phone held up to his ear. Katsuki can tell that he's happy though. They talk so much, and in between random, rambly conversations they start to slowly but surely address the elephant in the room. Katsuki tells Izuku about his time at UA, trying very hard not to feel guilty when he hears the echo of sadness in Izuku's soft "That's amazing, Kacchan." Katsuki tries not to let his own anger show when Izuku lets slip some small details about what Overhaul did, or when he mumbles quietly about how much he wishes he could have gone to UA with him, or when he laments about whether he'll be able to catch up, or Katsuki aches. He hates this feeling, like even though they're back together again there's this rift between them a mile wide. He wants to launch himself over it with his explosions, wants to blast the wall between them away with an AP shot directly to the base, but he can't. He should be happy to have Deku home, to have a chance at being near him again. But he isn't, and he is at the same, and that feeling drives him crazy. Katsuki bites down on those emotions as best he can, softening his voice as he speaks reassuring words into the phone. He tries his best to soothe whatever Deku's feeling, muttering that it'll be okay, and that no way in hell is Katsuki going to let Izuku stay behind forever, and that Chisaki is gone, locked away where he can never hurt Deku again. Katsuki can only see Izuku's smile through a video call, most of the time, but it placates his aching heart at least temporarily. A week and a half after Izuku leaves the hospital, Eri is finally cleared for visitors. Deku's a second away from sprinting out the door when he hears, and he immediately texts Katsuki to go with him to the hospital. The nerd had been constantly asking for updates from Aizawa, and once Katsuki got fed up with being the middleman, he gave Aizawa the nerd's contact info directly. Izuku squealed about having a pro-hero's phone number, but Katsuki knew he was only using it to ask about Eri every chance he got. Izuku talks about her a lot. He loves that kid, and that sends a weird happy thrill through Katsuki, because at least it means that something good came out of this whole ordeal. Deku told him all about how sweet she is, and he practically begs Katsuki to come along and meet her. Katsuki goes with him of course, because he's not heartless, and because he's still reluctant to let Deku out of his sight if he can help it. Aizawa meets them at the hospital, nodding at Katsuki before turning towards Izuku, who's watching him intently. There's a fiercely protective expression on Deku's face, and he focuses all of his attention on Aizawa as he speaks. Eri's fever broke 2 days ago, Aizawa says, glancing between Deku and Katsuki. She's stable for now, awake and talking. She's been asking for you non-stop. He focuses his gaze on Izuku again. You two formed a bond while you were trapped there, I take it? Deku swallows. I promised to keep her safe. But Aizawa stares at Izuku for a moment, and Katsuki knows that he and his teacher are thinking the same thing. You were just as much a prisoner as she was, Aizawa says, leaning forward to look Izuku directly in the face. But just knowing you were there, looking out for her, that gave her hope. You gave her something to hold on to. Deku's face twists into a tiny frown, and he looks truly conflicted for a moment. DMN's self-sacrificial idiot probably. Still wishes he could have done more. I hope so, he mumbles after a moment. I wanted to help her. I still do. Aizawa hums, simply gesturing for them to follow him in lieu of an answer. Katsuki can't resist laying a hand on the nerd's shoulder and squeezing lightly, trying to offer what little support he can. They make their way through the hospital, and Katsuki tries not to think about Eri and Deku both being trapped in the Hasaikai's basement for who the F knows how long. Was Eri there for even longer than Deku? What the hell happened to her? Deku said she's only 6. Katsuki tries to snap himself out of his thoughts as they enter the patient wing. They make it halfway through the hallway when a familiar face starts moving towards them, walking fast and waving with a cheery smile on his face. Eraserhead. Bakugo. Mirio Togata joins them with a bright smile on his face. He's just as cheery as Deku on a good day, and today is apparently a good day. For a while, during the raid, that bright smile and happy, bubbly nature really annoyed Katsuki. It reminded him so painfully of Deku, of everything he was trying to chase down and win back, and of the fear that he would never manage to do it. But now, it makes Katsuki crack a small smile too, tipping his head in greeting as Mirio turns towards Izuku with a curious look on his face. Deku takes a step back slightly. He's nervous around new people now, which is another detail Katsuki really doesn't like. He knows his outgoing nature will probably come back with time, but he's never known Deku to be so skittish before. But Mirio smiles brightly, and if he's bothered by the way Deku steps backwards, he doesn't show it. He only waves, glancing between Izuku and Katsuki with a knowing look on his face. "You must be Midoriya," he says, practically giddy with excitement. "My name is Mirio. I'm really glad you're okay." Deku gives him a small smile. "Thanks. Were you? My hero name is Lemillion. I was part of the team that got you and Eri away from the Hasaikai. She won't stop talking about you." Deku perks up, raising his eyebrows. "You've seen her? She's okay?" Well, I mean physically anyway. She's been through a lot. I've been here with her." "I guess I should thank you," Deku says quietly, getting that sheepish look on his face that seems to appear whenever he mentions the Hasaikai raid. "For getting us out." Mirio gives him a curious look, before he laughs and that diamond smile appears on his face again. "Don't mention it, it's what we do. Bakugo went after you, and I got Eri and handled Chisaki." "Alone? He's so strong." Izuku's eyes widen. "My quirk is a powerful one, and a little unconventional," Mirio says before his expression turns serious. "Chisaki's been dealt with. Neither of you have to worry about him anymore." Izuku swallows, his eyes dropping towards the floor. Katsuki can't help but notice that he's fiddling with the bracelet on his wrist. Their bracelet, which Deku hasn't taken off since he got back. "Thank you," he says quietly. "I just said not to thank me," he says, laughing as he motions for them to follow him. "Come on. We told Eri you were coming. She's really excited to see you." They follow Mirio down the hallway, into a small hospital room. Katsuki can't help but notice that Aizawa is hanging back a bit, probably to avoid overwhelming the kid with too many people. Katsuki follows his lead, letting Deku and Mirio enter first and sticking close to the doorway. Izuku barely enters the room, before a tiny squeal sounds from the bed at the far end, and a little girl runs forward with way more energy than Katsuki expected her to have. She jumps up, practically launching herself into Deku's arms, yelling out a tiny Deku that goes straight to Katsuki's heart. Somehow, knowing that the nerd used that nickname with Eri makes Katsuki feel soft all over. Izuku meets her halfway, since even when jumping she can only reach his waist. But he picks her up until she can wrap her arms around his neck and hide her face in his shoulder. "Eri," he says, laughing as he tries to steady them both and glancing back at Katsuki for a moment. Katsuki is hesitant to intervene, but he does take a step closer, only because he's half worried that Eri is going to knock Deku over. Lemillion said. "He said they saved you too." Eri sounds close to crying, and when she pulls back, Katsuki can see tears in her eyes. "But..." Izuku smiles, brushing a piece of stray hair back from her eyes. Deku always was good with kids, and it warms Katsuki's heart to see that hasn't changed. Katsuki can even see Aizawa smiling from the doorway. The display is enough to crack even his stoic veneer. "I'm okay, Eri. I'm right here." Deku's smile gets warmer as he looks back at Katsuki again. "We're both safe." Eri hugs him again, burrowing back into the crook of his neck as Deku holds her close. He strokes her long gray hair, being careful of the tiny horn Katsuki can see sticking up from her hairline. The kid is cute, with big red eyes and a slightly muted but still cute smile. Katsuki wonders whether this kid would have lost her smile entirely had she not had someone there for her. He shudders to think about exactly what she's been through. Izuku mutters reassuring words into her ear as he holds her, and Katsuki can see the kid shaking slightly. It's a long moment, and Katsuki starts to wonder whether he should step out and let those two talk. Whatever they went through together, they clearly have a bond, and Katsuki can't help but think that he's intruding on something. But eventually, she pulls back, first giving a small wave to Mirio and Aizawa, both hanging by the door, and then staring at Katsuki with a curious, timid expression. Deku smiles at him, before nudging Eri slightly. She's curling into Deku's neck, and Katsuki can't help but notice Deku's arms starting to shake with the effort of holding her up. Katsuki wordlessly pulls out a chair for him, and then one for himself. Izuku sits down with a silent nod of thanks, and Katsuki follows suit, hesitant to do anything to scare the kid and break the peace of the moment. "Eri," Deku says softly. "Do you remember when I told you about my friend Kacchan?" Katsuki feels a tingling sensation spreading across the back of his neck. Eri looks back at Izuku, nodding slowly, and Katsuki wonders what exactly Deku told her. He feels a bit like a fish out of water as he waits for Deku to speak. Izuku nudges Eri again, jerking his head towards where Katsuki sits. The girl stares at Katsuki with that same shy look, and Katsuki offers her a tiny wave. "This is Kacchan," he says, his voice quiet. "He helped save us." There's that funny feeling in Katsuki's stomach again. He really needs to get used to Deku's unadulterated praise again, otherwise he might die from the sheer force of all of his emotions. Katsuki waves at Eri once more, blanching a bit as he tries to find the words to say. "Hi Eri," he says after a moment, trying to keep his voice quiet. "Nice to meet you, kid." Eri stares at him for a moment, before she hesitantly waves back. It makes Katsuki smile. He's never really been the best with kids, never liked them very much. But he finds himself warming to Eri pretty quickly. After a brief pause, Eri looks at Deku, before turning back to Katsuki again. "Deku said you're the strongest," she whispers. "He said you helped him be brave, and that I should be brave too." Izuku gives Katsuki a shy smile, and Katsuki is absolutely helpless to these butterflies in his stomach. Kacchan's amazing," Izuku tells Eri, before Katsuki can speak. "He's my best friend, and he's a hero. The best hero." Katsuki swallows. "Deku is loads braver than me," he tells Eri, throat suddenly gone dry. "You both are." Izuku and Eri both smile at him then, and the little girl's grin mirrors Deku's so completely that Katsuki starts to feel overwhelmed again. There's so many dark clouds still hanging over their heads, but right now, there's a little bit of sunshine. Katsuki wants to part that gap in the clouds even further, wiping the storm away. A few days after that, Izuku goes to his first therapy session. It's hard. Katsuki goes with him, rushing home after classes with his heart in his throat after receiving a halfway to panicked phone call from Deku. He's so nervous, practically tripping over his words in his haste to get the question out, and Katsuki's halfway out the door and texting Aizawa before the nerd even finishes his sentence. He might catch hell for leaving campus without permission, but he doesn't really care. Izuku needs him. Inko wanted to go too, but she couldn't get the time off work even as hard as she fought her boss on it. So, Katsuki is the nerd's lifeline for now. It's a little embarrassing, the things he would do for this idiot now that he actually has him back again. He can finally put into practice all the promises he made to the empty air while Deku was gone, and he's determined to do this right. Anything Deku needs, Katsuki promises himself he'll be there. Katsuki feels Izuku shaking as they enter the office, and he reaches for his hand. He twines their fingers together and squeezes, watching as some of the color comes back into Deku's cheeks. It's only meant for comfort, nothing more, but Katsuki can't help the way his own blush spreads across his face. Katsuki's anxiety does nothing but increase as he waits for Deku to exit the session, and no matter what he does, he can't distract himself from thinking about whatever's going on in there. When Izuku does come out, his eyes are red, and it cuts Katsuki right to the bone. Katsuki flounders, staring at Izuku with his heart in his throat as he tries to figure out what to say. He wants to ask what happened, wants to ask if the nerd's okay even though that is clearly a stupid question. He wants to make him open up, wants to find a problem that he can attack at full force, the way he always does. How the f does he approach this? What is he supposed to say to make this better? Katsuki opens his mouth to speak, but Deku shakes his head before he can. Not yet. It's as clear as if he spoke the words aloud, and Katsuki clamps his mouth shut. But even so, Deku reaches for his hand again, just to hold it, and Katsuki freezes, hesitantly squeezing again. It's eerily familiar to when they were kids, when they were little and Izuku would grab Katsuki's hand whenever he was afraid of a movie or a bad dream. That small spike of familiarity makes Katsuki smile. And that pulls a tiny grin from Deku too, despite the sadness in his eyes. The train ride home is silent. Deku leans into Katsuki's side, and Katsuki tries to be a steady presence next to him despite feeling like he's a second away from crumbling into pieces. He still has so many questions to ask, so many things he wants to say. But he shuts his mouth, because this isn't about him. Deku's tears don't fall until they cross the threshold of the Midoriya's apartment, and when they do, Katsuki feels something shatter inside his sternum. It's rough. It hurts to watch, in a way Katsuki wasn't really prepared for. It burns like acid in Katsuki's throat to see Deku cry, his eyes sunken in and haunted and empty in a way that they never should be. He's seen Deku cry before, of course, loads of times. But this is raw and angry and painful like Katsuki's never seen, even on their darkest days. It makes Katsuki want to burn a building to the ground. Katsuki stares, for a moment, watching Deku's breath hitching with tiny sobs that tear his insides to shreds. He's so lost, wondering what to do, not wanting to touch Izuku unless he seeks it out and not wanting to say anything that might make things worse. But then the nerd leans into Katsuki's side, resting his head on Katsuki's shoulder as he tries to breathe, and any restraint Katsuki has is gone. He wraps his arms around Deku's shaky frame, letting him curl up against his front like a cat seeking shelter from the cold. Izuku buries his face in Katsuki's neck, tears soaking into his shirt as his arms wrap around Katsuki's waist. Katsuki mumbles quiet words into Deku's ear as he steers them towards the couch, alternating between hey, hey and I've got you and you're alright and you're okay and you're safe. Somewhere in there, Katsuki might start to cry too. Katsuki knows what it's like to feel powerless. He's felt that over and over again, so many times since Deku disappeared, as he struggled to understand why, with all his talents and all his gifts, he still couldn't do the one thing he would have traded everything away for. And yet, somehow this makes him feel a whole different kind of weak, makes his stomach clench and his heart stutter inside his ribcage. All he can do is sit here, holding the nerd and stroking his hair and hoping that eventually, Deku will be okay. Logically, Katsuki knows that it's going to get better. Izuku is the strongest person he knows. This isn't going to break him completely. But even so, it still hurts now, and he wishes he could do something, anything to help make this all right. Izuku falls asleep on the couch, exhausted and teary-eyed, with his head in Katsuki's lap and one of the old All Might movies playing in the background. Katsuki keeps his hand buried in Deku's curls, stroking softly like just the small motion will somehow keep the nightmares at bay. It doesn't, and that hurts too. They talk about it when Deku wakes up. Katsuki bundles Izuku up underneath a blanket and makes him his favorite tea before taking a seat next to him on the couch. Eventually, Deku holds the blanket out to him and Katsuki gets underneath it, too, staying silent and, mostly, strong next to him as he waits for Izuku to speak. I hate this, Deku says, his voice quiet. I hate that I'm so scared, and I hate that I have to talk about it, and I hate that it happened in the first place, and I hate that I feel like you're all so far away from me even when you're right here. That's a lot. That's more than Katsuki expected him to say. But after a moment, Katsuki fights the urge to laugh, because it sounds so similar to everything he's been feeling lately. Of course they've both been thinking the same thing. Katsuki reaches for Izuku's hand again, twining their fingers together. For two people who are sort of dating but not actually dating until Deku's ready, they seem to be holding hands a lot lately. Katsuki isn't complaining about it. You gotta actually process this shit, nerd. You know that. It's pretty fucking normal to be scared after what you went through. It's not gonna be like this forever. Katsuki swallows. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. But I get it, Katsuki continues. I've been thinking the same. There's this weird distance between us with you being gone for so long, but that's pretty normal with this kind of thing. That feeling will pass though. Katsuki's not a therapist, but he has a hunch that Izuku's doctor probably told him the same thing. Izuku's face falls, and maybe it's Katsuki's imagination, but he leans a little closer into Katsuki's side. It is, he says, a tiny frown on his face. And it's so much like the old Izuku that Katsuki can't resist shifting closer in turn, until Deku's head is leaning against his shoulder as the nerd sips his tea. Yeah, Katsuki mutters. It does. But it's all part of the process. Katsuki nudges him slightly, giving him a tiny smile. If coming back from the dead were easy, everyone would do it, idiot. You'll catch up and we'll be okay. It makes Deku smile, even as his eyes start to water again. He sniffles, snuggling in a little closer to Katsuki's side in a motion that makes Katsuki's face heat up. It makes Katsuki think about things that are decidedly not about making Izuku feel better, makes him want to spend hours with Deku in his arms for purposes that are more romantic than comforting. Katsuki yells at that part of himself to shut the F up for a little while. This is about Deku. Yeah. Izuku asks, wiping at his watery eyes. You really think so? Katsuki scoffs, rolling his eyes and nudging Deku again. It makes the nerd laugh, and Katsuki perks up slightly when he hears it. Of course, Smoron. Change is hard, or some sheet, and there's always an adjustment PRD, right? But, Katsuki blushes again. We made a promise, remember? We were gonna be heroes together. I ain't doing that sheet without you. It makes him feel a little weird, knowing that he did go to UA without Deku, but he's prepared to wait as long as it takes for Deku to graduate with him, and he means it. He hopes Izuku knows that. The sentiment does its job, and Deku smiles a real smile this time. Katsuki presses on, squeezing Izuku's hand where it's still clasped in his own. Come on, nerd. We're both the best there is, remember? You really think I'm gonna let this sheet beat both of us? Deku laughs, and the sound makes Katsuki feel a little warmer inside. No, he says, his voice still quiet. You've never let anything beat you. You neither, Katsuki whispers back. So shut up. We'll be okay. They will. Katsuki's brain knows that, and Izuku's does too, even if neither of their weird emotions want to listen. Growing pains or whatever. Katsuki really FNG hates that phrase. 18 days after Izuku leaves the hospital and comes back home for real, Katsuki brings him to UA. He wasn't sure about it at first. Aizawa said Deku could take his time before he started to worry about catching up, but Izuku insisted that he wanted to get started and see the school as soon as possible. Are you sure, nerd? You can wait, it's not a big deal. Katsuki didn't know why he was trying to stop Deku when all he FING wanted was for things to get back to normal between them, but he figured he had to at least make sure Izuku was going into this with a clear head. But Deku just shook his head, giving Katsuki that tiny smile that has slowly started to get bigger again since he's been back. I'm sure. I want things to get back to how they were. Katsuki wanted to say something, some sheet about how, as much as he would love it, normal doesn't FNG matter so long as Izuku is here. But the words got caught in his throat. Despite his reservations, Katsuki is smiling when they make it onto campus. He's walking close to Deku, so close that their hands are nearly touching, and it takes all of Katsuki's willpower not to grab the idiot's hand and twine their fingers together. He's stubbornly trying to resist making any moves until Deku is ready, even though they've gotten so much closer since he's been back. They've held hands a bunch since Deku came back, in times where Izuku reached out for comfort or because he wanted to feel safe. But every time he thinks about grabbing the nerd's hand for real, he remembers the look on Deku's face 3 nights ago, when he had a bad nightmare and Katsuki happened to be sleeping over. Izuku moved to hold his hand, and for a moment there was this horribly conflicted look on his face, as he glanced down at his own body before shifting his eyes back to where their hands were joined. Katsuki has a feeling he might know what that look was about, and he really doesn't like it. He's determined to move at Deku's pace, so as much as he wants to, he avoids seeking out Deku's touch unless the nerd gives him some sort of go-ahead. But that only makes the feelings inside his chest churn even further, as his raging emotions continue to grow. Today, Deku's practically glowing, happy and excited in a way that Katsuki hasn't seen since before this whole ordeal happened. The nerd is staring at the campus buildings like Christmas came early, asking questions about each one and what Katsuki's life is like here. Katsuki answers everyone, and he's so FING happy to see the nerd starting to come back to life for real that he doesn't bother to put his usual gruffness into his tone. Deku's practically a ray of sunshine all his own next to him, even though the weather is the cloudiest it's been all month. It's like the old Izuku is reaching through the cracks, coming back to the surface and showing the whole FING world that Overhaul didn't manage to squash him completely after all. Katsuki loves it. He wants to see more of it. He wants to see Izuku's bright, happy smile every day for the rest of his goddamn life. He's hated watching the fallout of Overhaul's abuse, and watching Deku start to overcome it in real time is FING breathtaking. Katsuki wonders how in the hell he ever thought he was the strongest, when people like Izuku Midoriya exist. Deku stares at the dorms with an excited look on his face, and even though Katsuki smiles right back, he can't help but tug on the nerd's sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. You sure you're up for this? Katsuki asks again, wanting to be extra sure. He remembers the way Izuku flinched away from Lemillion in the hospital. He's already given the extras a whole goddamn speech, warning them not to FNG overwhelm the nerd, okay? He's been through a lot, and if you idiots make him anxious I'll FNG kill you. So Katsuki knows they're prepared, but he also knows how excited his idiot friends can get. Deku gives him a look that's impossibly soft. I'm sure, Kacchan. I'll be fine. There's a twinge of sadness there too, though, and Katsuki blanches. He knows how frustrated the nerd is with people coddling him over the past few weeks. He talked to Katsuki about it a few days ago. So he backtracks in a hurry, shoving his hands in his pockets as he looks away. I saw the way you acted around new people at the hospital, he admits, his voice low. The extras can be a little overwhelming, so I don't. Katsuki curses, but he's saved from finishing the sentence by Deku grinning at him. Maybe it's Katsuki's imagination, but he swears he can see a blush coating Deku's cheeks. Thank you, Izuku says, his voice quiet. I'll tell you if it's too much. Promise. Katsuki smiles, the soft one that he only seems to show to Deku. Alright, idiot. Come on. Deku starts walking towards the Heights Alliance buildings, and Katsuki strides forward, trying to keep pace with him. When they make it to the door, Katsuki hurriedly sends a couple of texts to Kirishima. He's already warned the idiot squad about what's coming, so they're prepared, but he has no idea what they told the rest of the class. Katsuki slides his key into the lock, feeling some trepidation as Izuku stands behind him. He looks so shy, suddenly, and it's eerily familiar to the way he looked when they were kids, when they would meet other children on the playground. Katsuki gives him another smile. Come on, nerd. You've already met some of them, and the rest will love you. Deku beams, and Katsuki forgets whatever the hell he was nervous about. He's surprised by the lack of noise when they enter the dorm. He definitely told the extras that Deku was coming by, but there's always at least something going on in the common room. They don't have class today, so where? Katsuki. Izuku. Kirishima strides towards them, a giant grin on his face, and Katsuki is thankful that the first face Deku sees is a familiar one. Hey, shitty hair. Kirishima looks like he wants to hug the nerd. He's a hugger through and through, but after a moment he raises his hand for a fist bump instead. Deku chuckles, raising his fist in return. Hanji rays of sunshine, the both of them. The rest of the class is hanging out upstairs for now. We didn't really know what time to expect you. Katsuki gives him a look that says he's unimpressed. Knowing the extras, he's surprised they didn't plan the nerd a party. Everyone was practically foaming at the mouth to meet him, Katsuki says, raising an eyebrow. Shitty hair laughs. Well yeah, Mina and the girls wanted to throw a surprise party, but we scrapped that after what you said. He turns towards Izuku, still grinning. The nerd is looking around the room with wide eyes, taking in the space with an awestruck look on his face. We did make you lunch though. Sort of a welcome to the future class kind of thing. Everybody wants to meet you, so Yamamo and Ida thought it'd be nice for everyone to eat together. Katsuki turns towards Deku, who is wandering the room now. He's walking absent-mindedly, making his way into the kitchen and jumping like a deer in headlights when Katsuki calls his name. That okay with you, nerd? Deku smiles, nodding shyly. Sure. I mean if it's not too much trouble. Katsuki's about to respond, let him know that the extras don't mind at all, but Kirishima beats him to it. No trouble at all, man. We want to. Come on, we can give you the tour. The three of them are about to make their way towards the dorms, when they're interrupted by a loud squeal coming from the hallway. Deku jumps, and Katsuki glares at the culprit, a very excited Mina, flanked by Kaminari, Shiro, Jiro, Uraraka and Ida. Mina sprints towards them, stopping a short distance away as she practically vibrates with excitement. Deku looks halfway between amused and panicked, and he hesitantly offers a cheery wave. Hi, he says shyly. Midoriya, right? Sparkplug pipes up. We already met, sort of. I saw you in the hospital, while you were still unconscious. He makes a face, as if he only just realized what he said. Sorry, that sounds weird. I was checking up on Bakugo at the time. I'm Kaminari. Denki Kaminari. I'm Mina Ishido. We've heard a lot about you, Midoriya. She casts a knowing glance between Katsuki and Izuku, before squealing again and rushing to Katsuki's side. Deku looks a little bit like a fish out of water, but he's still smiling. He rubs at the back of his neck. Hopefully good things. It's nice to meet you all. Mina squeals again, but thankfully she only hugs the nerd after waiting a beat or two to see if he's okay with it. Izuku laughs, hesitantly patting her on the back as she pulls away. Gotta say, Bakugo has good taste in men. She winks at him, and Katsuki glares as Deku splutters. Watch it, Pinky. Oh, relax. I'm just messing with you too. She turns back to Deku with a giant smile on her face, as Shiro and Jiro introduce themselves. Thankfully, Izuku doesn't seem too bothered, even though his face is very red. Uraraka and Ida are next, both of them offering Deku a warm smile as they tell him their names. We've already met, but it's nice to see you again, Ida offers, giving him a firm handshake. Izuku stares at him for a moment, and Katsuki knows what's about to happen before it does. You're Ingenium's brother, right? And then it's like another light bulb goes off in the nerd's brain, and he's talking like crazy, asking Ida 1,000 questions as everyone present watches him with a thinly veiled sense of awe. Ida looks slightly amused, but he answers Deku's questions without too much prodding on the nerd's part. Somewhere in between all the fanboying, the others manage to pull him away, asking him questions about himself and making him feel welcome. Katsuki knows he's grinning like an idiot, but he can't help himself. He's still watching the nerd like a hawk, looking for any signs that he's uncomfortable in the slightest, but it seems that he's doing fine, even when more of the class descends from the dorms. He's moved on to asking the others about their quirks now, and Deku is nothing if not a nerd when it comes to quirk analysis. He's got a million questions for everyone, moving from one person to the next and chatting way too fast for Katsuki to keep up with. But he looks so FING happy, he's a little shy, and Katsuki can see moments where he takes a step back or two. But he never goes far, never looks uncomfortable enough to glance Katsuki's way and ask for an intervention. Everyone else looks happy too, surrounding the nerd like he's a goddamn beacon. Even Icy Hot looks like he's smiling, his usual stoic expression replaced by a small grin. Katsuki hoped the class would like the nerd, but they FING love him. And from the way Deku glances his way, giving him a shy little smile that goes right to Katsuki's heart, Deku likes them too. He almost doesn't notice Kirishima moving to stand next to him. He stares at Katsuki with a knowing look on his face, and for a moment Katsuki bristles, wondering whether the DM in Rock is going to tease him about whatever the F may or may not happen between him and Deku at some point. He's ready to blast him into the hallway if that happens. But instead, Kirishima just puts a hand on his shoulder, his smile growing even wider. You look really happy, he says, quietly enough that the others can't hear him from where they're standing. Katsuki swallows, feeling a surge of emotion swelling up inside him as he stares at the back of the nerd's head again. Kirishima prods him, squeezing his shoulder lightly. I don't think I've ever seen you look this happy. Katsuki clears his throat, suddenly embarrassed at how wide his own grin is. Yeah, well, he mutters. It still feels like a dream. He didn't necessarily plan on admitting that, but now that it's out there, he can't really bring himself to take it back. I know, Shitty Hair says, like the supportive idiot he is. You spent so long being sad, it's probably still weird to be happy right now. He follows Katsuki's gaze to Deku. The nerd is asking Yamamo and Jiro about their quirks, talking to Yaoyorozu about the limits of what she can make and Jiro about the changes in her sound frequencies. Kirishima bumps his shoulder with his own. For what it's worth, happy is a good look on you. It's really nice to see. Katsuki blushes furiously, his face turning red as he mumbles a small whatever. Because the truth is that he's been so unhappy for so long that he almost forgot what this felt like. Part of him is still waiting for the other shoe to drop, but Deku is home, and even though his reputation is never going to recover from how FNG giddy he is, he can't bring himself to care. Izuku chooses that moment to glance over at Katsuki again, his brow furrowing as a tiny frown spreads across his face. Kacchan, he calls. You okay? Of course, that nickname falling from Izuku's lips sparks a whole new line of questioning. There's a squeal of "that's so cute" from Hagakure, Uraraka and Mina simultaneously. But there's also a slightly horrified and ashamed look in Katsuki's direction from Kaminari, and Katsuki can guess that he's recalling an unpleasant memory. Katsuki remembers it too, the time that Sparkplug called him that in the common room, and Katsuki damn near lost his mind. He never told the rest of them why, but it looks like Kaminari is putting the pieces together. But that's all in the past. He doesn't have to think about that sheet anymore, doesn't have to dwell on his broken heart when Izuku being here is single-handedly filling his every waking thought with pure light and slowly piecing it back together. Katsuki swallows, grinning back at Deku. Yeah, nerd, he says, moving closer until he's standing by Izuku's side where he belongs. He's not sure why he moved from there in the first place, but he doesn't miss the way Deku perks up when he stands next to him. I'm fine. The questions don't let up as they eat lunch, but by now Deku is giving as good as he gets. He's asking the class all kinds of things about their hero work and their classes and the faculty. And the minute someone mentions All Might, the nerd's off like a rocket. He looks so excited that Katsuki has to physically push him down into his seat. So, Midoriya, Glasses asks towards the end of the meal. Will you be joining our class? Ah, Deku says, his expression dropping slightly. They haven't really talked about the elephant in the room yet, and Katsuki is prepared to rip Ida a new one, but Izuku just shakes his head. I hope so. There's a lot I need to do to catch up. I'm 2 years behind. His frown deepens, and Katsuki feels something throb inside his chest. Aizawa gave me a chance to catch up, but there's so much and you're all already so far ahead of me and Katsuki cuts in, not wanting to see the nerd spiral himself into a panic. At least, not in public like this. You'll be fine, nerd. You're the best. If anybody can pull it off, you can. Izuku smiles, but his expression turns curious when he notices the entire room get quiet. Katsuki's face turns red as he looks away, but Deku just stares, with those wide eyes that make him look impossibly cute. What? Deku asks, as everyone stares at the two of them for a moment. Kaminari and Siro's mouths are open, their jaws hanging an inch off the floor. Mina looks like she might cry, and even the extras who aren't outwardly emotional look surprised. Uraraka recovers first, beaming at the two of them in a way that makes Katsuki's blush deepen. She stares at Deku with that smile still on her face, leaning over the table conspiratorially. Bakugo has never said that about anyone. He's only ever called himself the best. Deku's face turns almost as red as Katsuki's own, and he gives him a look full of so much raw FING adoration that Katsuki feels as if he might die from it. Oh, Izuku whispers, letting out a nervous laugh. Well, alright idiots. That's enough. The nerd has shit to do. Katsuki stands up, reaching for Izuku's wrist. Deku glances up at him, raising an eyebrow, but he lets Katsuki pull him upright. I do? But, come on, Baku bro. He just got here. You idiots will have plenty of time to see him, but we've got places to be. Deku stares at him again. We do. Yeah. Come on. Over it. Bye everyone. Deku smiles, waving at the room as Katsuki pulls him away. There's a chorus of noise that erupts behind them, loud yells of by Midoriya. And nice to meet you. As the doors to the elevator close. Katsuki takes a breath, letting go of the nerd's wrist and running a hand through his hair. He didn't really mean to drag Deku out so abruptly like that, he FING panicked. He knows they mean well, but he's still so determined not to push Deku into something he isn't ready for. Sorry, Katsuki mutters. Didn't mean to freak out. Izuku smiles, rubbing at the back of his neck. Katsuki can't help but notice that his blush hasn't faded yet. It's okay, he says, his voice quiet. They're all really nice, but it was actually, they're all great, but it was getting a bit intense. Katsuki presses the button for his floor, as Deku gives him a curious look. Where are we going? Have to grab something. Won't be long. Izuku visibly brightens, perking up and giving Katsuki a small smile. Do I get to see your room? Katsuki laughs. Yeah. Sure. His voice dies as he remembers with a painful clarity what his room actually looks like. Crap. Is that really a good idea? Deku's still waiting on an answer, so Katsuki shakes his head. No way, idiot. He hopes Izuku doesn't notice the way his voice has gone up in pitch slightly. But Kacchan, I haven't seen your dorm. The elevator dings, and a second later the two of them are standing in front of Katsuki's door. Katsuki sighs. There's no way he's effing getting out of this, is there? He gives the nerd a serious look. Promise me you won't get upset. Why? Promise. Izuku stares at him with an odd look, but eventually he nods. I promise. But what? Katsuki doesn't wait for him to finish, instead unlocking the door and pushing it open. Katsuki makes his way inside, intending to grab what he needs from his desk and leave as quickly as possible, but the noise that Deku makes stops him in his tracks. Izuku surveys the room with wide eyes, his hand clasped over his mouth and tears welling up. He glances around the space, his eyes raking over the pictures on the wall before getting stuck on the small shrine in the corner of the room. He makes another punched-out noise, like Katsuki knocked the wind out of him, and damn it, Katsuki can't resist gripping his shoulders and forcing the nerd to look him in the eye. I told you not to get upset, Katsuki whispers, sadness lacing his voice. Kacchan. Stop. It's okay. It's in the past. Deku swallows, glancing back at the room around them and wiping at his eyes. I can't believe you kept all these pictures, Izuku says, in a breathy whisper. Then he seems to take notice of Katsuki's bookshelf, letting out a tiny squeak of surprise. Are those my Silver Age All Mights? Katsuki looks down at his feet, feeling the emotion building inside his chest. His hands are still on the nerd's shoulders, and it's only now that he realizes just how close the two of them are standing. He takes a step back, letting Deku go as he sighs. It's not like he hasn't already spilled his guts to the nerd once. Your mom gave me some of your sheet, he says quietly. You can have it all back, he sighs as the words get caught once again. Katsuki wills his voice not to shake as he stares at the floor. Wanted part of you close by. Felt a little less alone. Deku makes a noise that sounds like a whimper, and then suddenly he's in Katsuki's arms, squeezing him like he never wants to let go. Katsuki swallows, hesitantly hugging the nerd back and patting him on the head. I know you told me not to apologize, Deku starts. But I did. So shut it, nerd. Katsuki's voice is barely above a whisper, throat suddenly gone dry. Deku's face falls, as he buries it in the crook of Katsuki's shoulder. But before Katsuki can say anything, Izuku lets out a nervous laugh. I guess it'll get easier, right? Eventually things will go back to normal and we won't have all this hanging over our heads. His voice sounds wobbly, like he's still trying not to cry. Katsuki can't help the way his arms tighten around Deku, the way he hugs him so forcefully he wonders whether the nerd can breathe. Deku looks up, giving him those lost puppy eyes, and Katsuki sighs. Yeah, he says, knowing it's not enough but not knowing what else to say. It won't be like this forever. Doesn't your therapist teach you anything? Deku chuckles. You sound like you're speaking from experience. Katsuki esses in a breath. I went to therapy. A lot while you were gone. Deku's mouth twists into a bigger frown, and a stray tear or two trails down his face. Oh. It's a softer whisper, barely audible over the wind. Kacchan. Katsuki shakes his head. It's okay. It's really not, Deku says, his voice breaking. I know you said it's not my fault, but it's not. Get it through your thick fucking skull. Not that Katsuki wouldn't remind the nerd every chance he gets, but Deku sighs, burrowing a little closer into Katsuki's embrace. It reminds him of the hospital, when they were intertwined so tightly that every part of them was touching. I know it's not my fault, at least logically. But I can't stop feeling guilty. You spent so long mourning me, how am I supposed to just be okay with that? With you being in pain for so long? Katsuki pulls back to glare at him, but there's no real malice in it. How ironic is it that they're both thinking the same DMN thing about each other? He doesn't have all the answers. Hell, he barely has any, but just fucking live, nerd. Be here. With me. Those words are on the tip of his tongue, but he bites down on them before they have the chance to escape. Remember? It'll pass. Izuku swallows. I'm sorry. I'll try to not dwell on it. Katsuki flicks his forehead lightly. The hell did I tell you about apologizing, idiot? That one makes Izuku laugh, and Katsuki can't help but chuckle along with him. They make it out of the dorm a little while later. Katsuki tries not to be happy that they spent a long moment just hugging it out in his room before they manage to exit the Heights Alliance building. Deku actually said he can keep the All Mights. Somehow, Katsuki's hopeless brain is still stuck on that bit. Deku doesn't part with his merch except under the most dire of circumstances. As they make it outside, Izuku looks noticeably happier, and he smiles when they head across campus. Deku turns, moving to head back the way they came, but Katsuki stops him before he can get too far. Izuku raises an eyebrow at him. Are we going home? You said we had places to be. I assumed you meant your place. We're having dinner with your parents tonight, right? They are, and it's already later than Katsuki wanted to be. But he shakes his head, jerking it in the other direction. The hag can wait. Got something else in mind first. They've got one more stop to make, and he's already picturing the look on Deku's face. Izuku gives him a curious stare, those green eyes of his alight with silent questions, but Katsuki doesn't say anything more. He just tugs Izuku along, reaching for his sleeve and pulling. Something flutters inside his chest when Deku laughs, stumbling forward until he falls into step beside him with a tiny smile still plastered across his face. The echo of sadness is still there, but it's rapidly fading into the background as they make their way towards the main school building. Katsuki doesn't want to touch Deku too much, even after their hug, but every so often he can see the way the nerd perks up when Katsuki brushes a hand across his arm or shoulder. Baby steps. It's a tough balance, and Katsuki hopes he's doing it right. He hopes that the nerd would ifn't tell him if he weren't doing it right. Figuring out this whole growing pains process is still so goddamn difficult. Katsuki shakes those thoughts from his brain as they make their way towards the school. He's got something more important in mind for right now, and he doesn't want whatever his fed up feelings are doing to get in the way. Deku's mumbling like mad as they enter the main campus building, and Katsuki can't wipe the dumbass smile off his face. Izuku looks like a small child in a candy store. He asks 1,000 questions, some of which Katsuki has answers to and some of which he doesn't. It's the weekend, so there's not many people around, and Katsuki gives him a tour of the whole goddamn building. They took a detour through the training grounds before they made it here, and Deku looked like he was going to fall over the whole time. Katsuki shows him their classroom and the locker rooms and the cafeteria. Then he takes Deku to the support course development lab, where they're waylaid for a moment by a way too energetic Hatsum. Katsuki yells at her when Deku flinches back, but by some miracle Hatsum reins it in a bit when she notices the way Izuku hides behind him slightly. They spend some time with her, and somehow, by the time they leave the support course, Izuku's sunshine has managed to ensnare one more person. Hatsum's already suggested at least 3 different inventions for Izuku to try when he joins the class, and 2 support items for his quirk. Deku, in turn, gave Hatsum a few ideas for improvements to her babies. Diminerd. Katsuki can't resist elbowing his shoulder. You should be flattered, idiot, he says, laughing. Most of us are lucky if we can pry Hatsum away from the workbench for 1 minute, let alone 15. You're special. Deku goes red. Oh, I'm really not. You are. Get used to it, nerd. Katsuki really wants him to see how much everyone cares about him already. And he's only just gotten here. They make their way to Nisa's office next, where Aizawa-sensei is already waiting. He nods at Katsuki, before raising an eyebrow at Izuku. We wanted to go over some of the formalities with you. That all right? Deku swallows, but he nods, his eyes blazing. Katsuki feels it light a fire inside his gut. He's never known anything quite like Izuku Midoriya's drive. It's part of why his own is so goddamn strong. Nisa doesn't have very much to say. He just smiles in that oddly off-putting way he often does, explaining that the school is willing to work with him and his situation to catch him up in a way that's timely without being too overwhelming. It'll definitely take some work, but outside of academics, the faculty have offered to tutor him one-on-one to bring him up to speed on everything else. Aizawa meets Deku's eyes as he hands him a stack of paperwork. Katsuki can see the way Izuku pales a bit, but he doesn't flinch. I've started working on a plan for the academic side of things. It'll be a lot of work, but this is the first batch of assignments you'll need to complete. I've tried to condense the first and second year as much as I can, to catch you up on what you need to know without overloading you. Aizawa glances towards Katsuki, even as he continues to speak to Deku. Something tells me you'll have plenty of help as you go, so it shouldn't be all that terrible. Like Katsuki isn't going to spend every second of his free time tutoring the nerd. He has a feeling the rest of the class will help too, once they hear. Aizawa leans forward, until he's staring at Deku with a hard look. It'll be tough. I expect your best, and I only agree to this on the condition that you don't overwhelm yourself to a breaking point. Go at whatever pace you need to. He raises a fist, bumping Deku's arm lightly. It draws a tiny smile from the nerd, even though he's still looking at the pile of paper in his lap with some trepidation. Are you up for this? Izuku thinks for a moment, but Katsuki knows what he's going to say. Deku's never been one to give up on a dream, and now that the opportunity to chase what he wants has literally fallen into his lap, he's not going to reject it. He glances Katsuki's way for a moment, and Katsuki offers him a small smirk. Deku seems to get the message. Of course you can fucking do it, nerd. You think I'd be here if I thought you couldn't? Deku clenches his fist, looking back at Aizawa with wildfire in his eyes. Katsuki loves it. Yeah, he says, nodding his head. I can do it. Aizawa looks unimpressed. Make sure you're taking time to heal too. You're no good to any of us if you're working yourself to the bone to distract from what's happened to you. Izuku blanches, but he sees the words for what they are. Katsuki warned him about this. Aizawa sounds intimidating, blunt, and sometimes mean in a way that puts some people off. But he believes in pushing his students to be the best, and in telling them what they need to hear instead of what they want to hear. Being straight with his students is going to help them more than anything else, and that bluntness is how Aizawa shows he cares. Izuku's probably used to that though. It's what Katsuki does, for everyone around him, and it's one of the reasons Katsuki likes Aizawa so much. Deku nods again. I will. I promise. You have my number. Aizawa bumps Deku's arm with his fist again. Let me know what you need, and keep me updated on your progress. He glances at Katsuki once more, and there's that flicker in his eyes again, that spark of joy on Katsuki's behalf that Katsuki still doesn't really know what to do with. He still wants to ask about it, about what happened to Aizawa and who he lost, but he doesn't know how to begin to bring that up. Problem child, take care of him. Making sure he's staying on track and taking time for himself too. Katsuki rolls his eyes, if only to keep up appearances. No sheet. Who the hell do you take me for? Translation, you're a fucking idiot if you think I'm leaving the nerd side for a goddamn second. He's already thinking about how to rope the rest of the class into Deku's study plan. Yaoyorozu would probably jump at the chance to help tutor him, and Ida would create a whole DMN schedule for the entire class. Aizawa nods at the pair of them, evidently satisfied. Alright, keep me posted. Yes sir, they both say before Katsuki all but drags Deku out of the room. Kacchan, where are we going? Katsuki leads Deku through the school, walking down the hallway towards the teacher's lounge. There's still one more stop he wants to make, but Deku's already had to deal with a lot today. Katsuki pivots, turning around and staring at Deku. Up for one more thing? Or are you feeling wiped? Deku gives him a blinding smile. Katsuki's been seeing a lot of that particular grin lately. It's the one Izuku uses when Katsuki's being especially nice and considerate. He looks so goddamn grateful when he smiles like that, and it makes Katsuki's stomach flutter whenever he sees it. He's just being a good fucking friend. Or, trying to be. He's still trying to push his own feelings down to help Deku deal with all this, but as hard as he tries, he can't completely do it. He knows it's selfish, but even so, Deku still looks at him like he single-handedly keeps the world spinning, just for making sure he's okay every so often. Like a friend should. It makes Katsuki wonder, for the 1000th time, what exactly the Hasaikai did to him to make a little basic decency seem like a royal welcome. They still haven't talked about all the details, and Katsuki can't bring himself to ask. Deku nods, oblivious to Katsuki's inner turmoil as he keeps looking at him with that brilliant grin. I'm good. A little overwhelmed, but in a good way. Don't worry. Despite it all, Katsuki rolls his eyes. I'm not worried, idiot, I just... Deku elbows him. I think it's sweet. That BSRD. He knows exactly what he's doing, and the sheet-eating grin confirms it. Whatever, moron, Katsuki says, stubbornly ignoring the flush creeping up the back of his neck. They continue down the long hallway, Izuku falling into step beside him. Katsuki can't help but notice that Deku's face is a little pink too. That makes it harder to ignore his own feelings too. Those tiny glimpses of the old Deku, the long glances and brilliant grins and cheeky teasing that remind Katsuki so much of how they used to be. They make Katsuki remember their talk in the hospital, and wonder how long they're going to have to wait before finally going on that DMN smoothie date. He'd wait forever if the nerd wanted him to. Really he would. But that doesn't stop him from hoping that day will come sooner rather than later. They walk together in comfortable silence, broken only by Deku's occasional mumbling. Katsuki wants to pull out the brand new notebook he's got in the backpack he brought. He can tell the nerd's itching for a pen. He's been so subdued lately that his old analytical brain has been glaringly absent, but the more time he spends at home, the more Katsuki's been watching it come back. Not fully, not yet, but little by little, the old Izuku is fighting to be seen above the echoes of the Hasaikai. Katsuki's itching to give Deku the new notebook he brought, but pulling it out now would mean having to explain why he brought it. And that would ruin the surprise, wouldn't it? After a few minutes, they're standing outside the teacher's lounge. Deku looks confused, but he stares up at Katsuki with complete and total trust. There's no hesitation on his face, only open, if a little guarded, curiosity. That's another thing that's had Katsuki completely floored since Deku got back. He expected the nerd to have a hard time trusting anyone after what he's been through. They've had so much training on trauma responses in their classes, on how to handle civilians who have been through horrific events or disasters. Katsuki expected Deku to hesitate around everyone, no matter who they were. A year and a half as a prisoner does that to you. And yet, he's been so willing to trust Katsuki since he's gotten back. Katsuki expected to have to work for that a little more, but having that trust granted so freely, even after spending so long as a villain's pet, it makes Katsuki wonder what the hell he ever did to deserve having someone like Izuku Midoriya as his friend. Katsuki reaches for the doorknob, a small smile flickering across his face as he thinks about what's about to happen. He turns back to Deku, grin growing wider. Try not to freak out too badly, okay? What? Why would I? Trust me, Katsuki says, smile turning mischievous. Try not to pass out the minute we go in. Deku looks even more confused, but he doesn't say anything more. Katsuki lets out a tiny laugh, before opening the door and striding into the room. My old man, he says. I'm here. All Might is sitting on one of the couches, reading through a stack of papers that look like school assignments. There's a teapot and 2 mugs in front of him, along with a third in his hand. At the sound of Katsuki's voice, he looks up, smiling brightly. Young Bakugo. Come in, have a seat. It's good to see you. And His eyes slide to Katsuki's left, and he chuckles. You must be Midoriya. Deku is frozen solid, body completely stiff and hands clasped over his mouth in shock. His eyes are wide, already filling with tears, but Katsuki can see FANG galaxies bursting behind them. His mouth hangs open, and even behind his hands Katsuki can see his shocked smile. Katsuki briefly wonders how Izuku even recognizes the man in front of him, but then he remembers who he's dealing with. The first thing Deku did in between spending time with his mom and the Bakugos was do some research, looking up All Might and other heroes and trying to catch up on what he missed. He looks so happy it's nearly blinding. But his knees are shaking, and he grabs at Katsuki's arm like he's worried he's about to fall flat on his face. His hand closes over Katsuki's wrist like a vice, squeezing hard as he tries to make his mouth form words. Katsuki can't help the laugh that escapes him. Deku can't form words properly, and Katsuki laughs again, bumping his shoulder. Told you not to freak out too bad, idiot. All Might. Kacchan. Deku glances between Katsuki and All Might, his head moving so fast that Katsuki worries he may get whiplash. Kacchan. Katsuki can only laugh, as Izuku tries to restart his brain. All Might. All Might is sitting in front of me. All Might knows my name. The man in question laughs, giving them both an amused smile. I've heard a lot about you, young Midoriya. It's good to see you safe. Kacchan. All Might knows my name. It seems to be the only words the nerd is capable of forming at the moment. Yeah, idiot. He teaches here, remember? Deku's mouth opens and closes, before he finally turns to Katsuki again. Am I dreaming? This is a dream, right? Katsuki rolls his eyes, smothering another laugh as he slugs Deku in the arm. Ow, Kacchan. Not a dream, dude. Promise. Katsuki hesitates for a moment, before rubbing the back of his neck. The old man helped a lot. With getting you back. Called in a lot of favors. All Might nods, and Deku simply stares in shock as Katsuki steps behind him. He grabs Deku's shoulders, steering him towards the couch when the nerd's feet don't move. All Might smiles at them both when he takes a seat next to Izuku, who's still staring with his mouth hanging open like a fish. Tea. All Might pours 2 mugs, offering them 1 each. Deku's hands are shaking as he takes it, but by now his expression has changed from one of complete shock into one of total joy. It makes Katsuki feel warm all over. Young Bakugo mentioned that you're a big fan, All Might offers, looking at Deku. His expression darkens for a moment. I'm really sorry about what happened to you. I'm glad we were able to get you and Eri out of there in one piece, but I wish we could have done something sooner. Deku swallows, and Katsuki can't help but notice that he's still a bit teary-eyed. It seems like he's gotten over the initial shock, even if his voice still comes out shaky as he speaks. Tea thanks, he whispers, sipping at the tea. Katsuki wonders whether he'll want to keep the mug as a relic. All Might smiles again. Aizawa told me he's given you a training plan to catch up on your coursework, so you can enter UA next year. Deku's eyes widen again. Yeah. Oh my god, whoa, I'm talking All Might, this is really happening. Katsuki laughs again. The nerd probably didn't even realize he said that last bit out loud. Katsuki takes over, rummaging in his backpack for the notebook as Izuku simply stares again. He's gotta start training again too. Get his strength back, he says to All Might. Sensei helped me with the start of a workout plan, but I was hoping you'd have some ideas. It feels a little weird to talk normally with All Might like this. He's not used to actually asking the old man for anything. But there's none of the usual bitterness that he always felt when dealing with All Might in the past. It's all faded, vanished into thin air with Deku sitting next to him like this. Sure, their relationship won't turn perfect overnight, but at least he can look the man in the eye without feeling nauseous. It's a start. All Might glances at Deku, giving him a once-over. Sure, he says. I can help with that. I'll come up with a workout plan and get it to you within the next few days. UI what? It comes out as a high-pitched squeak, and Deku struggles to form words again. All Might, you wanna for me? All Might wants to help me train? All Might laughs again. It's my job, isn't it? I'm your teacher. Oh wow, oh man, oh crap, All Might is my teacher, All Might is my teacher. All Might glances over at Katsuki again, struggling to hide his smile. You weren't kidding about him being a fanboy, huh? He asks. Katsuki rolls his eyes. Told ya. He pulls out the notebook, sliding it into Deku's lap. The nerd doesn't even seem to notice, even when he sets a pen down on top of it. You should see his room at home. He's got more of your merch than some of the biggest collectors in Japan. Deku nods, almost in a daze. He finally glances down at his lap after a moment, grabbing the notebook and pen and looking up at Katsuki with an open mouth. Kacchan? Katsuki's smile turns softer. Got ya a new one, he says, his face turning red at how embarrassingly fond his own voice sounds. He's not looking at All Might, but he has a feeling the old man can see his heart written on his sleeve. Figured you'd want the old man to sign something. And, for notes and stuff. Izuku stares at him like he just dropped a diamond in his lap instead of a cheap notebook. Thank you, he whispers. I love it. And then it's like a switch is flipped inside Deku's brain. His whole body is suddenly buzzing with energy as he opens the notebook to the first page. All Might oh man. Breathe, nerd. Katsuki can't resist nudging him again. I've been a fan of your hero work for so long, sir. I've wanted to be a hero since I can remember, and you inspired me so much, and I have so many questions, and oh wow, can I have your autograph? All Might laughs, reaching for the notebook and scribbling down an autograph before handing it back. Deku stares at the page with complete and total awe on his face. Thank you, sir, All Might, sir, I'll treasure this forever, it'll be a family heirloom. Katsuki can't help himself at this. But it's like they've been transported right back to middle school again, to a Deku that's suddenly and blissfully free of the echoes of the past year and a half. It's like all that trauma has disappeared, and Katsuki can see the light at the end of the proverbial tunnel. He ruffles Deku's hair as the nerd continues to mumble. Idiot, he says. You're gonna freak him out with all your weird nerd rambling. All Might just laughs. Katsuki figures he's used to dealing with fans by now, but he's never had to deal with Deku before. Izuku clamps his mouth shut, before bowing so far forward that he nearly falls off the couch. Sorry, sir, he yells, voice higher pitched than normal. I have so many questions and things I've always wondered about, and do you really want to design a workout plan for me? That's so cool. All Might nods, and though he still looks a little taken aback by Deku's eagerness, he seems genuinely interested in what he has to say. He better be, Katsuki muses. He's not above kicking All Might's butt if he upsets the nerd. Sure, All Might says, shrugging. Ask me anything you want. All Might reaches for the coffee table, towards the stack of papers that he was looking at before, and Katsuki watches as he pulls out a notebook of his own. He starts scribbling some notes down as he talks, glancing up at Deku every so often. And yeah, I'm happy to help. I've designed training plans for students before. I should be able to come up with something that fits in with your schoolwork and still gives you time for yourself. He smiles, raising his hand and gesturing in an arc above his head. I'll call it the Aim to Catch Up American Dream Plan. Katsuki laughs, already used to All Might's slightly weird brand of enthusiasm, but Deku looks like Christmas came early. Thank you, sir. He bows forward again, and this time Katsuki actually does have to grab the back of his shirt to keep him from falling off the couch. I'll look forward to it. Katsuki settles back against the couch as Deku opens his own notebook again. He's off immediately, talking a mile a minute and asking so many questions he's surprised All Might can still keep up. But the old man doesn't seem fazed. He answers every question the nerd has, even the weirder ones that border on obsessive. The questions about random battles from 10 years ago, odd moments in interviews that anyone other than Deku probably wouldn't have even noticed, let alone documented painstakingly in his hundreds of notebooks. Katsuki chimes in on occasion, whenever Deku asks about UA, about what teaching is like and what he can expect from hero training. He fills in some gaps from the past couple of years when Deku flounders, or when All Might can't remember something. From the look Deku gives him, Katsuki knows that he can expect 1,000 mumbled questions directed at him later, as the nerd sifts through his thoughts and wants to know more about what UA and training under All Might is like. He won't complain about it, even if he knows he's going to be forced to stay up all night to appease the nerd's curious-as-sheep brain. Katsuki's eyes are fixed on Deku's face as he talks. Somehow, it's like the ever-present bags under his eyes have suddenly disappeared, like the dark cloud hanging over the idiot's head has gone away and made room for the sun to shine. Katsuki can almost pretend the past year and a half never happened, that they're just two kids who have finally gotten to meet their hero. Watching Deku talk to All Might, smiling like he always used to, Katsuki can see the future he's been worried was stubbornly out of reach. The future where things are finally back to normal, where their dreams are back on track and the two of them can be heroes together, just like they planned. The future where something more for them is within their grasp. Katsuki can almost taste it. Looking at Deku now, watching the sparkle in his eyes, and the way that smile brightens even further when he catches Katsuki's gaze, he wonders whether that day will come sooner rather than later. He hopes so. He really hopes so. Once they have a plan, falling into a routine is surprisingly easy. Katsuki is quickly approached by Yaoyorozu and Ida, who offer to coordinate the rest of the class to help Deku catch up. Turns out Aizawa had already informed them about what's going on and given them a copy of Deku's assignments. Momo already organized her own notes to complement Katsuki's, and Katsuki is so taken aback by how strongly they insist on helping that he can't even bring himself to be mad about it. Katsuki's notes are better, of course, but pretty soon everyone in the class offers to tutor the nerd. Deku comes by the dorms every day, when they're not in classes or doing extra training. Aizawa gave him full access to the campus facilities, so almost every afternoon finds the two of them in the library, surrounded by at least 4 or 5 of their friends. It's surprisingly fun. Katsuki never liked studying in a group, but somehow it's so different now that Izuku is here. Deku, for his part, takes to it all easier than Katsuki thought he would. He always was one of the smartest people Katsuki knew. He had to be, to keep up with him over the years. He was always brainy, and he and Katsuki were both ahead of the middle school curriculum when Deku disappeared. Watching him work, you'd never know that he missed a year and a half of school. Katsuki and Kirishima and Yaoyorozu and Ida and all their friends give him all their old notes, and Ida even goes so far as to offer to reteach the material. Izuku just smiles, and Katsuki can see this look in his eye, like he's still wondering why everyone is being so nice to him. It makes his skin crawl, so of course Katsuki gives him private lessons first, before glasses can. Just because he doesn't want to be outdone, of course. Not because he wants the nerd to know he has people willing to treat him right, and make sure he eats full meals, and spend time with him just for the sake of seeing him smile, or... Katsuki sighs. It's getting harder to ignore all the DMN things he feels for this idiot. Before long, Deku's already done with a quarter of his assignments. He looks so DMN pleased with himself for making good progress, and Katsuki can't help but smile along with him. He worries, of course, even though he denies it to anyone who will listen. Katsuki can't help but wonder whether Izuku is only moving so fast because he doesn't want to be left behind, or because he doesn't want to think about what happened to him. It scares him, but he doesn't push just yet. It's still too soon to prod at scabs and hope they won't bleed. About a month and a half after Deku comes back home, he moves into the dorms for real. Katsuki doesn't know how the hell he got Auntie Inko to agree to it, but one morning Izuku calls him, the excitement clear as day in his voice, to tell him that he got clearance to move in. Sure, he's not even officially a student yet, but there's room in the building, and even Katsuki has to admit that having him here will be easier for training purposes. He'll be able to access the gyms and library whenever he wants. So the whole FING class helps Deku move in, and Kirishima gives him a knowing look when Katsuki makes katsudon for all of them that evening. Katsuki just shoves him off with a mumbled "ik." But watching Deku eat his food makes something warm flutter to life inside his chest again, and there's no hiding the dumb, dorky smile on his face from his idiot friends. Of course, Deku being at UA full-time leads to him moving even faster on his schoolwork, and after a couple more weeks, he's almost done with half the packet Aizawa gave him. It makes Katsuki worry again, and the more he watches the nerd, the more afraid he gets that he's just pushing down everything that happened until he actually deals with it. He worries that Izuku's just stubbornly ignoring it, trying to push himself to the breaking point because he thinks he needs to. Just like he always used to. It used to drive Katsuki crazy sometimes, and he does not want that sheet to start all over again. But when Katsuki finally asks Deku about it, sitting on his dumb All Might sheets a week or so later, he just shakes his head. "I'm good, Kacchan," he says. "Really? I think it all just still hasn't really sunk in yet, you know? I mean, I'm worried and kinda scared, but he takes a breath, letting out a tiny laugh as he chooses his words. "I don't want to fall behind again. But I'm not going too fast, I don't think. I guess it'll hit me when it hits me, right?" Katsuki doesn't quite know what he means, but he nods anyway. Deku's always needed to process his emotions in his own time. Still, he sends a death glare his way. "If I catch you overworking yourself, you're dead," he says, voice coming out low. Deku laughs, but a moment later his face turns serious. He hesitates. "You don't have to baby me, Kacchan. I'm not gonna disappear if you touch me wrong, really?" Katsuki scowls. "That's not what I'm doing, moron," he says instantly. I care about you, damn it. I want you to be okay." Katsuki's eyes widen slightly as he realizes what he said. Deku's face is red, but he's smiling. A tiny, barely there grin is lighting up his face. Katsuki opens his mouth to say something else, To twist those words into something that sounds a little less forward. He's still trying so damn hard not to push for something Deku doesn't want, but when Deku looks at him again, there's a glint in his eye that makes Katsuki's stomach flip. I'm okay. I mean, I'm deep, probably not yet, but I will be. He looks Katsuki dead in the eye, and maybe Katsuki imagines it, but he could swear that he sees Deku's eyes flick down to his lips. His voice doesn't waver when he speaks, and somehow that one little thing lights Katsuki up like spark plug just hit him with his ultimate move. I care about you too, Kacchan. I still do. They're not talking about school. They're not talking about Deku pushing himself too fast. Katsuki knows they're not talking about that. He knows it and his stomach is flipping and his brain is going crazy, because it's been 2 months since Deku came back and Katsuki can't help but wonder whether that promised smoothie date is getting closer and closer. His throat has gone dry, and he can't help the way he stares at Deku, looking from his eyes to his lips and back again and being blinded by the sheer amount of green that fills his vision. Even after being subdued and hurt and beaten down for so long, Deku shines like the goddamn sun. Katsuki swallows. He wants so badly to just go for it, but he isn't sure if he's imagining the hopeful look on Deku's face, or the way that he subtly leans towards Katsuki a bit. And he really doesn't want to screw this up and hurt the nerd even more. He never thought he'd get a second chance at whatever the hell they are. He really doesn't want to waste it. Deku, he says, scooting forward a tiny bit. I know what you said in the hospital, but Deku says, sounding a bit like he's choking on air. But what steals Katsuki's breath is the way he reaches for his hand, twining their fingers together like it's nothing, like they've been doing it their entire lives and there was never any space between them to speak of. And yeah, it's only been a couple of months since the Hasaikai raid, and they still have so much ground to cover, but Katsuki swallows, squeezing Deku's hand and urging him to continue. Izuku smiles, before chewing on his bottom lip thoughtfully. I know what you said, but his face falls and Katsuki misses that grin immediately. His whole body is still trying not to combust, and he's only holding the nerd's hand. What happens if Deku's voice breaks Katsuki out of his thoughts? I don't want you to think I mean I. You don't owe me anything, Kacchan. Katsuki blinks. Of all the things he expected Deku to say, that wasn't on the list. The F-. Izuku's face twists. I know it's been a long time and you're so different now, which isn't a bad thing at all. I'm different in a bad way, and I know that, and his voice is getting wobbly, his face twisting like he's trying not to cry, and suddenly it feels as if something is squeezing Katsuki's insides like a vice. I don't want you to feel like we have to do this if you don't want to, you know? I don't want you to feel obligated to date me. I'm probably a lot to handle now anyway. Katsuki's hurt enough, and he squeezes Izuku's hand hard, in a motion that snaps Deku's watery eyes back to Katsuki's hard, angry red ones. What the hell, Deku, he says, the words coming out low and shaky. Izuku's face falls again, and Katsuki can see a stray tear trail down one cheek. He hates it. Deku, I'm not. Katsuki pinches the bridge of his nose, taking a few deep breaths. He doesn't want to snap at the nerd, even if he's being dumb as F right now. After a moment, Katsuki meets Deku's eyes again. You're an idiot, he deadpants, glaring at him. Kacchan. No F-. Just listen to me, alright? Just shut the hell up. He didn't exactly plan on saying the sheet right now. He's still worried that it's too soon, but if Izuku's been thinking all the sheet, Katsuki knows he has a history of feeling insecure. How badly has he been ifing himself up, thinking like this? I'm not doing this, 'cause I think I have to, you idiot. I want to, okay? I was the one who said what I said. In the hospital. That I still do. He doesn't know why his voice catches on the word date, but it does. I was a DMN wreck while you were gone. I don't give a F if you're the most F-ed up person on the planet, because chances are I'm probably worse. And you're still the same person, Deku. May as well go all in. Katsuki squares his shoulders, looking Izuku dead in the eye. And I want to date the F out of you, but I don't want to do it till you're ready. We've got time. You've got enough shit to worry about right now. Deku sniffles, but he doesn't look away from Katsuki's face, which by now has gone completely red. Izuku gives him another tiny smile. You really mean that? Which part, nerd? Katsuki's own voice comes out a little breathy, but he tries to ignore it. You want to date me? Still? After everything? Katsuki swallows, squeezing Deku's hand again. Yeah, I really fucking do. It feels like a weight lifted off Katsuki's chest to finally say that out loud, to feel everything he's been pushing down ever since the day Deku disappeared come bubbling to the surface suddenly. But he doesn't want Deku to get the wrong idea, so he gives him a serious look. But we don't need to rush it, got it? You just got back. Katsuki smirks, slugging Deku in the arm to try and lighten the mood even as his heart beats faster. His whole body is acutely aware of how much closer the two of them have gotten. You've got to catch up to me before I let you take me out. It works, Deku laughs, wiping at his eyes. Yeah. I guess you're right, he whispers. He's smiling again, so soft and full of kindness that it makes Katsuki feel as if he should look elsewhere. But, sometime? You want to? Katsuki nods, his expression unwavering for a moment. And then he smirks, chuckling as he jerks his head towards the forgotten notebooks strewn around them. Finish your dim and trig homework first and then we'll talk, idiot. Deku smiles again, and Katsuki knows he can decipher the meaning behind those words. When you're ready to nerd. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe it's Katsuki's imagination, but the next few weeks are especially tense. His idiot friends can tell that something's off almost immediately, and when Kaminari and Kirishima pull the truth out of him within minutes of laying eyes on him, the whole squad is immediately all over it. They flood him with congratulations and weird advice that he does not want, thank you very much. But Katsuki can tell they're happy for him. His own face must look quite the sight, because shitty hair gives him such an embarrassingly fond smile that Katsuki nearly explodes his face. Despite it all, though, he doesn't push the nerd much. He was serious when he said they don't have to do anything for a while. He still can't get Deku's horribly sad expression out of his head, and he's willing to wait as long as it takes until the nerd knows he's serious about this. That he doesn't give a F about how much they've both changed. Deku is Deku, and that's good enough for Katsuki. Katsuki doesn't want to push, he's still determined to make the nerd's transition and recovery as easy as possible. It's getting harder to keep a lid on his own feelings by the day. Nothing's really changed. He's still right by the nerd's side, helping him with homework and letting him vent when he gets frustrated with himself and giving him a gentle, yet aggressive push in the right direction when he falters. But there's this tension suddenly, this force between them that seems to be drawing them closer together. Deku's smiles seem to last a little longer, and Katsuki's grumpy, yet concerned grimaces seem to be made of less irritation and more care. Deku doesn't shy away from touch nearly as much as he used to either. As the weeks pass, as the two of them start working out together and Deku throws himself face-first into training, he starts to be a little less shy. All that affection in his eyes bleeds over into his movements. He leans into Katsuki's side, reaches for his hand when he needs the reassurance, and rests his head on his shoulder as they watch movies. It sends sparks shooting through Katsuki's whole body every time, and he can't help but wonder if he's imagining all this. Is this how it all felt before? Before, when this was still so new and confusing and all he knew was that he wanted Deku close by every second of every day? Or is this even more? Is this all just because he forgot what it's like and it's hitting Katsuki like a train all over again? He still doesn't know. He spent so long deliberately not thinking about this kind of shit, that it's still foreign to have it all shoved back in his face. But what Katsuki does know is that he's happy. Very happy. And maybe for now that's good enough. Of course, it's not all fun and games. There are bad days. Days that end with Deku in tears, because he's had a bad therapy session, or he's having nightmares, or he's thinking about all the effed up shit that overhauled it to him. Those days are hard on both of them, because even on the bad days, the nerd still won't give himself a DM break. He wants to keep training, keep working on his assignments and keep trying to catch up, because he feels like he needs to. Those days have Katsuki in the kitchen, making Deku katsudon and his favorite hot chocolate for dessert. Just because he's being nice. No, they're not together yet, shitty hair, quit asking. He's just trying to be a good friend. Sometimes, those days end with Deku sobbing into Katsuki's shoulder, and Katsuki letting it happen because he still can't stand being powerless to help with any of the shit. Katsuki puts Izuku to bed, and Izuku wakes up the next morning and pulls him into a hug, mumbling a quiet, reverent thank you like Katsuki gave him a priceless treasure instead of just trying to be decent. It's a bumpy road, but Katsuki knew it would be when they started. He can handle that. Today finds Katsuki and Deku at the gym, 2.5 months after Deku came home for good. They're a ways into All Might's training plan, and Izuku seems to be moving along nicely. He's gotten his strength back up to a little over a quarter of what it used to be, and even though it's frustrating the hell out of the idiot, Katsuki tries to be encouraging. He's been working on teaching Deku some hand-to-hand combat techniques, too. 2 years at UA have taught Katsuki a lot more than the two of them knew at 15, and he's been trying to share as much of it with Deku as he can. Today, they were both doing some strength training, and Katsuki was DMN near beaming with pride when Deku set a personal best for a deadlift and a bicep curl. DMN nerd really thought he wouldn't be able to hold his own. He's already come so far, so fast, and Katsuki is so FING proud of him that it physically hurts. The flutter that ran through his body as he watched Deku lift was completely inconsequential. It doesn't matter that Katsuki wanted nothing more than to just grab him, pull him close, and... Katsuki sighs. When the nerd's ready. They finish their workout earlier than planned, both of them hitting the showers and trying to scrub the grime away. Katsuki tries and fails not to think about their brief sparring session at the end, when Deku actually did manage to pin him down one time. The smile that lit up his face when he managed it was DMN near breathtaking, and he'd been straddling Katsuki's legs at the time. Damn it, stop, Katsuki grumbles to himself. Deku's calling the shots on this one, as much as his own ego and romantic brain want to say otherwise. Katsuki steps out of the shower, dressed in shorts with his shirt over his shoulder. He's running a towel through his hair, not really paying much attention as he walks over to his locker. But he stops as he enters the locker room, his breath leaving him in one quiet wheeze as he stares at Deku's exposed back. Holy crap! Katsuki feels something shatter inside his chest. Deku's facing his own open locker, hair still damp as he sips at a bottle of water. He hasn't put on his shirt yet, and judging from the hand on his chin, he hasn't noticed Katsuki come in. He's mumbling to himself, jotting something down in a notebook as he thinks out loud. Katsuki doesn't pay attention to any of that, though. His body moves without thinking, stepping closer and closer until he's practically inches away from the nerd's back. Katsuki saw the scars on his arms the day he got back, of course. They were impossible to ignore, standing out angry and red against his skin. But he hasn't seen Deku without a shirt on since Izuku came home, and Katsuki can feel tears pricking at the corners of his eyes as his eyes roam across the nerd's back. Deku's whole body is covered in scars. It's more than just his arms. His back is covered in old wounds of varying shapes and sizes, some older and narrow and some new and deep. Most of them don't look too bad, but suddenly Katsuki feels as if someone dumped a bucket of ice water over his head. It makes him see red. It makes him want to explode his way into Tartarus or wherever the Chisaki is locked up and deliver a deadly AP shot straight into his brain. Katsuki's been angry for so long now, but he's never felt this kind of rage before. It makes him want to beat anyone that even looks at Deku wrong to a bloody pulp. PNG sheet, how many times did Overhaul hurt him? How many times, in how many ways, and for how long, while Katsuki was here twiddling his thumbs at Yua? They still haven't talked about all the gory sheet, but Katsuki can see the results of the past year and a half etched into Deku's skin, over and over and over again like the most morbid painting he's ever seen. Katsuki suddenly wants to know everything. He wants to know everything that happened and everything Deku went through. He wants to know the story behind each and every one of these scars, and then he wants to spend the rest of his goddamn life making sure that Deku never gets another one again. The thought of actually hearing what happened is scary, but he hates the idea of over a year of Deku's life just being missing from his memory. And maybe he can do something if he knows. Katsuki moves closer and closer, feeling his watery eyes get worse as his brain supplies scene after scene, scenario after scenario of Deku screaming as some faceless menace carves up his skin. Katsuki doesn't even realize that his arm has moved, his thumb brushing against one of the smaller scars on Deku's shoulder. Izuku near jumps out of his skin, spinning around quickly with a surprised little squeak that goes right to Katsuki's heart. "Kacchan," he gasps. "You scared me." "Kacchan?" Katsuki still hasn't said anything. He's too busy scanning every inch of Deku's frame he can see. The front of his torso has its fair share of scars too. Not as many as on his back, but there's still a fair few scattered across his upper chest. Katsuki swallows, feeling his lip tremble as the water in his eyes threatens to turn his vision blurry. His hand hasn't moved from Deku's shoulder. Izuku watches him with a curious expression, but Katsuki's finger continues to trace the scar, moving from the one on his shoulder down to map the smaller scars littered across his chest. Deku doesn't say anything for a few moments, as Katsuki traces over the marks. The nerd is barely breathing, and Katsuki feels his own chest heaving as his lip wobbles. Damn it, he should have done something. He should have been there, he should have made the heroes keep looking, he should have. "Kacchan," Deku says, softly this time. It snaps Katsuki back to reality, and even as he feels one stubborn tear leak out from the corner of his eyes, he doesn't pull his hand away. Deku doesn't remove it either. "Deku," Katsuki whispers, his eyes fixed on the larger scar that mars his bicep. He moves his hand towards it, and Deku is in a breath when his fingers trace the raised tissue. It's so rough compared to the rest of Deku's skin. Izuku winces as Katsuki's fingers trace the flesh, and Katsuki immediately snatches his hand back. The space around them is eerily quiet, as if the two of them have been yanked out of time and transported into a moment only for the two of them. "Sorry," Katsuki mumbles. "I didn't mean." Deku shakes his head. "It's okay. It's just, they're ugly, right?" Katsuki blinks. "What the heck are you talking about?" Izuku winces again. "I just mean, my whole body's all gross now. It's ugly." Something tightens inside Katsuki's gut. Izuku Midoriya is a lot of things, but ugly? He could never be ugly. How can he not see that even now, after everything, he's still the most beautiful thing that Katsuki's ever seen? "They're not ugly," Katsuki whispers, hesitantly bringing his hand up to Izuku's arm again. Deku lets him, staring at him with wide, curious eyes. "Why are you crying?" Katsuki blinks again. Does he really think, Diamen him? Diamen this moron. He swipes his thumb across the scar tissue, watching the way Deku twiddles his thumbs as he glances towards the floor. Even through the scar tissue, Izuku's skin is warm to the touch, practically a furnace underneath Katsuki's hand. Do they hurt? Katsuki can't say why that question is important to him, but suddenly he needs to know. The thought of Deku still being in pain rattles through his brain like poison. Deku shakes his head, chewing on his bottom lip. Katsuki's fingers keep moving, tracing all along the large scar on his bicep and down his arm, thumbs brushing the smaller marks. Deku's face turns pink, even as his eyes turn sad. Not really, he mumbles. They did for a while, but not anymore. Chisaki, he hesitates for a moment, before meeting Katsuki's eyes. His quirk lets him disassemble and reassemble things. Matter. He was doing all these experiments, trying to replicate my power for his own people, but sometimes he hurt me just to hurt me, and Deku's voice is starting to get wobbly, and almost unconsciously, Katsuki takes a step forward, his head ped in a silent question. Izuku leans forward in turn, resting his forehead against Katsuki's shoulder. The one simple touch burns like a hot bath after days in the cold, and Katsuki's brain chooses this moment to remember that neither of them are wearing shirts. Deku takes a breath. He was careful most of the time, not to do any permanent damage. Katsuki takes a shaky breath, head leaning sideways to rest on Deku's. His other hand has moved to Deku's back, now, practically holding him in the weirdest hug he's ever been a part of. It doesn't stop him, though. That hand traces along the scars on Deku's back, a feather-light touch. Katsuki's not used to touching someone with the intent to soothe, but from the tiny little noise Deku makes, he hopes it's working. Katsuki's face twists into a scowl as Deku's words sink in. He seethes, the venom in his voice plain as day. Izuku lifts his head, glancing at Katsuki with a curious expression. Somehow, it makes Katsuki's heart ache even more. I'm so effing sorry, Deku. His voice comes out raw, and another tear trails down his cheek. I'm so sorry that Dickhead hurt you like that. Izuku's face falls, and he looks down at the floor. The hand on Deku's arm reaches for his hand, twining their fingers together and squeezing lightly. Katsuki's hit with a wave of emotion he can't quite place as Deku stares at their hands. Izuku meets his eyes, and Katsuki can see 1,000 emotions scattered across his face. There's pain, and sadness, and fear, but maybe Katsuki thinks he can see something else written there too. Izuku lets out a breathy sigh. It's okay. Katsuki's fingers are still dancing across Deku's skin, mapping the contours of his scars and tracing the patterns of raised flesh. It's almost an unconscious movement at this point. Most of them aren't terribly big, but Katsuki can't help imagining the details of each one, his brain filling in gaps that he really doesn't want to fill. His hand moves as if he's on autopilot as the other remains curled in Deku's, and Izuku just stares at him as he goes. Katsuki stares right back, throat suddenly gone dry. His chest aches with a whole mess of feelings, of anger and frustration and pain, but most of all, the desire to take Deku home and, can you tell me? Katsuki tries his best to keep his voice steady. Can you tell me what happened? Izuku's face twists. Kacchan, you really don't. I do. I want to know. Katsuki groans, his hand falling from Izuku's body. He can't help but miss the warmth. This whole demon time I've been feeling so goddamn helpless. Like I can't do anything. Izuku's brow furrows, and he pps his head in confusion. What do you mean? He looks genuinely shocked. Of course you can. Kacchan, you've already done so much for me. I wouldn't be here without you. Katsuki's face twists into a scowl, even as his chest soars. I help you with your DMN homework, that doesn't mean. But it does. And that's not all you've done. You got me out of there in the first place. Deku's smiling now, bringing their joined hands up towards his chest. Katsuki is uncomfortably aware of how close they are again, and some base part of him wants to lean in and just, you've helped me so much, Kacchan, really. You don't have to do anything more. Izuku's smile grows as his face turns pink. Katsuki's stomach flips again, as his eyes bore into Izuku's. Still, he says after a moment, will you tell me about it? Do you really want to know? Yeah, if I know that, I can help better, or some sheet, Katsuki says, voice coming out steady, somehow. Only if you want to tell me though. Izuku chews on his bottom lip for a moment, staring down at their hands. Katsuki worries when he stays silent for a while, but after a few minutes, he meets Katsuki's eyes again. Okay, he mumbles. Yeah, I think I want to. If you're sure. Katsuki swallows down the lump in his throat, feeling his skin tingle in all the places he's currently touching Deku. And then he nods, his eyes not moving from Deku's face as he does. It's going to hurt like a beach, but he can't work with only a partial picture. He has to know everything. Deku doesn't come to him right away. Katsuki busies himself in the kitchen, making the two of them a post-workout meal while Izuku hides out in his room for a little while. Katsuki doesn't mind it. He figures the nerd needs some time to process, and he'll show up when he's ready to talk. Hell, Katsuki needs to process too. He can still feel the echo of Deku's forehead against his shoulder. But all too soon he's sitting on his bed, 2 bowls of katsudon resting on the bedside table. It's only because he cares about the idiot so much that he's even thinking about letting Deku eat in his room, but any potential for a mess is forgotten when Deku finally knocks on his door. He gives Katsuki a tiny, wobbly smile when he hands him the food. The nerd looks like he wants to start word vomiting immediately, but Katsuki only shakes his head, glaring at him in a wordless signal that means eat first. Katsuki does his best to quiet the sudden nerves coursing through him as they eat, but he can't stop his mind from racing with 1,000 questions that have increasingly shitty answers. All too soon, the food is finished, and Izuku gives Katsuki a hesitant, fearful look. Katsuki can't help but roll his eyes, even as his heart threatens to burst out of his chest. Which is how Deku ends up in his lap, his head pillowed on Katsuki's thighs as he curls up under an all-might blanket that Katsuki pulls from the bottom of his closet. Katsuki's hand ends up in Deku's hair, his other hand curled in Izuku's. It's exactly how they found themselves on the day of Deku's first therapy session, when the nerd looked more peaceful asleep than Katsuki had ever seen him. They're both blushing like idiots, but Katsuki can tell that Deku feels a little better. His shoulders untense slightly, and that crease in his brow ebbs, just a little bit. He's shaking slightly, and Katsuki can feel it against his legs. Katsuki stays silent above him as he waits, squeezing Deku's hand when his voice falters. "Take your time, idiot," he says quietly, when Izuku still doesn't say anything. "Not going anywhere." It's a while before Izuku finally speaks, but when he does, his voice doesn't waver too badly. He has a couple of false starts, but eventually he talks and talks, spilling out all the messy, brutal details of what Chisaki did. He starts all the way from the beginning, from the day he was kidnapped, and Katsuki tries his best not to interject too much. He prods when Deku stumbles over the words, asks the occasional muted question, and offers reassurance when Izuku starts to tear up, but surprisingly, it doesn't take much for Deku to confess it all. Katsuki tries to hold fast, even though the longer Izuku talks, the angrier he gets. Deku cries as he talks, his breath hitching with tiny sobs and his words faltering every so often. Katsuki cries a bit too, wiping at his own eyes before hesitantly moving to cup Deku's cheek and brush the tears away. Izuku's breath catches as Katsuki moves, and his body twists upwards so he can meet Katsuki's wide eyes with his own stunned ones. It's so different from the first day of therapy. That day, Izuku's body was ripped open, emotions spilling out faster than he could control them. He was all pain, smacked in the face by a complete stranger with everything he was trying to avoid. But now, he's still crying, but it's softer now. More controlled. He doesn't look like he's a moment away from crumbling into tiny pieces. He looks hurt, small, and scared, but not so much that it makes Katsuki want to hit something. There's echoes of agony in his eyes, but it's not taking over his whole face like it did that first time. Katsuki swallows as the nerd's voice dies down, his thumb still resting against Izuku's cheek and wiping away tears. Deku's been talking for over an hour, and the absence of his voice feels weird suddenly. Katsuki's brain is still reeling from everything he said, but he can't lose it now. It's not about how he feels. The silence fills the room immediately, and Katsuki's face heats up again when he remembers the position they're in. They're so close like this, Katsuki can count every freckle on Izuku's face and see every single shade of green in his eyes. Katsuki swallows, still carding his fingers through Deku's hair. "Do you want me to go?" Never mind that it's Katsuki's room. He would still leave if Izuku asked him to. Deku just stares at him for a moment. His eyes are red, the tears still occasionally falling down his face. Katsuki's already preparing to move, untangling his fingers from Izuku's hair and removing his hand from his cheek. But his whole body freezes when Deku shakes his head, reaching for his hand and curling in ever so slightly closer to Katsuki's body. Katsuki swallows. "I'm sorry," he whispers, carding his fingers through Deku's hair again. It's impossibly soft to the touch, the emerald green standing out against his paler skin. "I thank you for telling me." He doesn't really know what else to say. What the hell is he supposed to say at a time like this? Deku smiles up at him, letting out a tiny hum as Katsuki's hand cards through his hair. He looks tired, like he could fall asleep right here. Katsuki wouldn't mind, if he did. Izuku hums again, meeting Katsuki's eyes. There's a tiny smile on his face as he watches him, and after a moment, his eyes slide shut. "It's okay," he mumbles. "It's just hard to talk about, you know? Thanks for staying with me." Katsuki grimaces. Should he have even asked Izuku to talk about it? "Sorry I made you tell me," he says, his own voice just as quiet. "I just wanted to know the full story. So I know how to fucking help." He doesn't say that last bit out loud though. Deku shakes his head, opening his eyes again. "It's okay," he says again with a tiny shrug of his shoulders. "I don't mind if it's you." And when the brilliant green meets red, there's such pure adoration there that Katsuki near melts. His heart pounds as Deku gives him a tiny, shy smile. "I feel safe with you, Kacchan." Katsuki stares at him for a long moment. Deku's still got that tiny smile on his face, staring at him like nothing happened, like he hasn't just dropped a nuclear bomb on top of Katsuki's head and twisted his heart around his little finger. Katsuki blinks back tears again, his hand moving from Deku's hair and trailing downward. Maybe it's not the right time, maybe Deku will kill him for this, and maybe he's taking advantage of the moment. But there's Katsuki's hand against Izuku's cheek again, and there's no tears to brush away, this time. There's no pretense for the movement, no reason for Katsuki to be cupping Izuku's cheek like someone in a romance manga. No reason other than just to touch. To feel the warmth of Izuku's skin against his own. Maybe he has shitty timing, but damn it, Deku just said that he feels safe. He spent so long without that feeling, and Katsuki's seen him shy away from so many people since he's been home. And yet, somehow, someway he feels safe. With Katsuki. Katsuki can't not show the nerd how that makes him feel. Deku just smiles, his face turning pink as he stares into Katsuki's eyes. He doesn't move to pull away, not by a long shot. Is he leaning in closer to Katsuki's hand? Is that smile getting bigger, brighter? Katsuki takes a breath, hesitantly swiping a thumb across Deku's cheek. Just to feel the way his face heats underneath the movement, the way his skin gets warmer as he blushes. You mean that? Katsuki says, voice coming out in a higher pitch than normal. Izuku nods. His own hand coming to rest on top of Katsuki's. And now they really must look like something out of a romance novel, but Katsuki can't bring himself to care. Not when Deku's smiling like that, even after spending over an hour talking about the worst things that happened to him. Yeah, Deku says, his voice just as breathy as Katsuki's. I really do. Katsuki's whole body stops moving as the words wash over him. He doesn't want to hope for more, not after that one tiny admission has already rocked his world, but at the same time, that piece of him that simply wants without a care for anything else is screaming with joy. They're just staring at each other. Deku's hand is still holding Katsuki's against his face, and he hasn't made any move to get up or push Katsuki away. Katsuki doesn't want to say anything to shatter the moment. Hell, even if he did want to, he wouldn't be able to think of anything to say. Izuku saves him the trouble, staring up at him with those giant doe eyes that threaten to unravel him completely. Hey, Kacchan. Deku thinks for a moment, before Katsuki watches his gaze harden. He starts to worry for a second or two, but then Izuku opens his mouth again. About that smoothie date. Izuku's voice is shaky, the words leaving his lips in one breath. Katsuki can feel his mouth move where his hand is touching his face. He hears the statement echo in the silence. But even so, Katsuki's whole brain short-circuits. He struggles to find his voice, for a moment, but eventually he swallows. Are you sure? Deku looks him dead in the eye, and after only a moment's hesitation, he nods like it's the simplest choice in the world. I'm sure. Katsuki stops breathing. He wants to run. He wants to explode something. He wants to kiss Deku until the nerd can't breathe. He wants to do so much all at once, but his body won't move. Finally. After all this time, all those sleepless nights spent wondering about this moment, wishing for this moment, it's finally here. Deku's in his lap, looking up at him like he's the goddamn sun, moon and stars, all at once. Katsuki wants to drop the entire galaxy at his feet. Yeah, he says in a shaky exhale. Okay, turd. Smoothie date it is. Even after they agree to finally go on the date, it takes them a while to get there. They're all busy, Deku with training and catch-up coursework and trying to figure out all the life changes he missed, and Katsuki with his own schoolwork and trying to help Deku do all of the above. Sure, they're both antsy, but it takes them ages before they're able to find a free day. Another month and a half passes before they finally get a chance to leave campus. The lingering looks, hand-holding, bright, loving smiles, and outright cuddling on the common room couch are driving the rest of the class crazy by this point. Katsuki suspects that Momo and Ida had a hand in finally getting Aizawa and All Might to give them their promised day off, and somehow, the entire class knows it's coming within minutes. But neither Katsuki nor Deku minds the wait so much. Katsuki likes Deku, and Deku likes him right back. They can go as slow as they FNG want. Having time without uncertainty hanging over their heads is such a good feeling. Surprisingly, Katsuki is less upset than he thought he would be when he learns that their old smoothie place closed down 6 months ago. Somehow, the thought that it might not be there anymore had never occurred to him, but after having Deku back for 4 months now, it doesn't faze him as much. It makes him chuckle. The universe has a funny sense of irony, doesn't it? It stayed open the whole time Deku was gone, and now that Izuku is home, the smoothie place is no more. Katsuki only worries when he tells Deku about it. But the nerd finds the whole thing hilarious, and he and Kirishima both laugh very hard about it. Katsuki just rolls his eyes, muttering something about how they're both idiots before chucking a textbook at Kirishima's head. Katsuki is upset when it becomes hard to find an alternative. He wants to do something nice, the familiarity and nostalgia was the backbone of the smoothie date plan, but now that it's no longer an option, what the hell does he do? Where could they go that will be at least passable for a first date? He spends days thinking about it. He even goes so far as to call a meeting with his idiot friends for help, but somehow, nothing sounds right. Katsuki is hopeless at this, and Mina tells him so with an exasperated look on her face. He's been thinking about this for so long, and all he wants is for it to be perfect. They deserve a little perfection after all this time, don't they? Katsuki even asks Deku's friends about it. He's gotten really close with Tsu, glasses, round face, and icy hot over the last few months, so Katsuki swallows his pride and marches straight up to Todoroki with an angry glare on his face. His reputation will probably never live it down, but he's really FING committed to this, goddammit. He's almost at a loss entirely when Deku himself knocks on Katsuki's door. He's practically bouncing up and down, holding his phone in front of Katsuki's face. There's an ad on the screen for an ice cream shop nearby, which is running a promotion featuring pro-hero-themed sundaes. Katsuki knew about this, of course. Genus Agency is participating, and the denim hero has a sundae of his own. But, to Katsuki's surprise, so does he. He didn't know Genist was planning that. When Deku insists that they go, with that familiar sparkle in his eyes, Katsuki feels his heartbeat increase tenfold. It's not the smoothies they were promised, but it's close enough. 2 weeks later, Saturday afternoon finds Katsuki in the common room, waiting for the nerd to shower after training with All Might. Izuku offered to meet him at the ice cream shop, but Katsuki nearly blew up the roof of the dorm in response. None of that shit this time. They go together, or they don't go at all. Finally, after an impromptu pep talk from Shitty Hair and Spark Plug, Deku shows up wearing a dark green sweater and his usual red sneakers. He's smiling even wider than normal, grabbing Katsuki's hand the minute he's in arm's reach. Katsuki shouldn't be nervous. But he's wanted this for so long that his whole body feels like a live wire right now. Katsuki tells Deku he looks great, and Izuku blushes and mumbles that he's really excited. It feels a bit like they're reading from a script, but neither one of them really knows how to do this kind of thing. They're both screwed up in 1,000 different ways, by their own admission, so maybe a script is a good place to start, really. They don't go to the ice cream shop right away. They spend some time just exploring the city, walking through busy streets and small shops until they come upon a small park not too far from the appointed place that Katsuki has never seen before. They loosen up along the way, graduating from whatever first date script they both looked up before getting here and into their natural pattern of bickering and chatting. Katsuki gloats about beating Deku in a sparring session the day before, and Izuku gleefully reminds Katsuki that he got his hands on a limited edition All Might trading card from 10 years ago before Katsuki did. And when Izuku laughs at him, hair windswept and cheeks flushed a light pink, the nerves start to settle. Katsuki's pounding heart starts to quiet, and things start to make sense again. Deku hasn't really been outside of UA much since he's been back, but apparently he did his research, because the spot he leads them to is surprisingly nice. It's quiet off the beaten path without being too isolated, and Katsuki can't help but notice the way the sunlight shines on Deku's face and makes the green of his hair stand out even more. Katsuki wants to tell him so much. They've had so many heart-to-hearts since Izuku came home, about all the messy shit Katsuki felt while he was gone. Izuku wanted to know everything just like Katsuki did, and Katsuki spilled it all, even though it felt like stabbing himself with a blunt knife to make Deku cry over and over. But they talked about the practical stuff too. Predictably, Izuku wanted to know everything about Dynamite's hero career, and he's already filled 3 whole notebooks with all the things he learned. Katsuki thinks he's a nerd. Katsuki also thinks that it's the sweetest thing anyone has ever done for him. He thinks so much, feels so much that all comes crashing down right as they sit on this park bench talking about nothing at all. God, Katsuki doesn't know how the hell he got so lucky. The time passes remarkably quickly, and before long they're sitting in the ice cream shop. This place is surprisingly big. It's busier than Katsuki expected, and suddenly he panics about not calling ahead. What kind of idiot is he? But of course, nerdy Deku had the foresight to call ahead, and when the waiter leads them to a booth, he gives Katsuki a sheepish smile. Turns out Deku is way better at planning this stuff than Katsuki is, because they managed to get a table right near the window, a good distance away from everyone else. Izuku is blushing like an idiot, but Katsuki probably is too. He still doesn't really know how to handle being this happy. Deku starts talking the minute he sees the menu, rambling about the different options and the heroes they're based on. Izuku has accumulated a truly impressive amount of knowledge about hero happenings since he's been back, and even Katsuki is surprised. He mumbles about the creativity of flavor combinations and presentation and more weird facts about ice cream than Katsuki has ever heard. Katsuki gets the All Might sundae, because really, there isn't any other choice. He assumes that Deku will go for the same thing, because the nerd never misses an opportunity to do anything with All Might involved. So when Izuku orders the Dynamite sundae without missing a beat, Katsuki chokes on the water he's drinking. There are the nerves again, the adrenaline singing through his whole body as his mouth falls open. It slams into him in one wave, the sight of Deku picking him over all might settling right inside his heart and kicking his brain into overdrive. Goddamn, Katsuki doesn't have the words to describe how this stupid FING nerd makes him feel. Izuku stares at him with wide, expectant eyes when the waiter goes away, and Katsuki feels his voice get caught in the back of his throat. He's smacked in the face with how lucky he is all over again, how improbable the odds of them ever getting to have this really were. Deku's face turns pink as he tucks his chin in towards his chest and reaches into the backpack he brought. He's seemingly oblivious to the bomb he just dropped on Katsuki's head, to how something so simple as which ice cream he ordered feels like the equivalent of moving a mountain. Deku swallows, peering across the table at him with a shy look on his face. I wanted to tell you something. Surprise you, I guess? Katsuki nods, swallowing down everything he's feeling as he waits for the nerd to find his voice. Deku pulls out a notebook, the one Katsuki bought for him when he first met All Might. He can't help but notice. I haven't told anyone yet, and I wanted you to know first, you know? It's important, and if you like it then that means it's great. Because you're amazing. And you have good judgment on, well, everything and… Deku! Katsuki cuts in, trying to ignore the fluttering inside his chest. Spit it out already. Izuku swallows, the blush on his face getting deeper. I picked a hero name, he whispers, meeting Katsuki's eyes again. Aizawa mentioned it a few weeks ago, and I've been thinking and… I wanted to tell you before I told anyone else. That small statement sends Katsuki's heart racing again, and he tries his best to keep his face neutral. Deku looks so hesitant, setting the notebook down on the table and opening it to the page he wants. He's probably got it all written down right there. Katsuki swallows again, trying to stay calm. Izuku wanting him to be the first to know his hero name feels so goddamn special that if Katsuki ruins this moment he'll hate himself forever. Well, he asks, his voice quiet. Let's hear it. Izuku offers him a tiny smile, glancing down at the notebook once more before taking a deep breath and looking Katsuki dead in the eye. Phoenix, he whispers, blushing like a tomato even as he holds Katsuki's gaze. And then he starts talking quickly again, like he's trying to soften the impact of that one word. I mean, I started thinking about my quirk and what would sound like a good brand, or what would be cool and all that, and… I don't know. That one just kept speaking to me, you know? Izuku lets out a nervous laugh, running a hand through his hair and glancing down at his lap. I thought it was kind of fitting too. You know, everything we've been through. Katsuki just stares. He didn't know what he was expecting, but leave it to the nerd to blow him away anyway. Izuku's been doing that since the day he came home. It's perfect. The DMN nerd has a resurrection quirk for FS sake. He pulls people back from the brink, and he managed to come back from hell himself too. Phoenix. Holy shit. Katsuki's a little disappointed he didn't think of that one himself. Deku looks a little afraid as he clears his throat. Kacchan? He asks, sounding very nervous all of a sudden. What do you think? Do you like it? Katsuki jolts, as he realizes he's just been watching Izuku with a wild, slightly deranged smile on his face. He's just so effing happy. They're really doing this. Izuku has a FING hero name. They're going to be heroes together. It's perfect, Izuku, he says, his smile softening into something a little less crazy. Deku's face turns red again, and he tilts his head downwards, towards the sundaes in front of them. Katsuki was barely paying attention to their surroundings. He was so focused on Deku that he didn't even see their ice cream arrive. Good, Deku mumbles, struggling to hide his smile. He looks so excited, and all because Katsuki said he likes his DMN hero name. Jesus F-. That's good. I'm really glad you like it, Kacchan. He sounds so goddamn sincere that Katsuki feels like he's going to float away at any moment. Katsuki lets out a tiny heh in between mouthfuls of ice cream. Dynamite and Phoenix. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Deku looks at him in surprise, his eyes widening and his mouth dropping open. Kacchan? What? Katsuki rolls his eyes, trying to stay nonchalant even though he's practically vibrating out of his skin. He spent so long thinking about this moment that actually asking the question feels so nerve-wracking. It feels right to… Don't tell me you forgot we're a fucking team, huh idiot? The effect is instantaneous. Deku beams, smiling so wide that Katsuki wonders how his face doesn't hurt. It's pure, unadulterated joy, and Katsuki can't help the rush of pride and happiness that runs through his own body at the thought that he put it there. You really mean it? Deku asks, still grinning. You still want to be a team? With me? Katsuki scoffs, but his own smile spreads across his face anyway. Course, moron. Who else would I team with? You really fucking thought I would ever replace you? We promised, didn't we? Deku's eyes are watery, and his smile turns wobbly as a few tears leak out from the corners of his eyes. He wipes at them in a hurry, and Katsuki can only laugh, reaching across his table to grab his hand. Crybaby, he says, so much fondness lacing his tone that he fights the urge to cringe at himself. But he likes this idiot too dim and much to really be upset. Deku sniffles, wiping away a couple more tears as that sunshine smile spreads across his face again. It shines brighter than anything in this DMN ice cream shop, and it's a few minutes before Katsuki is able to look away. Somewhere in between all that, they manage to actually eat their ice cream before it melts. Katsuki's is pretty good, and he looks expectantly at Izuku before the nerd proclaims that the dynamite sundae is the best, Kacchan. Even in ice cream form, you're amazing. Katsuki laughs. Demon right, nerd. Deku talks even faster now that he's excited about the idea of them teaming up. He rambles about ideas he's been brainstorming, potential moves and fighting styles they should work on and a whole bunch of other things. It tells Katsuki that the nerd's been preparing for this, wanting this for just as long as Katsuki has. Maybe longer, even when he was trapped in hell. Surprisingly, Katsuki doesn't think about that time too often anymore. It's hard to be sad about all that when he has Izuku right in front of him every day, slowly getting stronger and healing, really healing before his eyes. He has so much to be happy about now, and even though the bad days haven't gone away entirely, he doesn't feel himself despairing about Deku's time with the Hasaikai very much these days. Izuku's pretty eyes and brilliant mind and gorgeous smile is much more important. Katsuki blinks, snapped out of his thoughts by the sound of Deku calling his name. Izuku is watching him expectantly, flipping through his notebook as he pps his head. Katsuki nods at him to repeat whatever he just said, not wanting to admit that he was too DMN lost in his thoughts about this stupid pretty boy to really pay attention. Izuku grins at him. We should have a team name, you know? All the best hero teams have names. What do you think, Kacchan? Katsuki thinks for a moment, mulling it over. He wasn't really expecting the question right now, but he should have known that Deku would be too excited about this stuff to think about much else. Dynamite and Phoenix. Has a nice ring to it, doesn't it? Demon right it does, Katsuki thinks. It's DMN near perfect, encapsulating everything they've been through and everything that's coming next. And suddenly, Katsuki smiles, as the answer pops into his head almost immediately. Ashes, he says, his voice quiet as he looks up to meet Izuku's eyes. He knows he has an embarrassingly fond look on his face, but he doesn't care. Ashes. It's fitting, isn't it? Katsuki's explosions are powerful enough to level entire buildings, hot enough to burn and singe and scorch whatever he wants. Ash follows Katsuki wherever he goes. But Deku's a DMN phoenix in every sense of the word, somehow clawing his way out of hell and pulling both of them out of the Hasaikai's bunker when Katsuki faltered. He's the yin to Katsuki's yang, salvation to Katsuki's destruction, the one who rises from the ash that Katsuki creates and helps others rise from their own proverbial ashes too. Deku stares at him with wide, awestruck eyes, like Katsuki's the most brilliant man alive. Katsuki's heart races again, and a moment later Izuku smiles like that's the best thing he's ever heard. Team Ashes, he whispers with that giant dopey grin on his face that Katsuki's missed so much. That's perfect, Kacchan. It's the perfect blend of both of our quirks, and it's really cool so it'll look good on merch and promo stuff when we go pro, and it's just I love it. You're so amazing, Kacchan. Christ, this is wrecking him. Izuku is going to kill him, with his overexcitement and his praise and his everything that crawled underneath Katsuki's skin when they were 4 years old and never left. Katsuki is still holding his hand, swiping a thumb across the back of it as he leans forward across the table. He can't help himself, he's been waiting so goddamn long for this moment, and here Izuku is staring at him like he's the best FNG thing to ever walk this earth. It makes Katsuki feel like he can do anything, and every inch of his skin sparks with energy as Izuku leans in too. That giant smile is still on his face even as the look in his eyes changes, going from admiration to joy to shock to want as Katsuki tugs him forward. Izuku's mouth tastes like chocolate ice cream and cherries. His lips are warm, soft and pliant against Katsuki's even as Deku pushes back against him. It's such an awkward angle, and the table digs into Katsuki's stomach, and he's a little worried about getting ice cream on his shirt, but he can't think about anything other than the tiny little whimper Deku makes as his lips part. Katsuki's explosions rattle through his whole body whenever he uses his quirk, the shockwave radiating from his hands to his arms and shoulders, before the impact rocks through the rest of him and sets him back on his heels. But this is so different and so similar at the same time. The swooping sensation in the pit of his stomach spreads through the rest of him, the waves coursing through his chest and heart and brain as Katsuki's hand finds the back of Izuku's neck. He's so warm, so open and willing to yield to Katsuki's mouth and his hands, and that care, that trust that Izuku gives so freely even after spending so long being hurt and tortured and scared shakes Katsuki so much more than any explosion ever could. It feels like finally. It feels like the rest of their lives, like graduation and a shared apartment and a hero agency and years spent saving people and winning every single day. It feels better than anything Katsuki has ever felt, especially when Deku fists his hands in Katsuki's shirt to pull him closer still and mumbles a tiny Kacchan against his lips. All too soon they break apart, faces red and lips kiss swollen. Deku's eyes are shining, the water gathering again as he smiles. Katsuki reaches up to brush his thumb across Izuku's cheek, wiping away a lone tear that falls. His chest heaves, heart pounding in his ears as he feels the table digging into his side. But he only has eyes for the idiot in front of him, who somehow fell back into his life and into his arms against impossible odds. This beautiful, stubborn, funny, kind to a FNG fault, brilliant moron that Katsuki likes so much and never wants to let go of. Katsuki kisses him again. It feels like home. It feels like victory. Hey, Izuku? Deku looks up from the UA letter, glancing from the paper he's holding to Katsuki's hand in his to Katsuki's face with wide eyes. He's got this tiny smile on his face, and it's so goddamn cute that Katsuki's stomach flips again. Katsuki takes another deep breath, trying to think of something to say and really hoping he's not about to ruin the moment. I'm really glad we're friends. Izuku beams, and Katsuki instantly relaxes. He sets the letter down on the bed next to them, turning so that he can fully focus on Katsuki's face. I'm really glad we're friends too, Kacchan. That FNG smile threatens to blind him completely. Katsuki swallows. You make me happy. Really happy. I think I might love you.